Very good morning to you. Welcome to Edgbaston for the opening day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Kent in Division 1. Really important game for both sides in the notional battle against relegation. It's a little bit uncertain whether there will be a relegation battle or not, but we have to assume for now that there is. Two teams who could desperately do with a win on what is going to be the hottest day of the year. Temperatures could touch as high as 40 degrees during today, which makes the news that I have to give you all the more curious, really. In that Warwickshire have won the toss and Will Rhodes has decided to have a bowl today. What I would say about that is that there is quite the green-tinged surface. Quite a lot of grass has been left on this wicket, so it may well be that it's been prepared with a little bit of a result in mind. So we will see. Ben Watts will be with us very shortly from BBC Radio Kent. Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club, but amongst other things, the curator of the Warwickshire Museum is also here. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. I say Ben Watts will join us once he's done an early update for BBC Radio Kent. The Kent team, they've got the two overseas bowlers in today. Matt Henry, having finished his international duty with New Zealand, he plays, and Navdeep Seni as well, an Indian pace bowler, also coming into their side. In full, Ben Compton, Zach Crawley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Joe Denley, Jack Leaning, Jordan Cox, Sam Billings, Matthew Milnes, Matt Henry, Matthew Quinn and Navdeep Seni. For Warwickshire, no Nathan McAndrew. He's been unwell this week, so Henry Brooks comes into the side. Craig Miles is also restored to the 11 this week. So the team in full: Alex Davis, Dom Sibley, Chris Benjamin, Sam Hain, who takes the position of Matt Lamb, Will Rhodes, Dan Mosley, Michael Burgess, Danny Briggs, Craig Miles, Henry Brooks and Oliver Hannon Dolby. So Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to field. Umpires are Michael Goff and Ian Blackwell. And the two Kent openers are on their way out. It's an interesting choice. It's one that potentially could backfire, but it's a case of needing wickets if you make this decision, as the Bears have done, on what is going to be a very, very intense day of heat. If Kent end up 350 for 2 and Warwickshire absolutely exhausted, that would make it look quite a strange decision, but we will see. It's going to be Oliver Hannon Dolby to start the bowling from the Birmingham end. Very few people visible out in the seats today. I suspect that most of those people who are here today have taken the opportunity to find shade at this end, because certainly you can hear that there are people around. I think that would be a very sensible decision under the circumstances. And the two teams, as I understand it, have turned down the opportunity to play a shortened day today, as one or two other sides are. So we'll have a full 96 over day. We're a little bit late starting as well, because we're already at 2 minutes past 11. Hannon Dolby is marching back to his position. Ben Compton is on strike, and he's joined at the other end by Zach Crawley, who's looking to get back into better form before the next set of test matches for England against South Africa, which start next month. I'll have a report to do for the local stations when the clock hits 3 minutes past. We won't have had much cricket by then. But here's Hannon Dolby with 3 slips and a gully in position for the opening ball of the day's play, and it takes an edge and goes wide of third slip for 4. So a nick straight away, but it doesn't go to hand. But some encouragement there for Ollie Hannon Dolby. 4 without loss. Compton off the mark. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire on a very hot day have surprised everybody. They've won the toss and chosen to bowl here against Kent. It is already hot and humid, temperatures in excess of 30 degrees. Something of a gamble, but the wicket is quite green in places, a bit of extra grass on it. And the first ball of the morning was nicked off Hannon Dolby just wide of third slip and went to the boundary for 4 to Ben Compton. Zach Crawley, the England opener, is alongside him. Kent 4 without loss in the first over. Second ball was left alone outside off stump and goes through to the wicketkeeper Michael Burgess. So Matt Lamb left out of this game. He's playing for the seconds this week. He's had a good season. He can consider himself a little bit unlucky, but a run of slightly poorer form. I've seen him lose his place. Sam Hain back fit and available and not involved with England Lions as he was last week. As this goes past the top edge, oh, he's going to be out. Yeah, he's just taken the corner of Compton's bat, and there is the early breakthrough. And whether the ball's doing a little bit, certainly he's got plenty of bounce and carry. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's carried the hopes of this Bears attack throughout the course of this season, has got the opening wicket, and it's Ben Compton, who's batted long and deep many times so far this season, who just gets a little nick through the top of his bat. It's caught, really, right on the angle, and goes through to Michael Burgess, who does the honours, and Kent are 4 for 1 in the first over. So backing up the gamble straight away with that early breakthrough, and they're going to need more of the same. It's a Bears bowling attack that has struggled at times to take 20 wickets, but that's the sort of start that they were always going to need today. And Compton, who had an exceptional first half of the season prior to the T20, has been part of England Lions plans. Has only lasted 3 balls on this occasion. An edged boundary off the first ball, left the second, and then couldn't quite avoid getting a slight edge through to the wicketkeeper on the third ball. So 4 for 1. Hannon-Dolby now has Daniel Bell-Drummond in his sights. Still the 3 slips in the gully. Quite a steep graduation in the slip cordon as well. As Hannon-Dolby approaches, and it's driven nicely through the offside. It's a very short boundary as well on the Hollies side. So Alex Davis gives up chase very quickly, and Bell-Drummond, just like Compton, is off the mark with a boundary in his first delivery. 8 for 1. Kent, after a rather eventful opening 4 balls. Looks like Henry Brooks is going to be taking the new ball from this end when that time comes, because he's just taken his sun hat off down at long leg and he's getting himself ready. And Hannon-Dolby marches in once more, that right arm flapping alongside him as he comes in, and that shorter ball is stabbed out towards point by Bell-Drummond. Bounce and carry, the things that are very noticeable in this first over. There is some life about this wicket as Ben Watts moves in alongside me. Good morning to you, Ben.
Morning. Well, dramatic start. What a first over.
As perplexed as we were by the decision, the early wicket.
I've got the early big throw, and it's the main man, Ben Compton.
Bell-Drummond waits again, just covers up off stump, and first over with 2 boundaries and a wicket. Kent 8 for 1, Compton the man gone, and yeah, while you were still talking to BBC Radio Kent listeners, I was saying that you think of all the runs that Compton made in the first half of the season prior to the T20, quite a scalp to get on a hot day early on.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, we were sort of looking at one another going, do they really want to go out and field first and bowl first in these conditions with this weather forecast today? And then, yeah, for even the first ball of the day that Compton nicked wide of third slip, you just thought, well, that's not a bad start from a bowler's point of view. They won't mind that too much. And then Hannon-Dolby, who, as we know, is so good at putting it on the right spot and forcing mistakes from the batters, getting that early breakthrough. So, yeah, perfect from Warwickshire. The only thing I would say is that Kent got Vasconcelos' first ball of the match last week. And then a couple of big partnerships later, it's a different story. So, Crawley on strike. And this delivery swinging away from the right-hander from Brooks. That's a good spot as well. So, good start here from Warwickshire's opening bowlers. And then Crawley just coming down and giving the pitch a bit of a prod, and a little bit suspicious at the moment. He takes his guard well outside of his crease. Long sleeve shirt on as well for Zach Crawley as he waits for Brooks down the leg side, and he clips it away for 4 runs. Down to fine leg, very short boundary to that leg side and away to the Hollies at square leg. And Brooks just straying onto that leg stump, and Crawley getting himself up and running. So 12 for 1. Fast run rate, and already that early breakthrough.
Yeah, it feels like whatever's going to happen this week might happen quite quickly, because you've got a wicket with some life in it. And certainly the amount of carry that we've seen early doors would suggest that. Very short boundary on the Hollies side, and straight as well. It's going to be a short boundary.
Brooks bowls, through it goes, past the outside edge of Crawley, who went at that one kind of hard hands defensively. Gives the pitch another suspicious prod.
There's a bit more pace about this surface than I think we've seen for a few. The early doors, anyway. It's a different colour from certainly what we've been used to during the white ball season, when the wickets have been true and fast scoring.
Brooks again, little flash of yellow on the boots, and swinging delivery that Crawley is right forward and smothering before it can swing away. Getting some early movement out there. Henry Brooks. And in Dalby, you'd always expect him to nip the ball around as well, so not an easy start seemingly for the Kent batters out there.
It's interesting to see Crawley using his feet so early to try and negate.
He looks like he's batting miles down the track. He's already got both feet outside of the crease, and then he's getting right forward as well. As Brooks bowls again, drives out towards extra cover. They come through for a quick single, which shy at the batter's end misses. Beau Drummond looked like he was probably just about okay. Crawley didn't time it at all, but it was to the left-hand side of the man at mid-off, and he was happy to try his luck for the single. 13 for 1.
If that had been a direct hit, that would have been a tough one for Ian Blackwell, because it would have been really, really tight. It would have been one of those where you desperately needed the third umpire.
Yeah.
Benefit of doubt would tend to go with the batsman, but it would have been really close, as direct hits often are. Alex Davis certainly reacted like he thought it was close.
Brooks in and bowling. Beau Drummond lets go outside of the off stump, so end of the second over of the day, and an interesting start. 13 for 1, so runs flowing, but that early wicket of Compton.
Not going to be dull, is it, on the evidence of the first 2 overs? There's a little something for the bowlers, which hasn't necessarily been the case this year. Nathan McAndrew will be cursing his luck to miss out on this, because he's not bowled on a single friendly surface. Ben's arrived with more phones than I've seen in an average high street mobile shop.
One of them wasn't working earlier, because my email to them, my colleagues didn't go through.
Okay. Never know which one's going to work on any given day with the sound of it.
Quite.
Hannon Dolby into Crawley for the first time. Back of a length, bowling a bit shorter, Hannon Dolby, than he sometimes does. It's already produced the wicket of Compton, and that's left alone by Crawley. Did jag a little bit off the seam, but from a start position that was unlikely to trouble the batsman. It was on its way down by the time it reached Burgess, so hard to gauge whether my initial instinct that it looks a bit quicker, this wicket, than some, is right or not. But it's been good carry so far, and it is doing a little bit, which you might imagine it would with this weather. And that's a similar length and a better carry this time. But once more, Crawley has no interest in that whatsoever. Hannon Dolby doesn't seem to want to bowl at a driving length to Crawley. It is very rare to see so few people out in the sun, but it tells you just how oppressive the heat is. I went out on the balcony to put the effects mic out at about 20 past 10, and my shoulders slumped as the heat hit them. And that's not going to change for the better any time during the playing day today, as this time Crawley is walking into a drive. Plays it up towards mid-on. It's picked up by Will Rhodes. And there's no run. Sibley, Hayne and Mosley, the three slips, with Benjamin at gully. On to the right of Michael Burgess. Henry Brooks is down at long leg. Craig Miles with the sun hat on at mid-wicket. Rhodes at mid-on, mid-off, quite wide and short, Alex Davis. Hannah Dolby's in again, and that one angled away from the batsman, left alone, just happy to shoulder arms once again. So by process of elimination, the man at point therefore has to be Danny Briggs, who's applauding the intent there from Ollie Hannon Dolby. I must have a look at the end of this over to see how many other teams have decided to bowl today.
Yeah.
It was curious in the women's one-day game, which I was watching on the box yesterday, that South Africa chose to field first at Leicester in a game that was starting at 2, and they
It looked like they hated it absolutely every minute of it, or certainly for the commentary that I was listening to on the way up.
A few fielding errors in the first few overs, and it sort of spiralled from there. Again, back of a length from Hannon Dolby, and once more not in the sort of area that Zach Crawley has any interest in playing, and he's only had to play at one ball so far in this over, as Hannon Dolby's trying to replicate the delivery that got the top of Ben Compton's bat. Ben's leading wicket taker in the championship this year by a distance, Ollie Hannon Dolby. Having missed the second half of last season with that niggling heel injury that turned out to be worse than originally feared. And he doesn't like being out of the team, he doesn't like watching the game too much, Hannon Dolby. Wants to be out there affecting it. As he comes in to bowl another ball at the end of the over that's short, and it's left alone by Crawley. It's a common theme during the course of that over. If anything, that one was pitched up a little bit more, and it carried nicely through almost a shoulder height to Michael Burgess. A maiden over from Hannon Dolby, so a bit of business as usual in his opening spell after those two early boundaries. Kent 13 for 1, having been put into bat on a surface that might just be offering a little bit extra for the bowlers.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be so far with that wicket of Ben Compton. Saw him outside edge one before he did eventually nick one behind. That one defended by Bell Drummond as Brooks starts a fresh over. And yeah, certainly we commented on the fact that the pitch was almost hard to identify out there because it's so green, particularly the ends looking quite green as well. But judging from pitches up and down the country so far this season, a little bit of green and a little bit of help for the bowlers might not be the worst thing, because underneath pitches have been very flat. As Brooks is in, back goes Bell Drummond. They think about a quick single here as he dabs it into the offside, and they will come through. So good running between Crawley and Daniel Bell Drummond. Score on to 14 for 1.
Some bright cricket there. Phil has already got to the answer, which is Middlesex are the other team to insert today in Division 2, playing against Sussex. It's an interesting choice.
Is it
at Lords?
At Lords.
Yeah. There are 7 championship matches starting today, 5 in Division 1 and just 2 in Division 2 for some reason this week. Everybody else batting today after winning the toss.
3 slips in gully for Brooks. Crawley defending this straight delivery. Back to the bowler. Yeah, this is the time that Warwickshire have got to make that decision pay for themselves, really, because you would think that as the ball gets older and softer, bit of green on the pitch or not, it's going to get very tough out there later on in the day. We're not due to have a shortened day either, like some counties are doing, and finishing at 4:30. As full delivery driven away by Crawley, and this should go for 4. Out to extra cover, overpitched by Brooks on that occasion. And Crawley jamming the bat down on the ball. Wasn't quite as elegant as they can be from Zach Crawley's point of view, but 4 in the book. Moves the Kent score on to 18 for 1 in the 4th over, so runs continuing to flow quite quickly.
That was very Zach Crawley, that, wasn't it? It's the sort of shot that you love seeing him play when he's playing for England. He's had tough run of scores this year. I don't think anybody doubts his ability. whether he's an opener, it's got to prove that point, hasn't he?
Brooks bowls. That's a beauty. Swinging away from the outside edge of Crawley's bat. Again, kind of going at it with hardish hands, although he didn't get drawn towards the line of the ball. He just played the straight line and it swung away and beat him. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's one of those where if he was a fluent number 3 or 4, you could almost afford him to bat in the way that he does, but he's not a traditional see off the new ball, stick it out, grit it out type opener necessarily, as Brooks is bowling. Crawley jams this down into the gully area. End of that over 18 for 1. But it does, on the other hand, seem like England do quite like the way that Crawley approaches his cricket. And I think Stokes said even before the India test that they see Zak as playing a long-term role in the team, and he's the type of player that they want. Alex Lees is a little bit more gritty, isn't he? And as a left-hander, they want a left-hand, right-hand combination at the top. I guess if you compare him to, say, a Dom Sibley, he's a more attacking batsman in that position.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving him licence, aren't they? They're giving him licence. It feels more naturally like a 3. As Bell Drummond pushes forward to the first ball of a new over from Ollie Handolby, who gets it a lot fuller to start this over after bowling back of a length. That one only got up to 3/4 stump height. And Bell Drummond happy just to nudge it out towards the point area, and there's no run.
I wouldn't disagree with that, though. I think you're right. He probably 3 would be his perfect position, really. Get a couple of openers to try and see out the new ball. That was where he got his 2-6-7 against Pakistan from 3, with Burns and Sibley opening, of course. So,
and they'll be approaching once more from the Birmingham end. Again, it's full, pushed in defence up towards Davis at short mid-off, and there's no run. Solidly forward there, Bell Drummond.
I guess from, say, England's point of view, they're trying to get Ollie Pope in the team, aren't they? And when you've got Root 4, Bairstow 5, Stokes 6, that's kind of what locks down a little bit, isn't it? And
yeah,
so it's all about 1, 2, 3.
Suddenly looked a very handy batting lineup in the last 5 weeks or so, including here. As Bell Drummond gets an edge, it's going to go through to third man for 4. I think it had already hit the deck before it went through the slip cordon. Benjamin dived towards it from gully, but there was no real chance of him getting his hands to that on the full. And applause with hands above head from Sam Hain to Ollie Handolby. Did draw the false shot, but with soft enough hands, Bell Drummond was able to keep it down. He's to 9, Kent 22 for 1.
Yeah, you're right, Richard. It's the soft hands, isn't it, from Bell Drummond. Didn't go hard at it. As a result, didn't carry. Awkward one for the slips when it's bouncing in front of you like that. It squeaked through for a boundary. But yeah, I think we knew Root and Stokes were class at 4 and 6. It was just the former Bairstow this summer that's surprised all of us, really.
It's wrapped on the pad this time. Big appeal. They always are big, aren't they? From Handolby. And then with his hands on his knees, he stares at the batsman. It's cutting back a little bit, and it might have come through at bail height. It would have been very tight on height, but I think it struck him just outside the line of off stump there. Just looking at the...
I wasn't sure if it was 2 noises.
Could have been.
Was there glove onto pad?
Might have even been pad onto thigh pad. I don't know.
He does tend to sometimes bat quite a long way across, Bell Drummond, to try and negate that LBW possibility, because it has been a method of dismissal in the past that's got him out quite a lot.
He prepares again to face Handolby, chops it down into the ground. No timing about that from Bell Drummond, and it squirts limply out towards Briggs, who picks it up at point. Didn't quite get his footwork right there. It's the battle of the double-barreled, so we don't get too many of those. Handolby to Bell Drummond. Well, it's a mouthful.
Hard work for whoever's printing their names to try and get them to fit on the back of the shirt.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Although if you're going to buy a replica shirt, you feel like you're getting value for money.
True, if you're paying per letter.
I'd see, yeah, per letter not so good.
Yeah. I don't think it tends to be a kind of flat fee these days.
If you go in Paletta, I'm having Hayne. And Dolby approaches, leaves outside off stump Bell drumming a ball that was just back of a length and always angled across him. 5 overs gone, 22 for 1. Compton out in the first over. Couple of little nicks that have gone through the slip cordon. But Kent will be reasonably pleased, having chosen to bowl, and a little bit surprisingly again considering the weather. The Bears need, I would have said, at least 3 or 4 wickets before lunch to justify it. Probably 4, actually, given the weather.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was alluding to. When the ball goes soft and you've been out there in the heat and it's 36, 7, 38 degrees later on, that's when it will be really tough for the bowlers. As Brooks comes in, full delivery, which is driven by Crawley. And again, it didn't sound like it came out the meat of the bat, but he's going to get 4 runs for it down towards long off. Again, 2 full from Brooks. And Crawley, as I mentioned with the cover drive, without, say, the elegance that you sometimes see from Zach Crawley, manages to get it away for 4. Maybe that's because he is batting so far forward out of his crease that he's just having to shorten that reaction time a little bit. And it's a slightly more jabby drive rather than that full elegant stroke. Here's Brooks again on the leg stump and off the thigh pad into the leg side. I was just having another look at the LBW shout back on the live stream, and it did look tight. It's hit him around about off stump. Umpire will be, it's probably umpire's call whichever way he decides it, whether it's hitting in line or not.
Yeah, it is tight. I just get an impression that there was enough doubt there,
yeah,
for it to be a not-out verdict. Would you have reviewed? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he reviewed it.
Brooks bowls, defended away by Drummond out towards point.
It's kind of a useful yardstick these days because we've got that. Not going to be a review in this game, obviously, because we've got the cameras. But would you have reviewed? Is it that close? I'm not.
Yeah, I think you're right, because I think if the umpire gives it not out on the field, it would have stayed that way. Just enough, as you say, enough doubt on whether it hit in line, whether it was going to clip the off bail. Height, and Dalby's a very tall bowler. It's Brooks continuing to bowl Drummond. And did survive that LBW peel. Lets this one go outside the off stump. 27 for 1 Kent, 9 for Bell Drummond, 13 for Crawley. A rare failure for Ben Compton. You don't see that too often. To get him out in the opening over. He's batted for so many balls in County Championship cricket this season, Ben Compton. Over 1,000 runs.
Is it more than anybody else that he's batted? Balls faced?
It must be. Well, it'll be right up there, without a doubt, as Brooks bowls. Driven away by Bell Drummond. Good stop by Davis. He's very close in at mid-off. He's kind of at wide mid-off, extra cover almost, and having to cover a lot of ground, and he's tight in there as well to try and stop that single. It's almost like a goalkeeper parry.
That's exactly where I was going to go with it. It was absolutely a goalkeeping save, wasn't it? He's gone full length and shown strong wrist to divert it around the post. Yeah.
Or you just kind of palmed it out and then you have to get back up again and react to another one. As the attacker goes in for the rebound. As it was, they scrambled through for a quick single. It's Crawley back on strike. Drummond to 10, 28 for 1 Kent. Full delivery again from Brooks, but on the stumps. And defended away by Zach Crawley. You're listening to BBC WM, BBC Coventry, Warwickshire, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online. Richard Wilford and Ben Watts, 28 for 1.
Excellent start, actually, I think, for Kent after that early wicket. They'll be very pleased with the way that these two have picked up. And, I think Henry Brooks has bowled 2 or 3 really nice deliveries, and then the odd fall ball, which will tend to be his case. He's probably the bowler that the Bears members turning up this morning would have been most surprised to see playing. But I think he probably knew in advance that Nathan McAndrew wasn't going to be making it today. Told that he's unwell, hasn't been able to train this week. Just as I think he's starting to find his rhythm in the last couple of weeks, having struggled to settle to English conditions, McAndrew. We've seen a few Australian seamers around the circuit this year having exactly the same problem.
Well, they all turned up thinking green seamers are going to take loads of wickets.
And they haven't seen one yet between them. As Hannah Dolby begins a new over, wants to leave, an appeal for LBW, and Bell Drummond is going to be given out, padding up. A second victim for Ollie Hannon Dolby with the new ball, and that has cut back, and it's going to hit middle and leg. And that was a really strange one to pad up to, because the line was not that wide. And Bell Drummond is gone for 10, 28 for 2.
I think he was trying to leave it on height as much as anything. He just thought it was going to bounce over the top. Seeing the replay now. Yeah, he's almost left it on instinct for height, but it was that fraction fuller than he thought. And Hannon Dolby has his second wicket, as you say, and so far 2 for 12. He's looked very threatening indeed. Brooks has been swinging the ball away but striving to get that right length. And so Joe Denley marches out at number 4, and well, on this hot day we were querying whether bowling first was the right thing, but Warwickshire making it work for them at the moment.
Ben will go and update at BBC Radio Kent. He'll be back with us between 12 and 1 for a full hour, bar a little report at 1:30. Phil Britt will be moving into position as Joe Denley arrives at the crease. The wicket falling first ball of the over. And it means it's now been a really good half hour for the Bears, having surprised people with the decision to bowl. The man that they lean on most has come up trumps again with the first 2 Kent wickets. He's on target. He's on target potentially for another 50-wicket season here, Ollie Hannon Dolby. And Phil Britt, good morning to you. He's certainly carried this attack this season, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. He's played every game. He's done the job, and he's picked up wickets in virtually every game he's played, and he's looked absolutely first class. It's a great pity as well that Warwickshire weren't able to use him, I think, in the 2020 competition, because I know he's focusing on county championship cricket, but he's a real asset there as well.
As he comes in to bowl for the first time to Denley, who just covers up middle and off and steers it up towards Will Rhodes at mid-on. And look, you've got to be fair to Will Rhodes here, and Mark Robinson would have discussed it, the bowlers would have had a look. It's got a bit of green on it, it's got more grass on it, this surface, than normal. It may well have been prepared with a view to the fact that it's been very hard to find a result on this surface. Really good flat tracks for batting on this year. Terrific T20 surfaces, by the way, have been prepared all year, including Finals Day, which I thought was a stunningly good surface. Yep. Perfect for Finals Day. Yep. And this one might have a bit more life in it. Hannon Dolby's certainly getting some so far, as Denley again pushes forward, defends it to Davis out on the offside. Another wicket here in the next 15-20 minutes, and the Bears will be delighted with the start they've made.
Absolutely. No, I think you're absolutely right with the comment about the wickets Gary Barwell and his team have put together. They've been superb, and Finals Day was a classic example. It changed a little bit as the day went on, but you'd expect that, and over 1,000 runs scored on the day. A terrific day for anybody who was here. It was, I'm sure they'll all agree.
Oh, an edge. Oh, what a catch that is! That's a stunner from Benjamin in the gully, diving to his left, gets 2 hands on it, and Denley has gone for a duck. 2 wickets in 4 balls for Ollie Hannon Dolby. Kent to 28 for 3. Chris Benjamin, what a grab.
Yeah, phenomenal catch. It really was. He was diving across, and to be honest, I didn't think he was going to hold on to it, but he got it and took it, and he rolled over on the ground. We were questioning this decision, I have to say, the 3 of us, before the start. The only comment we made, we did think the wicket looked a bit green, a little bit green on it, and sure enough, they're getting something out of it. They knew what they were doing, Richard.
Well, yeah, they did, and 3 wickets in the first 33 minutes. Tells you that. It also has Matt Henry perking up, I think, in the in the Kent change room, because he's a terrific seam bowler.
Yeah.
But it's a wicket where the bowlers have got more of a chance. let's be honest about it, there is a little bit of movement to be had, and that ball wasn't quite up there to drive necessarily, and the edge, and it was whistling. I mean, it was going at some pace, and it's low to his left that Benjamin's managed to grab that. He's quite a tight gully. He's almost in sort of fifth slip, really, but he's almost got in front of the knee of Dan Mosley to take that. And that was perhaps the virtue of the Bears having 3 wicket keepers in this team. That he's used to diving, Benjamin. But Hannon Dolby again, rich rewards for him. 3 for 12 he's taken today. And I don't know how many overs you can bowl with a new ball in this heat. Maybe 6. With the aircon in here, we don't get a feel.
No.
I mean, every now and then we'll have to just nip outside one of us to see how it is on the balcony. It's oppressive. There's no doubt about that. The fact that very few people are wanting to sit outside today also demonstrates that.
I think there were more people sat at our village match a couple of weeks ago than there are at the far end of the ground.
Yeah.
There's nobody there at all.
Like everybody's taking the shade of this end, because you can hear there are plenty around.
Yeah.
Jack leaning in a bit earlier than might have expected, holds his bat very high, drives up towards mid-on, where the fielding is done by Will Rhodes. Nice straight delivery on towards off stump, nice and full, wanting to get the batsman to play, Hannon Dolby. Got to make best use of this new ball. And Will Rhodes, a Yorkshireman, albeit that he was technically born in Nottinghamshire, that was a quirk of fate more than anything else. Moved from Nottingham to Cottingham, which gives me great joy. But the man that he's able to rely on again is his fellow Yorkshireman.
I suppose one could say you're good at spotting them.
Hey. And Hannon Dolby in again, just rushes, leaning a little bit. That ball that was angled in towards his pads. Bat again coming from such a high position, leaning. He's able to steer it towards mid-wicket. You can hear from the applause downstairs, there's plenty of people here, but they're just very sensibly looking for shade and anywhere with air conditioning. 7 overs gone, it's been very lively, 28 for 3. Crawley has watched it all unfold around him. He's on 13, including 2 very elegant drives for 4. Leading has just joined him, he's yet to score.
It seems to have been a morning so far of wickets and boundaries. There doesn't seem to be much else going on in this game. But, Henry Brooks will be looking to see if he can get that breakthrough himself. He's still looking for his first wicket as he's in and bowls, and this goes past the outside edge of Crawley's bat. He sort of takes the bat away at the last minute, the ball going through to Burgess behind the stumps. He's got a couple of slips in place, and the gully. There's a cover point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg underneath the shade down there. There's a brolly down there, and for fine leg. As this one from Brooks is full and not really timed right by Crawley. He was looking to drive it away through the offside, but there's just kind of a bit of an inside leading edge on it, and sorry, an inside edge on it, and it ran away to mid-on. There's no run.
There's a little bit in the air. I think there's a little bit of movement in the air. Not a lot,
No,
but a little bit.
just enough, isn't it?
There's a little bit off the seam. It's good carry. There's a bit of pace about it because of the grass on the surface.
Brooks in, bowls, and forward comes Crawley. Again, runs that one away, much more solid looking shot. Away to extra cover. There's no run. Oliver Hannon Dolby down at fine leg has got a blue umbrella on a pole down there for him to stand under and get some shade. Now normally for normal people's height that would look perfectly okay. For Oliver Hannon Dolby you feel like you want to say, can you put that umbrella up a bit? If I stood under it, it would be absolutely perfect. Brooks in, bowls, and this one is no shot off it as he lunges forward.
Has he rolled his trouser legs
Yes,
up as
he
well?
has. He's got his legs.
He's rolled his trouser. He looks like a dad on the beach.
Yeah.
If you replaced his floppy hat with a handkerchief,
Yeah.
I think they've got a cold towel that he had wrapped round his neck as well.
What
for
if he's
moment.
got a cold beer on a table down there with that umbrella as well?
He's not immune to the charms of a beer, but only in very, very sporting professional quantities.
He's got a bag down there he keeps dipping into. Here comes Brooks in the meantime. in bowls, and this is flicked away with no certainty by as he went for the drive. A thick at that side edge, runs away through where false slip would have been, down to the third man boundary for 4. So Crawley moves on to 17, 32 for 3, and not in the most confident of manners that could easily have been through to the keeper or to the slip cordon.
Yeah, no look for Henry Brooks. He's bowled some nice deliveries so far today, and that one, it's an authentic outside edge that he's drawn there.
He's bowled a much better length here in this opening spell.
Yeah.
Just doesn't look like he's over-trying, which I think once or twice this season he's been guilty of. This is one which flies away, bounces down just in front of third slip, who does the fielding.
Yeah, I mean, 2 edges from successive balls there. It's notable that for Crawley they haven't got the gully in place. Now, whether that one that whistled down to third man for 4 would have been catchable had Chris Benjamin been in the same position where he claimed the wicket of Joe Denley with the catch, it's hard to tell. I'm not sure whether it would have carried. But again, because Crawley played a couple of crashing drives off Henry Brooks, he doesn't get that extra fielder. Hannon Dolby does get the extra fielder because he's putting it in the right spot more consistently. 3 for 12 from his 4 overs, and leaning. Has a good look round the leg side to see where the fielders are, in case anything comes in towards his pads from Hannon Dolby. He begins a new over on middle and leg, clipped into the leg side, in very quickly, hurtling in was Craig Miles. Doesn't cleanly pick the ball up as he almost did for himself. He's such an eager beaver in the field, Craig Miles. He's got the big white sun hat on. Benjamin's gone sun hat, Brooks has, and Hannon Dolby, when he's not bowling, has gone sun hat. So I think that's a season high of 4.
Alex Davis normally has a white sun hat as well. He's been sported that a couple of times this year.
He's not gone that route. He might have to for the post-lunch session, I think. Not needed up in our vantage point, mercifully. As this one wraps, leaning on the pad, he's given out. There was a lot of thought there from Ian Blackwell, the umpire, and Leaning is really quite surprised by that decision. It's a 4th wicket of the opening spell from Ollie Hannon Dolby, and Will Rowe's decision to insert Kent is paying dividends. Leaning, the 2nd successive man to go without scoring, 32 for 4.
Yeah, he got right across there, Leaning. Ian Blackwell had a good old think about it before he gave it.
It's just seen the replay, Phil. It's
did
absolutely plumb.
Yeah, it's gone so far across, hasn't he?
It's hitting halfway up, middle and off. It's gone inside, gone past the inside edge of the bat, and it's hit him relatively low down on the pad, right in front.
Yeah, I've just watched it again, and I suppose the only surprise is it took Ian Blackwell, having seen that, quite so long to give him out. But well bowled Hannon Dolby is getting that movement as well. A little bit of late movement into the batsman to the right-hander, which at the moment they're really not able to cope with.
It's just cutting back a little bit, not too much, not so much that it does too much, and that's really awkward for a new batsman to deal with. And Hannon Dolby 4 overs in his opening, 4 wickets in his opening blast here. It's just excellent. He looked to hurtle up towards 40 wickets for the season the way he's going. I think that takes him. Does it take him to something like 37 now? I think it is.
So Jordan Cox, the new batsman who comes out. I shouldn't think Jordan Cox had expected to be perhaps having a bat within the first hour of the day. But this game has moved on at a pace, 32 for 4. Yes, it's only the real ardent sun worshippers who are out there, but most of them looking across, stripped down, shirts off, and enjoying the sun.
And Dolby then to bowl to Cox, turns him round, goes past the outside edge and through to Michael Burgess, hence all the oohs and ahs. There was not a lot in that. So I was just look up to see how many 5-wicket hauls Ollie Hannon Dolby's taken. I note these days that for some reason on Cricinfo's website, you get 4 wicket hauls, which is not quite so informative.
But that only really came in because of the limited overs. That 4 seemed to be the new 5, didn't it?
Yeah, whereas I really want to know the 5. Anyway. He's enjoying some sun on his back here, Alan Dolby. In the wraps, Cox on the pad. He's been called through for a run by Crawley, who's committed a long way down. There's a shy at the stumps and it hits middle, the throw. But he's got back in time. That was a sharp piece of fielding. Danny Briggs it was. He'd come in from point to throw at the stumps. And Crawley had come more than halfway down the wicket. Cox had stayed where he was because he didn't quite know where the ball was. And the throw hits the stumps. Well, it's lively, it's tense. And Dolby in great rhythm here. He comes in once more, and that's left alone by Cox, who for some reason kicks out his right leg as he allows that to go through. .32 for 4.
I think is that scoreboard right?
I think so.
I thought it was 32 when the wicket fell. 28. Then
Yeah, they haven't scored since then.
No, there was 30.
No, it's 32 when the wicket fell, and they haven't scored any runs since. Cox is on strike again, and he'll get off the mark here by turning it through straight mid-wicket. Miles and Rhodes are chasing. Miles is offering Rhodes the chance to flick it back to him, which he does, and they'll come through for 3. It's the final ball of the over. Cox has 3, Crawley 17, 35 for 4. A good round of applause for Hannah Dolby. Clive tells me because it's 10 fifers in his career so far, and he was on 35 at the start of the game, so he's 1 away from 40 championship wickets this season. That's a reasonable bit of form, that, isn't it?
Yep, and he's got a good chunk of the season still to come.
Mr. Consistency, you kind of have to wrap him up in cotton wool to some extent. It's understandable they don't play him with the T20s. He'd love to.
Oh yes, I know. I understand.
To.
I recognise why. He's now got his 4th slip for Jordan Cox, Henry Brooks. So he too has got 4 slips in place. So he'll be bowling to the new batsman. 35 for 4. In he comes and bowls, and Cox leaves this first one as it goes. Good carry through to Michael Burgess. There's no run.
This is the only place where more than 1 wicket has fallen this morning. At Cheltenham, Hampshire 39 without loss against Gloucestershire. Is that Chappell back on loan at Gloucestershire in that game? My note. It's always interesting sometimes looking at the teams for matches and who's around and who's not. It's an interesting name in the Lancashire team today. I'll come back to that.
Here comes Brooks in and bowls. Oh, and that's reared up and has hit Jordan Cox on the glove. He dropped the bat, flew out of his hands. Zach Crawley comes up to have a look at him. That was a nasty delivery on the in the opening hour. It flew up just slightly short of a length, and a ball which Cox would normally have played with nice soft hands flew at him and took the bat out of his hands, and both batsmen come down and take a look at that. But, I'm just
scrolling back on the feed from the Warwickshire website to have another look at that. Cox is still composing himself at the moment. It's a short ball. I don't think it's got up extravagantly. I think it was angled in nicely at his body.
Here's Brooks in again. He tries again, and this time reeled through everything into that one, and they were too wide outside the off stump, and Cox didn't have to play it. And in the end, Burgess just tied his up down to his right,
I think Cox misjudged the length and pace of the delivery. I don't think there was anything there that would worry you.
Seemed to hurry him, didn't it, as
Yeah.
it came through?
Yeah. Just came at him a bit quicker than he anticipated, I think.
Yeah, Brooks again. This bright sunshine. Ian, this is short again from Brooks. Appeal for a caught down the leg side as Cox went to help it on its way, looking to a ball which was short and wide and looking to lap it away down to fine leg. And the slip cordon, a couple of them rather enthusiastically went up for the catch. In fact, in the end, all four of them appealed. And
yeah. No interest from either wicketkeeper or bowler.
No.
And Henry Brooks came back grinning at the umpire, Michael Goff, because I mean, look, you're not going to get anything by Michael Goff, are you?
Brooks in again, bowls full, and that's played away nicely through the offside. That's all the way along the floor, across the square and out to the cover boundary. Beautifully timed by Cox. And Kent move on to 39 for 4. My headset just
Is it falling apart? It's a bit high there. It's in front of your eye.
And no,
yeah.
It's not a comfortable fit.
Northants 24 for 1 against Lancashire. Early wicket there for Washington Sundar, the Indian, whose mate Mr Pandya is coming to play the All Under One Day Cup for Warwickshire. Very close friends.
Henry Brooks in again and bowls, and this is going to be more runs. Brooks just straying onto the leg stump, and Cox helps himself to a second boundary of the over. It's down through mid wicket, and it was just go and fetch it. It was beautifully turned away, and Brooks there, having got that ball to come up a length, I think tried a bit too hard in the rest of that over, lost his direction, lost his length, and in the end ball finished off just a little bit untidily.
There was one of the good bouncer in it, but then he's over-pitched that last ball, and two really nice drives, one through the offside and one through mid-wicket from Cox. He's asking for a little bit of treatment now on the hand that was hit during that over. So we'll have a bit of a delay, and it might make a bit of sense if you're going to bring a drink on, bring it on now. Get it done. I know it's only 50 minutes in, but it's a very hot day, so get everybody a drink while Cox has the treatment. Meanwhile then, let's look at one or two other scores. At Taunton, Somerset 42 for 1 against Yorkshire. Matthew Renshaw was 27 all out. Jordan Thompson got Tom Lammonby out early on for 4. Like most places, Seamers having short spells today. I think they've put an extra bowler in their team as well. Casey Aldridge back in the Somerset side for that game. Interesting variance. Surrey versus Essex, big game in the upper reaches of the table, being played at the Oval where the Bears go next week. Essex 40 for 1. Alistair Cook is on 20, Tom Wesley on 4. Nick Brown dismissed by Kemar Roach, a catch for Ben Folkes. He was out for 10. In the second division, just a pair of games this week. Nottinghamshire 40 without loss against Derbyshire. 28 not out to Hamid, 8 to Slater. And a bit of stick for the bowlers early on there. Just note the former Bear, Alex Thompson, not playing for Derbyshire in that game. Matty McKiernan, the leg spinner, is getting that game instead. Nottinghamshire look like they're at very full strength. And at Lord's, which is the other place where the team that won the toss chose to field, like Warwickshire did here, and we are now getting drinks brought out sensibly. I don't think anybody's brought anything for the umpires, which is a bit harsh. Sussex are 35 for 1. They lost Ali Orr early on for 7. A wicket for Tim Murtagh, the evergreen. 13 to Clark, 13 to Alsop, 35 for 1. Every week at Sussex there's somebody whose name appears that you're not sure who they are, where they've come from. Aristides Carvelas is a new name to me, but he's on the Sussex scorecard today.
I've never heard.
Archie Lenham, the young leg spinner, son of Neil Lenham, is playing that match as well. Peter Milan in the Middlesex side, who
I played here last year.
had a spell here last year. He bullied Worcestershire at New Road. Other than that, he showed fleeting glimpses, I think it's fair to say, of what he was capable of. And so the players get ready to resume here. It's been a very lively morning session. the unexpected news that Warwickshire had inserted Kent. Kent 43 for 4 after 10 overs. Zach Crawley has been the mainstay. He's 17 not out, 4 boundaries in his 17. Jordan Cox with him on 11, but all 4 wickets to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Ben Compton caught behind for 4 in the first over. Then 2 in 4 balls. Bell Drummond trapped LBW playing no shot for 10. Denley caught brilliantly diving to his left by Chris Benjamin in the gully without scoring. And then Jack Leaning trapped LBW plumb for naught. Been some attractive strokes played by Crawley and Cox. And they will hope, once they see the new ball off, that things will get a little bit easier in the very, very hot weather. Play has been delayed now because the Ollie Hannon-Dolby Memorial Umbrella, which is down for him at long leg, had fallen over onto the playing surface. So Will Rhodes has had to jog across there to stick it back into the ground. And Hannon-Dolby, with Burgess standing up to the stumps, comes into bowl to Crawley. And there's an appeal for a caught behind, and it's not being given. There was a bounce and a spring in the step. It was a very neat piece of keeping, I'll say that. But I don't think there was anything on it for Crawley. He looks pretty calm, and once Hannon-Dolby saw that the appeal had been turned down, he was quickly striding back to his mark. I don't think he thought there was anything in that. But interesting seeing Burgess standing up and 4 slips in place here. So they don't want Crawley coming out of his ground. Interesting adjustment that they may have latched upon during that little drinks break. He's in again, and that's just wide of off stump. It's a good leave from Crawley. They're always good leaves if they don't hit your stumps, but he's got that right. He's got his back pad nicely in line there. I wonder how many overs Hannon-Dolby can get through. I mean, he's an obdurate character, but
I would have thought another 1 after this, Richard, and sensibly. It depends. If he gets another wicket, he may have to actually wrench the ball out of his hand.
Don't get many days this hot in Sowerby Bridge, let me do. And here comes the West Yorkshireman. Bowles just jabbed out in the offside. A lot of backing up from Cox, but he's sent back as Briggs is quickly in to pick the ball up. They have been sharp about taking their singles here, Kent. And they may well be recalibrating what a good score is from the event so far this morning. We saw it upstairs to a couple of people in the press box earlier and saying that it might be the sort of day where it's not a bad toss to lose. And that was on the assumption that whoever wins the toss bats first. Because heavy conditions like this, the ball might have done a bit, and it has done a bit, and the surf looked like it might offer a bit more. And it has done. And so another leave by Crawley, and he's going to be given LBW padding up, and it's 5 in the opening hour for Ollie Hannon-Dolby. He gets a big hug from Michael Burgess, and the tactic of the wicketkeeper standing up and keeping Zach Crawley in his crease has paid off. He has gone for 17, 5 for 15 in this opening spell for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and Kent are in real trouble now on 43 for 5.
Yeah, he just came across his stumps. It hit him quite high up on the inside of the thigh of the right leg. Yeah, I think that was a close one, but he's gone. So we're not making the decisions, just reporting on it. He's gone. Hannon-Dolby, congratulations to him. 5 wickets in the opening hour, in less than an hour of play. Terrific bowling from Oliver Hannon-Dolby. And that one again, no shot offered. That's what I really don't quite understand, the rationale there. Just when they know the ball's just coming back in and giving them problems, not to actually be playing at the ball. And I think you're right. I think the tactic of having Michael Burgess right up to the stumps has paid terrific dividends. Great bowling.
I think he's a little unlucky, Crawley.
I do.
Looking at the replay, I'm not sure whether that would have hit off. Not sure. I was talking to Ben earlier, and Ben will be back with us just after 12. My parameter was, would I be reviewing that if I was Kent? And
yes.
The answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely yes, I'll be reviewing that one.
Yeah.
But Hannon-Dolby has put the ball in the right positions all morning. That's 40 championship wickets in the season for him. It's his third fifer of the season, and the thing that makes this so spectacular is that he's only bowled 34 balls this morning, and struck with his third and hasn't looked back since then.
And he's beat the bat. That's the other thing as well. It's been a really great example for anybody who wants to see how you take a new ball with the wicket, which is giving a little bit of help, and how you actually exploit that, because he's really... And the secret is to have a blue umbrella down at fine leg, and there's the answer to it.
That's worked quite well. How long can they keep him going becomes the question. 2 balls left in his 6th over. Sam Billings is the new batsman. He wraps him on the pads. That was angling down the leg side, and they'll come through for a leg bite. Craig Miles is the fielding. Miles has been warming up liberally since that little drinks break, so I think he's due into the action soon. 44 for 5.
And Dobby did have a little sort of turn and appeal round to Ian Blackwell, but he wasn't going to get that one. That was definitely tracking down to probably hit the next set of stumps down the leg side. But,
and Dolby approaches again and cutting it into the offside. That's a lovely stop from Briggs supporting his bowler there. That could easily have gone through for another boundary for Jordan Cox, but it's a really excellent stop. 44 for 5 at the end of the over, and prolonged applause for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's taken 5 for 15 in 6 overs.
He's got one of the coaching staff down there at the drinks table now, down at fine leg under the umbrella. He's probably just opening his first magnum down there. Got a bit more.
What, the ice cream or champagne?
Champagne, it's champagne. He's not definitely not the ice cream, unless he's taken a fridge down there as well.
Conceivably. It's going to be Will Rhodes actually is the first change,
so
which is interesting.
An interesting change, isn't it?
Might get a bit of wobble.
Will Rhodes has been a little reluctant to bowl himself this season, but he's into the attack, and he'll be bowling to Sam Billings, who is got some work to do, the Kent captain. 44 for 5, as here comes Rhodes from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Billings just reaches for that one a little and pushes away into the offside. There's no run. Just playing away from his body. Again, Burgess right up to the stumps here, so keeping the batsman honest.
I presume the thinking here is that Rhodes is more likely to get a little bit of nibble, a little bit of lateral movement. And that's what we're seeing. What we're not seeing is extravagant swing and seam. We're seeing that little bit of nibble and great control from Hannon-Dolby.
As Rhodes in, there may be another idea that he sees that Hannon-Dolby's, from the end Hannon-Dolby is bowling, the Birmingham end, he's getting some movement. And whether he wants to use his other main bowler, Miles, to give him the chance to have a go on there and keep exploiting that little bit of help which they're getting from the surface.
He's certainly still stretching, Craig Miles.
Here's Rhodes again, comes running in and bowls, and again it's left, no shot offered by Billings. It's well taken by Burgess, again standing up to those stumps. It's not easy standing up to the quicker bowlers. Rhodes obviously not quite the pace of Hannon-Dolby or of Henry Brooks, but even so it's not an easy job. I think Burgess has kept really well throughout this championship season.
Yeah. He's become a very, very good keeper.
His Rhodes in bowls, and again no shot offered, and again taken by Burgess.
He's so confident with the bat this season as well.
Yeah.
He's reacted extremely positively to Alex Davis coming on board here, and he's been determined to make that championship place his own. So I'll have an update as soon as the clock hits 3 minutes past, so I think you might get the next ball described here, Phil, and I might have to cut in shortly.
Yeah, fine. Rhodes again comes in and bowls, and this one again pushes at it, runs it away off the face of the bat down to second slip on the floor, and there's no run. Not looking entirely comfortable at the moment. I'm going to hand over to Richard now.
And get this update done at 3 minutes past. Here at Edgbaston, it's been an amazing hour for Warwickshire and for Ollie Hannon-Dolby. He's taken 5 wickets in the opening hour against Kent, who are 44 for 5. Little bit of movement, nice bit of pace about the surface. They've left a bit of grass on it this week, and it's paid dividends. Compton caught behind for 4. Bell Drummond padding up, LBW for 10. Denley caught brilliantly in the gully by Benjamin for naught, diving to his left. Leaning trapped LBW without scoring, and Crawley, another who left a ball, hit in front, LBW for 17. Kent 44 for 5. There we go. Did I sell the drama of that? Did I sell the drama of that?
I tell you very well, yes. Yeah, you might get people rushing down here in the hot sunshine. There's plenty of seats at the far end of the ground if anybody wants to come.
There's only a smattering of people who are brave in the far end because of the heat. But I would say around 50% of them have taken their shirts off.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It is a very bare-chested crowd at the far end. Honestly, madam. Anyway, Hannon-Dolby is going to continue into a 7th over, and Cox is on strike, and he guides this down into the ground, and it bounces through to Briggs at point.
Well, we had people coming in on Saturday to the museum who were suffering with the heat off the stands, and so what it must
so you
be
told them to get out. You showed them no sympathy.
Oh, you can't come in here just to get cool. Made
you have to make a donation.
Yes, we kept rattling the box and said, put it in. But, yeah, they were sitting on the door outside.
Hannon-Dolby again just back of a length, left alone outside off stump.
We had two ladies sit on the doorstep with a lot of people. We had nearly 1,000 people come in on Saturday into the museum.
Brilliant.
And these 2 ladies sat there, and when I said to them, you can't really sit there, I took them quite a bit. I persuaded them that they were going to get trampled on.
Trampled?
Well, what's going to stop people coming in?
Well, I was going to say, but trampled. Wow.
Yeah.
And Dolby once more to Cox off the back foot again, hits it into the ground, and therefore can't beat Danny Briggs, who catches it up at shoulder height. And there's no run. It remains 44 for 5. This has the air of a final over of a spell from Hannon-Dolby.
Yes, I agree with you.
He'll go back to the Costa Dello HD with his his seat and his umbrella.
What I'm trying to crack is what happens if there's a left-hand, right-hand combination and OHD has to go trudging across from one side of the ground to the other. Will there be another umbrella brought out for the other side? That
was the great virtue of getting Ben Compton out first. It's a while till you see another left-hander today. Cox faces up to the 4th ball of this over from Hannon-Dolby, gets nicely above the bounce and guides it out into the offside. Danny Briggs getting overworked this over. He does the fielding, and there's no run. It remains 44 for 5. Ben will be back very shortly. We might do that musical chairs thing where Phil switches positions as we do that handover. And then I'll be back in time for Ben to do his half-past. Craig Miles is still stretching. He knows it won't be long. I mean, partly you might fancy he wants to have a bowl here. This is a key partnership. It's bowlers and all-rounders after this. As Cox awaits, and that's a good leave. A ball that's just angling away from off-stump from Hannon-Dolby.
See, Burgess has done his work standing up, now gone back to the orthodox wicket-keeping position. Stood alongside slip. Still got 4 slips in place though.
Do you want to begin the musical chairs?
Yes,
now,
I shall
Ben's
move
back in the room. Yeah, so Phil will be back momentarily. This will be so slick you won't even notice it happens. And then Ben will take over in my position as Hannon-Dolby is in once more to complete this 7th over. He's driven and he fields it, I think, more with his left shin than with his left hand, but it prevents any run, and he looks a little bit dishevelled and warm at the end of that over, which is understandable. 5 for 15 from 7 overs for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and it's 44 for 5. Kent, Ben Watts returns to try and restore some order for the visitors.
Yeah, I'm having a great time so far here in Edgbaston. Unfortunately, this is been a continuation of some pretty tough viewing for Kent supporters this season. Desperately poor T20 competition. The batting was the one thing that was going well this season. Up until last week, Kent hadn't bowled a team out in the first innings of a county championship game for under 400. Managed to do that against Northants when the visitors got 303 at Canterbury, but then they contrived to lose the game on the last day. Was spun out. 5 wickets for both Northants spinners last week, and Kent losing the game as Billings lets this one go outside the off stump from Rhodes. And so, yeah, I mean, going through my notebook of scores so far this season, the batting has been a positive for much of the season, but then that collapse last week and then this wretched start here, really not good from Kent's point of view if they want to avoid potentially joining Gloucestershire in Division 2 next year, the way things are playing out at the moment.
Still a good while to go though, isn't there?
Rhodes in and left alone by Billings outside the off stump. I mean, there is.
If you take out Compton's runs this year, how many? Who's the next highest scorer?
Bell Drummond's got 700 and something. He's got 300, 400s. So Bell Drummond's got a lot. Jack Leaning's done okay too.
Yeah.
Runs. Jordan Cox has got a lot. Runs haven't been a problem. It's wickets that have been the issue. That's why they've got the 2 overseas in to try and change that. As this one's defended away by Sam Billings on the stumps from Rhodes. And I understand that's been the issue for Warwickshire up until today, seemingly.
Yeah, it has been. And bowling any sides out on this track, particularly where we're playing, has been incredibly difficult this year. We had a match against Surrey at the beginning of the season over on this side of the square, and then another one against Northamptonshire.
Clipped away by Billings, off his hip down towards long leg for a single.
Where on the 4th day, in one case we was just finished the first innings just after tea on the 4th day, and the other one was during the afternoon. And when you've got those sort of games, it becomes really very difficult to it must be from a bowler's point of view. There's nothing at all for them to be able to hold on to think, well, encouragement-wise, we're going to be able to get anything out of this surface.
Rhodes in and bowling to Cox, keeper standing back. Just have been up to the stumps for Billings as this one's pushed away out towards the point. Well, yeah, they've obviously, with that in mind, have left this extra bit of grass on it for this one, and Hannon Dalby is the one that's managed to get it to really talk out there, albeit I don't think that Crawley dismissal was out. I've had a look at that on the replay.
No, Richard and I both said the same thing.
It looked like it was missing off.
It was.
He doesn't help himself by playing no stroke.
But what was he doing? Leaving the ball.
That's the problem, isn't it? When you leave the ball, it gives the umpire.
Yeah.
You leave it open to the umpire to be able to make that decision, don't you? As this one's pushed away by Cox up towards mid-on. End of the over. Hannon Dalby hasn't put a foot wrong. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 15. Obviously, Rhodes and Brooks have operated from the other end. I think we might be seeing a bowling change now.
Yeah, I think Craig Miles has been waiting to come into the attack. That's a terrific spell. Oliver Hannon Dalby, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 15. Probably an over more than he would have expected to bowl, but even so, it would have been very hard to take the ball out of his hand, I think. And even now, he probably would like to keep going, but sense on a day like today prevails. The one grace today is that whilst it's extremely hot, there is quite a strong breeze blowing across the ground, which will give some sort of cool. There isn't anywhere to hide, obviously, and the number of spectators sitting out in the sun at the Birmingham end, I think, amply demonstrates just how hot it is and how unlikely it is that people want to come sit out there. But
yeah, most spectators beneath where we are in the commentary box, and there's a few in the hollies, and there's a bit of shade over there, isn't there, at the moment?
It's normally freezing cold in that part. So here's Craig Miles and starts his first spell, and his first ball is pushed away by Billings into the offside. There's no run.
You're right though about the breeze. Actually, you can see from the flag at the far end really gusting away, and then the white sheets that are acting as the sight screen across the seats, because we're a long way across the square. We're wide of the normal sight screen. Big white sheeting out, and that's really blowing away. You can see the trees in the distance as well, blowing away quite nicely. So yeah, that little bit of wind, I'm sure the players have been massively grateful for in the forecasted heat that we've got here at Edgbaston, and particularly in the Midlands, isn't it? The Midlands is warmer than down south.
I know, which is quite unusual. Miles in and bowls, and this is left by Billings, goes through to Burgess, no run. Yeah, normally the London area tends to be hotter by 2 or 3 degrees than it is here, but yeah, this today and tomorrow, it's looking at the forecast for tomorrow, whilst there's some rain about. I assume that will be thundery rain, but it looks like it's going to be a warm one tomorrow as well, and then it starts to tail away, so it's only in the 70s and 80s after that.
So we're going to be freezing at the end of the week.
It's Miles in bowls, and this is Beddings looking to force this through on the onside, but straight to Davis at mid-wicket, who does the fielding, and there's no run. 45 for 5. And remember, Warwickshire won the toss this morning, and I think all 3 of us in the commentary team's amazement, Warwickshire decided to first, but we did also recognise there was a green look to the wicket.
I think the amazement is really, do you want to go out and field in 36 degree heat?
Yeah. Here's Miles again, in bowls, down the leg side, Biddings looking to turn, it gets nothing onto it, and in the end, a good tumbling stop down the leg side by Burgess prevents any run. A couple of arms went up, but Biddings not near it.
As you say, we were all waiting to see how much that extra bit of grass on the wicket would assist the bowlers, and clearly for someone like Hannon Dolby, it's really helped him. But at the same time, a couple of the wickets, we obviously mentioned the Crawley one, but Denley's playing a drive at one, Bell Drummond no stroke.
This next one again is left from Craig Miles.
Those are batsmen's errors. So really, let's say they were 50 for 3 now. That would probably be a more realistic reflection on the way that the morning has gone so far, but it's been Hannon Dolby's day.
The 2 wickets with padding up, and which one, I agree with you. I think if we had the opportunity to review at county level, which we haven't, but I don't think it would have been given. But anyway, it's gone. But I think testimony to how well Hannon Dolby, where he was putting the ball. This one again is shorter down the leg side. Billings thinks about playing at it, but in the end takes about right out of the way. It's a maiden to start with from Craig Miles. Not quite that sort of metronome accuracy that Hannon Dolby was demonstrating. Hannon Dolby used that ball and a little bit of movement and kept it there the whole time, and really was a perfect example, I think, of what to do with a new ball on a wicket which is giving you a bit of help.
Yeah, absolutely. Take nothing away from him. He bowled, he almost couldn't have bowled any better. It was a perfect spell, if you like, just to... I thought he ran in with a little bit more zip than I've seen him bowl with sometimes. He can look a bit military meaty, but he was actually running in quite hard, and Rhodes defended away here by Jordan Cox, and was getting that. Just, I didn't think it was doing loads,
just a little bit, enough to make the batsman
exactly all you need.
Yeah, exactly.
And he got everything out of the pitch that he could, and forced those mistakes. We talked about the batter errors. You've got to give credit to Hannon Dolby for forcing those and making those happen. The short boundary, I think, potentially drew Denley into that drive, probably thinking, oh, here we go, I can get off the mark with a nice boundary, and nicks it. Driven straight down the ground by Jordan Cox. That's a really good stop by the sub fielder who's just come on, shy of the stumps of the bowler's end. Not sure who that is. Young man wearing number 99 on the back of his top. Diving away to his left.
I assume it's Hannon Dolby who's gone off.
It was, yeah.
But
it was a nice stroke from Jordan Cox, actually.
Yes, it was.
Straight drive, on drive. Gets a single. He he's got 12 off 21. He actually has scored fairly freely. It's looked quite good out there. He's actually been at the non-striker's end for a fair bit. As this is down the leg side and goes for 4. I don't think it's hit anything. It's buys. So Burgess standing up to the stumps because of Billings batting out of his crease. And it's just been fired a little bit leg side by Rhodes. And Kent's 50 comes up, 50 for 5.
Yeah, if you get a stand up and the bowler fires them in, there you've got have a little bit of luck on your side if you're going to stop those. So nothing against Burgess. He'll be disappointed though to see that the runs go down into the buys against his name.
So 3 to come in the over. You almost feel like Kent got to, in some kind of way, they've got to make hay when Hannon Dalby's not bowling. The way he's gone so far today. You've almost got to try and take advantage of the fact that he's currently having a bit of a rest as Rhodes is bowling. Wide of the off stump to Sam Billings. A couple of texts and a couple of emails and tweets coming in along the lines of what I was saying a moment ago. Nick Sadler saying it's been very painful viewing this season as a Kent fan, and I think after last week there was, everyone was supporters were very down in the dumps after that Northants collapse. And then all of a sudden there was this wave of optimism because the rumours that Matt Henry wasn't coming were dispelled. So everyone's thinking, right, Matt Henry's back. And then the other signing is this one's again down the leg side by Rhodes. That was a really poor delivery. That was even wider down the leg side than the previous one. And Burgess has got his hand on his hip saying, hang about, that's 4 buys against my name. But that's not my fault. 54 for 5. And then Navdeep Seni's announcement was made as well, and so Kent supporters were coming into this game with a bit of optimism, thinking, right, we've got 2 international fast bowlers for this one who have still got to bowl on this wicket, of course.
Yeah.
So we wait to see how they fare.
Yes, I think that's exactly it.
But then, to lose 5 wickets in the opening session on a day when you think batting is going to be the way to go, Rhodes, Ian and Billings leaving it alone. I think, so it's just sort of squashed a little bit of the optimism.
I do think, though...
No ball as well, so no ball. So 2 added.
This is a bit untidy over, isn't it, from Will Rhodes? There's 2 balls short down the leg side, which Burgess has had no chance with at all. And just overstepping. So 56 it's gone up to, it's over.
Here comes Rhodes again. This one left alone outside the off stump. The over is over, so a 56 for 5. I was just going to say I know his pain because I chucked a couple of 4 wides down the leg side in my village game on Saturday. It's not much fun as a bowler.
It's even less the captain when you just put your bowler on.
Well, he is the captain, isn't he, Will Rhodes? So
yeah, he can admonish himself, can't he? Out there. Apart from Hannon Dalby, the rest of the attack hasn't looked particularly threatening on this wicket, or looked as though it's going to get too much more out of it.
Well, that was what I was half joking about. They need to really take the advantage of when he's not bowling.
Here's Miles, starts his second over. This one is outside the off stump, and again, Cox has left that one just through to the keeper. There's no run.
I mean, apart from those wides from Rhodes in the previous over, in fairness, he's not been too expensive. Billings hasn't particularly looked like he's going to get him away. And then Miles has obviously only just come into the attack, so still a bit of time. Brooks was a bit expensive, but he was getting some swing out there. He was bowling quite full. Crawley was batting well out of his crease to him.
Miles in bowls. This is a cut away to backward point by Cox, but straight to the fielder. There's no run.
Either side of the fielder. And that's 4 runs. Mainly because the boundary is...
It is a short boundary.
25 yards behind that field.
Yeah,
it's very short.
That's all. Yeah, Henry Brooks I thought bowled pretty well, and then got that ball to lift, which flew... trying to think which batsman it was. It flew up and hit him on the hand. This one is played, pumped away into the offside for a single.
Again, our
substitute.
sub-fielder with an excellent bit of work out there. I was just looking at Rhodes' figures, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4, and just scratched my head slightly, but of course
it doesn't go against him, does it?
Doesn't go down his leg side wide.
Fire down the leg side, he gets... it's poor old Burgess will say, oh, look how many ex-buys went through. He must have had a bad day. What it doesn't tell you is how they went through or where the ball was.
The second one in particular was so wide down the leg side.
His Miles again comes in to Billings, who waits and will get runs, turning it away past the diving Davis, who's at sort of a wide-ish mid-on, but in the end can't prevent getting through for a single. 58 for 5. And these two just trying to steady the ship and help Kent into a bit of a recovery mode.
Yeah.
That well down the order today,
I mean,
Kent?
Actually, it's probably a longer tail than last week, which was well down.
Miles in bowls, and Cox plays this one back and running through. Miles does his own fielding, has a couple of bounces, and the ball comes up to him, and he just runs across on his follow through.
I mean, the fact that these two are in at 6th and 7 is pretty good. Billings has got Test appearances for England, and Jordan Cox has got a lot on so far this season for Kent. So they really probably do need a partnership from these two, I would say.
Miles bowls and down the leg side, looking to turn that away. It was a good stop from Burgess.
Runs
given, so you've got to put that down as a chance down the leg side. A very difficult chance, but it was a chance. You got a hand to it, Michael Burgess.
Yeah, I didn't think that had come off
Cox must
bat. It must have been glove.
Yeah, just helped on its way, and certainly, I was looking for a sign from Ian Blackwell, the umpire, that to indicate those were byes, but no, it's gone down as a run to the batsman. So the chance goes a begging.
Yeah, Cox dropped on 13 then from Burgess.
And you have to say it was a drop because he went across and got the hand to it.
So Rhodes to Jordan Cox then, who's still out there, and he's slashing at this next delivery outside the off stump. That's not a very wise shot when you just had a life. 59 for 5, Compton out for 4 in the opening over, Crawley for 17. That questionable LBW that we were talking about, Beau Drummond certainly was straight. He was trying to leave it on height, and it hit his back pad out. LBW for 10. Denley out, caught a 4th slip. Good catch actually by Benjamin for naught, and then leaning, just playing forward defensively, but hit him on the pad and out also for naught. As this one's full and wide outside the off stump, left alone.
I was just re-looking at that shot to the previous ball from Jordan Cox. It was the sort of shot, if your youngster had played it in the garden while you were trying to teach him at the rudiments of playing straight, you'd have actually taken the bat off him and said, "This is what you do, not that."
Quite. It's more of a shot that you might see from Matt Henry, who's in at number 8.
Yeah, that was a real
Matt Mills
wipe,
is in
wasn't that?
at 9. Navdeep Saini, not sure what he's going to offer with the bat at 10. Quinn at 11 is an 11, as this one's defended away by Jordan Cox, although he batted with quite a lot of sensibility with Sam Billings in the Northants game. I think he batted for 40 minutes perhaps, and almost saw things out for a draw, Matt Quinn.
I've put him into my team scorecard sheet at number 10. I've moved him up the order for the score. Good job it's not being printed today because our printer's broken down.
I would say that was generous, but the way he the way he batted last week, who am I to say that? So he really did do well. Here comes Rhodes again, full delivery, swinging, which is driven away by Cox. Don't think he was trying to drive it to mid wicket, but that's where it's ended up.
I'm going to move out at the end of the over and let you carry on with Richard through till lunch.
Yeah, I'm going to briefly nip out next door. But yeah, so Kent's lower order. I mean, Henry goes hard and does have ability with the bat. But Kent have got no Linda, no Stewart this week, who, albeit haven't scored runs recently. Stewart's top score this season in red ball cricket is 90. Linda got 100 against the Sri Lanka Development 11, as this one's defended away by Jordan Cox. And then no Darren Stevens as well, who potentially would have been, say, coming in at 7-8, and we know how good he is. So I'd say it's the Kent tail slightly longer than it has been. And that's why this partnership is so important out there. Cox and Billings to try and rescue the situation after the top order were blown away by Oliver Han and Dalby. 5 for 15 in a 7 over spell. This one's driven straight down the ground by Jordan Cox for 4. That's a really high class stroke. Back pass Rhodes, end of the over. 63 for 5. Richard's back with us. I'm going to briefly nip next door, Richard, but we were just saying that at the minute Kent seem to be enjoying the fact that Han and Dalby's off the field and not bowling. They're trying to cash in on everyone else.
Yeah, he's gone out for his chill down, probably put on a cold shirt. I'm sure he'll be back very soon, as indeed Ben will be. He's just going to go and talk to BBC Radio Kent listeners for a short while. One of the match where wickets have been falling now is the one at the Oval, where Daniel Worrell has taken 3 wickets in about 7 balls. Essex have had the heart of their middle order ripped out. They're 54 for 4. Alistair Cook still there on 25, but Lawrence and Walter each with ducks, as Miles comes in to begin a new over, and coming forward in defence is Billings, guides it out into the offside. Picked up in the covers by Rhodes. So Cook now joined by Critchley in that one, so wickets the order of the day at the Oval. Somerset off to a steady start against Yorkshire, 66 for 1. In fact, now for 2, Waite has just removed Renshaw, trapped LBW for 43, so again I think Yorkshire will be pretty pleased with their morning. It's afternoon and evening sessions that could be very, very stiff on the bowling teams today, you would fancy. As Miles turns in from the Birmingham end to bowl once more, driven, and that should be 4. I think he's timed that well enough, and indeed it will be from Billings. Got it wide of Alex Davis at this short, wide mid-on position, and got his first boundary. Billings to 6, 67 for 5, and a slightly more settled period with the bat here for Kent. This ball still only in its 19th over, bear in mind. Northampton 62 for 2 against Lancashire, with Gay on 31 and Proctor 6. Vasconcelos the most recent man out for 23, a wicket for Luke Wood. Hampshire 74 without loss against Gloucestershire. Hampshire one of the title contenders. Organ on 47 and Holland 18. As Miles is clipped off his pads neatly by Billings. Should be 2. Quite a long chase round for Benjamin. They won't contemplate 1 for the arm. They save themselves that. Just the 2 games starting in Division 2 today. Nottinghamshire 82, now 85 for 1 against Derbyshire. Hamid 47 and Duckett 20. The 2 not out batsmen. Duckett off to a bit of a quick start there. 19 balls for his 20. And Sussex 58 for 1 against Middlesex at Lords, having been put in. Clark 20 and Allsop. Tom Allsop has been in really good form lately for Sussex on 22. Using their bowlers in 5 over spells, Middlesex, fairly rigorously. Miles short of a length, straight, jabbed back down the track by Billings. And there's no run. If anything, there are slightly fewer spectators out in the open air now. I think an hour and a half of the heat is probably enough before you trap back somewhere with a bit of shade and air conditioning. But those who are out there, I trust, are well and truly sun-oiled. Factor 50. A necessity. Miles, good bouncer. Just takes his head out of the way of it. Does Billings, neatly ducked and turns round and faces the wicketkeeper. Bit of fire from Miles, enjoying the fact that there is a little bit more pace in this surface. And Dolby still off at the moment. Pretty sure it's just to get him out of the heat for a bit. Can't imagine he'd be bowling again before lunch. Have to make sure he's out there long enough to be able to bowl after the interval, of course. As Miles is in to complete his 3rd over, turned into the leg side. Davis quickly in, throws it a bit low to Michael Burgess. There's a groan, I think it was from Davis, how low he'd thrown it. He didn't mean to have Burgess have to go down by his toes. 6 runs off the over though, and this stand now worth 26 is the biggest that Kent have mustered, and batting has looked a little bit more straightforward now for these two, with Cox 18 and Billings 8. And in timely fashion back onto the field comes Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and almost by way of celebrating the fact, his umbrella down at long leg, which had been tied down, has fallen over, giving Craig Miles no shade at all. As Will Rhodes begins a new over with a ball well outside off stump that's left alone watchfully by Cox, always angling away from, in fact started wide and stayed out there. When you look at it on the feed, welcome to everybody who's watching via either the Warwickshire or the Kent websites, on YouTube as well. Any of you listening in the ground on the earpieces, good day to you. Normally if there's enough people at the Birmingham end, he's saying, well, somebody give us a wave if you're listening, but there's not enough of you over there. Full ball from Rhodes, driven but without any timing by Cox. He just bends his knees and picks the ball up left-handed in his follow-through, Will Rhodes. And there's no run. And the majority of you listening via BBC Cricket homepage, welcome aboard. Henry Brooks is doing some stretching at the moment, so this fifth over for Will Rhodes might be his last. Brooks had 5 earlier on. So either that or he's entering a Ministry of Silly Walks appreciation competition. That's a good looking drive from Cox, and that's a beat mid-off. Davis tried to get there, but that was beautifully struck past the left side of Will Rhodes and for 4. Cox is to 22 and 73 for 5. He's had 1 or 2 miscues, but he's played some of the most attractive shots of the morning session. There's Jordan Cox. Little lifeline on 13, that difficult chance down the leg side for Burgess off Miles. And he's looking to make the most of it. That was right up there, a shot of the morning, I'd say. As he waits for Rhodes again, and he defends a ball that's full outside off stump. And there's no run. There is actually quite a blustery breeze going across Edgbaston at the moment. The Warwickshire County flag is billowing. I would go as far as to say billowing. Whether it's giving any relief or not, I don't know. Whether it's one of those winds that just adds to the heat. Certainly add to your suntan if you're not careful. A bit too much. As this ball is short and pulled to the square leg boundary by Cox. At the pace that Rhodes is, he can't really afford to drop one there. And he's very quick to swivel Cox and pull it towards the boundary. On the short side, the Hollies side. Second boundary, the over. 26 to Cox, 77 for 5. Again, what those of you watching the feed will have just seen a shot of the pavilion end of the ground, and you can see there's rather more spectators at that end, and they're all looking to find the shaded areas today. Still be very, very warm on the various tiers that they're sitting. That's a good delivery, good response from Will Rhodes for the end of the over, and I suspect the end of his spell. That goes past the outside edge of Cox's bat. There's still that bit of uncertainty for the batsman at the moment. 25 minutes out from the lunch interval. Kent 77 for 5, all 5 wickets in a very fine opening spell from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. International cricket, of course, at 1 o'clock. England against South Africa up at the Riverside at Chester Streets. As Ben Stokes says farewell to one-day cricket, at least for now. Be interested to see if he ever comes back. As Craig Miles begins a new over, looking to steer it down towards third man was Billings. He probably got a bit more of that than he intended, and as a result, Dan Mosley is able to claim it in the slip cordon, and there's no run. Ben Watts is back. Did they keep you waiting on BBC Kent there, did they?
They did just then, because after the travel they went to a song rather than coming straight to me. I rang them up and they apologised profusely.
Who did they give you as your warm-up act?
Adele.
Oh, come on, I mean, you know, they brought the big guns out for you.
Someone like you, it was kind of melancholy enough to preview the cricket, so it was fitting in a way. This one's defended away by Billings. I don't know which end is which.
I don't mind.
Take your pick.
South Africa batting first at Durham. Keshav Maharaj won the toss. I haven't seen the teams yet, but that one-day game. I enjoyed watching the women's match yesterday. Always good because Izzy Wong being involved. Took her a while to get a wicket yesterday, but she bowls with such pace. It was one of those days where added pace was not necessarily a virtue, but she absolutely nailed her on the tail enders.
Exciting player though, isn't she?
Oh,
really exciting.
It's an exciting team actually. Some young players coming through to add to the mix.
Here comes Miles, short ball to Dan Billings. Yeah, you've got. I don't want to call Kent's Tammy Bowman an old stager because she's the same age as me, but in that team, she's one of the more experienced heads now, I guess.
Yeah,
and
it was a 200th international appearance yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, so 9th one-day ton, great for her to be on the, in the runs again. But Lamb and Dunkley, very exciting batters. Heather Knight, I guess, is even older than Tammy Beaumont, but really experienced, quality batter. I don't think Nat Siver played yesterday, did she?
No.
So you got Siver and Brunt as well to add to that team. As Billings is facing up to Miles, defends back down the pitch. Good to see Alice Davison-Richards back in that team. Another Kent girl after her Test match debut ton, which was an extraordinary little story in itself. But yeah, I think for all the criticism of the 100, which for county cricket fans there is plenty, isn't there? But it's clearly helping players like Izzy Wong, get that exposure to top level cricket and push on into what she's doing.
Yeah. Well, there's a difference between the men and the women and the need, I think. But yeah.
Chipped away by Billings in the air and safe. It was a leading edge into the cover region. I think he was trying to put it through mid-wicket. Ended up ballooning over the head of cover and out to sort of extra cover in the end for a couple of runs. So he moves on to 10, 79 for 5. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that comment.
It's the high-profile stage that women's cricket needed, the 100. Whereas for the men, the T20 Blast could have served that purpose. And yeah, so I don't understand that, and I certainly don't understand the gimmickry.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, and I think finals day showed that, didn't it? And some of the games that we had in the quarterfinals, just T20 Blast cricket is really good cricket. Miles was a short one, the Billings ducks underneath, and if you pump as much marketing and commercial PR into that as they have done with the 100, who knows where how many more how many more new cricket fans you could get in the door to go and support their local team.
And I find it quite hard to believe that you produce more good cricketers by having fewer places developing cricketers.
Well,
18 counties means 18 cricket academies, means 18 chances to draw people into professional coaching. And anyway,
well, we're seeing that. We've said you look at all the Durham bowlers that are coming through into the England team in Wood, in Carse, in Matty Potts. If they didn't have Durham as their local county, and they've got to trek it to Leeds for training as a 15-year-old every week, a number of times a week, are they going to carry on playing?
Henry Brooks returns, and there was a little flat-footed dab at that from Cox. Gets nothing on it, goes through to the wicket-keeper. Yeah, it's about having centres of excellence, and at the moment we're lucky because there are 18 of them, and it only seems to come into sharp focus most when the cricket team loses Test matches. It's a tried and trusted argument we've all had so far this season, but it's really frustrating. And when England do well for a few tests, nobody says, well, hasn't the county circuit done well to produce these players? Brooks, good length outside off stump, left alone this time by Cox.
Well, and look at the white ball depth that England have. We're seeing guys like Stokes and Morgan retire, and yet there's guys of Milan, Livingston, Salt's quality to come in and replace them. And funnily enough, that's because county cricket's produced those players, hasn't it?
And the England Lions team that played last week, a couple of games, including the one at Worcester on Thursday, had a lot of really talented batsmen in it as well. Brooks once more, and that one goes past the outside edge of Cox. Lovely line at the start of this new spell from Henry Brooks. Two-handed clap above his head from his skipper at mid-off.
You're right though, but when after the Ashes, what's wrong with English cricket? Suddenly, county cricket, they're not playing on good enough pitches. And then here we have in this season, loads of batters have got runs because we've been playing on pitches that have been too flat almost.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that has been the case, I think. I don't think people would admit that around the circuit that some of the surfaces have been 7-day surfaces. Cox on 26, awaits Brooks once more. Full, and he's met that on the full tosser with a short boundary. No chance for the mid-wicket rider to come round and stop that. So 32 to Cox, 83 for 5. These two have now added 40 for the 6th Kent wicket.
That was very full.
Yeah.
Really slipped out the hand, that one, from Brooks.
I think we can forgive the odd ball slipping out the hand today. Matthew Potts will make his ODI debut on his home ground today. Adil Rashid returns, having done the Hajj pilgrimage. And Sam Curran in.
And Stokes' last game, of course.
Stokes' last game. I'm calling it for now. Brooks just back of a length, defended down into the ground. And Brooks fields in his follow-through. So yeah, I mean, the women's game, it's just become more professional. They've had the chance to work as professionals. More of them have that opportunity to play regular cricket at a high level. And as a result, you get people knocking on the door.
Standard cricket.
Lauren Bell breaking through and taking a chance this year as a young seam bowler. The quality of the spin, I mean, Sophie Eccleston didn't play last night, but the quality of the spin bowling behind her. And the skills are there. Brooks short of a length, steered around the corner, that'll be 4. Again, very short boundary on that side. And that was dispatched nicely from Cox. 34 to him, Kent 87 for 5, and just starting now to rebuild.
Yeah, Jordan Cox leading the way with 34 from 44. Billings digging in at the other end for 10. 87 for 5, yeah, Hannon Dalby. Their one nemesis really today so far. They've managed to cope with that seam bowling that Warwickshire have thrown their way. Unfortunately, for Kent's point of view, Hannon Dalby did so much damage that it's pretty much left this partnership to try and be the one to save Kent, because after that you're into the bowlers. So it's going to be tough for Kent from this point onwards to try and get the result they want from this game, unless these two can stay out there for much, much longer. As this one's defended away by Billings into the offside. We had a Kent women's game called off at the weekend. They were meant to be playing against Surrey, I think it was, but it got postponed because South East Stars, I don't know if it was the main South East Stars team or their academy, but sort of roped in a number of Kent players, and so they didn't have enough left for a game. So I think there's potentially a pathway thing that needs looking at, but in terms of the women's game, as this one is driven away by Billings slightly aerially and wide of cover. They'll come back for 2 though. But I do like the fact that there are now these regions underneath, underneath international level that are again providing a pathway. But it's something that needed to be put in for the women's game, and it's already there in the men's game, as we're mentioning.
Yeah, and there are those who would like to see it introduced in the men's game for 4-day cricket, and this whole idea of having franchises, or it might put more bums on seats. I don't think bums on seats is the main goal for county cricket. There are ways of financing it that have been done historically that you can have to continue doing it that way.
Well, it's to Billings, defended away, and we know that bums on seats doesn't mean that people aren't interested, because of the amount of people that are listening in and tuning in remotely. You might not be here in the ground, but there's lots of you that are getting in touch with us and are digesting your cricket from afar because of the different means you have these days to do so.
But I'm not picking on an individual here, but I think you look at the 18 county setup, and you can argue whether it's flabby or not, I don't know. But would Ben Compton have had kind of second, third chances in his career if you had 10, 12? Would he?
I'm shaking my head. No, he wouldn't probably. This one's short, and again, Burgess is taking off to try and prevent more byes. He won't do so because he's managed to palm it. Again, goalkeeper style. In fact, his wide's given by the umpire.
Yeah. There was no way you could play a shot at that ball from your normal stance. So I think Ian Blackwell's been very fair to Michael Burgess. And I don't think Craig Miles can argue. That was a real tennis ball bouncer.
I think they should give him more wides in county championship cricket, personally. You can tell I'm a
What, you want another half an hour of play at the end?
You can tell I'm a bitter village cricketer that gets penalised for leg side wides on a Saturday. But, well, that is a point. The days are long enough as it is. As Miles is in, but defended away. For example, the second Rhodes delivery, which went down the leg side for 4 byes. How has Burgess meant to stop that?
Well, that's not the parameter for judging it, though, is it, really?
It isn't, but what shot do you play to that ball?
You could play a shot to it. There's a reason it's more rigorous in one-day cricket.
More of a like swivel pool or something.
Yeah,
I suppose,
you might, and I think that there is a rule in that if you kept on sending it down there, then you do start giving wides because it's considered negative. But the odd ball slipping down there, it's forgivable over a 4-day game.
Here comes Craig Miles, 91 for 5, Kent, here at Warwickshire. Hannon Dalby 5 wickets at the top of the piece as they get an inside edge and a single into the onside. Miles has single-handedly chased after it, thrown it at the bowler's end, while Jordan Cox just jogged through for a single to take him to 35. 92 for 5, Kent.
He is one of the most enthusiastic fielders amongst the quick bowlers on the circuit, Craig Miles. He's a Tigger-like character. And, he was never going to actually effect a run out from there. And all he's done is force Ollie Hannon Dalby to do a bit of backing up. He's got the umbrella back up now, though, Ollie. You'll be pleased for that. I know Craig Miles is getting the benefit of it, but it did fall over for a while. But they're trying to hold it down with a couple of strings there.
Billings on strike. Miles a little bit wider on the crease, banging in a short one again, which Billings bobs underneath. End of the over. 92 for 5, Kent here, with around about 10 minutes until lunch.
But we are very fortunate today because the air conditioning is doing its job.
It really is.
I do want to just give my thoughts today to our colleagues elsewhere, specifically on the balcony at Cheltenham.
Ooh.
For Gloucestershire against Hampshire. They are at lunch there because it's one of the 2 places along with Northampton where they're playing the short day. But I wouldn't want to be on that balcony today. It's hot on a cold day, that balcony on the edge of the school gym. As Brooks bowls and is driven beautifully square by Cox. Quite a long boundary, so they're going to have to run them up. Good chase led by Chris Benjamin, who then flicks it back to Alex Davis, and they come through comfortably for 3. And that brings up the 50 partnership for the 6th wicket for Kent. Much needed after the havoc wreaked by Ollie Hannon Dalby in the first hour, had them reduced to 43 for 5. These two have taken them up to 95 for 5, with Cox the aggressor and Billings not yet quite himself, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, he dug in for 16, not out and batted for ages against Northampton. He's kind of just carried on batting like that. Just, I'm going to try and stay here as long as I possibly can type stuff.
Which actually, from the position he came in at, is not the end of the world. Brooks is going for more than 6 and over.
Yeah, he was 16 off 85 balls in the final innings against Northants.
Brooks very full outside off stump, and Billings is stretching at that and really just stabs it into the deck and it squirts out into the offside. And there's no run. Ollie Hannon Dalby is stretching as if he might have another little go before the interval, because Craig Miles has bowled 5 overs now from the far end. Took a while to pick himself back up there, OHD. That looked like hard work. Brooks driven and does well. Gets down onto the deck and parries the ball with his left hand.
Billings doesn't seem to be getting his timing quite right on this wicket. He's early on a number of his shots so far. We had that leading edge into the offside. He's driven a couple slightly uppishly. Yeah, from Warwickshire's point of view, give Hannon Dalby a couple more overs before lunch, because if you can break this partnership, then you're into the bowlers come the afternoon session and you'll potentially be batting before too long.
Yeah, you probably only have time for 1. My word, it's going to be a long day, by the way. We're only in the 24th over, aren't we? So it's going to be 26 at lunch. So we'll be 6 behind. Whirling his arms, though. Brooks, full outside off stump. Well, was he playing that or leaving that, Billings? Again, that's a sign that he's not entirely in sorts. Can you be in sorts if you're out of sorts? Can you be in sorts? On sorts? I don't know. All sorts?
All sorts.
Yeah, but it sort of part leave, part nudge out into the offside.
I guess we count time-wise for all the wickets that have fallen. Plus there was an injury to Cox,
There was the injury. I don't think the umpires are going to be too much on their case for over rate. They have to be to some extent, because it is going to be an energy-sapping day. Winning the toss and then taking 5 wickets in the first hour is quite a good thing to do. They've struggled since. Shorter ball from Brooks. Doesn't really get up, and just lowering his hands to keep his bat well out of the way of it is Billings.
Well, you said at the top of the piece that they needed to get 4. I think you said 3 or 4 wickets
and
to make it work.
I sort of settled at 4, didn't I, after debating myself, as you do. But so yeah, they'd have taken 5, and yet they'd be disappointed about the second hour.
And it probably should have only been 4 in the first instance. If you look at the Crawley LBW.
Yeah, you weren't on commentary at the time. We did say in here we thought he was unlucky. Let's put it that way. As this is driven and the shin or the hand of Brooks, either way, it's prevented a run. So he spares himself there. End of the over, 95 for 5. Whereas Leaning, who stood to query his decision, was absolutely plumb when he saw the replay.
He just kind of went forward in defence, and it hit the pad rather than the bat. And
it nipped back a tiny bit, just enough to go past the inside edge, and it's hit him halfway up stump height, middle and off.
Normally Leaning bats further across his stumps actually, and he sometimes does bat on off stump, and then if he played that shot it probably would be okay, but yeah, he'd taken more of a kind of middle leg stump guard, and yeah, and we Phil and I mentioned about Zach playing no stroke, but you know there wasn't the line there, so he could have, you know, he could be.
Yeah.
You could say that was a legitimate stroke, but for Bell Drummond, he left his seemingly on length because it was it was straight.
That was far too straight to leave the Bell Drummond one. With Crawley, you know, at the bottom line for us was, could you have said with any certainty that would have hit the stumps? And no, I don't think you could.
So Hannon Dalby back for another burst. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 15. He's bowling to Jordan Cox. Cox leaves it alone and offers a back pad at the ball as well. Umpire Blackwell looked like he had his head in the sky there, thinking that wasn't far away.
It wasn't far outside off stump, but this isn't the first player I've seen this season who flicks their back leg out. Is it because he's concerned it's coming back on the stumps? And if he is a bit concerned, it isn't going to help him a lot because he'd be out LBW
well,
then.
No, exactly. Because he's not playing a shot.
Yeah.
It's just a bit Steve Smith, isn't it? It's all a bit...
That might be where he's picked the idiosyncrasy up from, but it lacks a bit of elegance.
95 for 5 as he nudges this off his hip behind square on the onside for a single, so Cox to 39 and the score on to 96. Run rate hasn't been a problem. Because of that short boundary, it has actually come off the bat quite nicely at times, and you could say that, say Brooks, for example, has just been a little bit full of length. He's been the most expensive of the seamers.
And because the straight boundary is quite short to the right of where we're looking down. Because it's on the angle, it's on the arc.
So to find leg at one end and then to cover at the other.
Yeah.
We saw the 2 roads. One's down the leg side, keeper up to the stumps that went for 4 byes. That was in same over as a no ball, so it was 10 off that over at least. Billings now on strike to Hannon Dalby. This might be the one where Warwickshire think they can strike before lunch, because Billings hasn't been fluent, as we mentioned. Hannon Dalby bowls, big shout on. There was half a shout for LBW, just a bit leg side perhaps, as Billings was looking to flick it through mid-wicket.
Yeah, it probably was going down leg, and that's why the appeal didn't reach its full throat. It tailed away, didn't it? Rather like that delivery.
On initial viewing, albeit we're at fine leg, I did think they were going to go up a bit bigger than they did.
Then I had a slight wonder whether if he got an inside edge and whether Hannon Dalby could have got a return catch, but it dropped short of him.
Subfielder's brought on the helmet for Burgess. He's going to stand up to force Billings back into his crease to try and bring that LBW into play even more so. 3 slips behind him. Hannon Dalby bowls. Billings manages to get bat on this up towards mid-on. Yeah, I'm already thinking about how second innings this wicket is going to play, because you've got Henry and Navdeep Saini for Kent, the 2 overseas fast bowlers. But is this a wicket for for a Hannon Dalby, for a clever bowler rather than a quick bowler, because it's going to fly off the bat to the short boundary, isn't it? So
it is. And also, I just wonder the effect that a day baking, which it's going to have today, whether it flattens out a bit.
Quite possibly. This could be the best session to bowl. As Billings defends, trying to get as forward as he possibly can to Hannon Dalby there. And, well, Warwickshire have taken advantage of the fact that if this is the time to bowl in the game, they've managed to get their noses in front with that spell from Hannon Dalby.
It's one of those rare occasions where you know before the end of the first hour who your close of play interviewee is going to be.
I mean, those are very rare.
It's a given, isn't it? It's a given today.
How often does someone take a 5-wicket haul in his opening spell of a match? Especially in sunshine like this. There's Hannon Dalby in again, tall action. Left alone by Billings outside the off stump. Nice take by Burgess, so there will be one more over before lunch, but it won't come from Hannon Dalby, you would assume.
They're going to do the obligatory over a spin. The unwritten rule of county championship cricket is you bring on a spinner for
one over before lunch.
A little over for Danny Briggs. I think Jordan Cox isn't going to be that aggressive. Let's see if there's a little bit there for him.
Last week Kent brought a spinner on at 20 past 12. It was, and then I think they brought another spinner on for the obligatory over before lunch.
Oh wow!
You know, when you put your front line spinner on early, you have to get the part-time.
You
have to get someone else to bowl the token over.
Hampshire did something a little bit similar last week when Dawson had bowled, but they got Organ in.
Yeah, so they get Dawson on early, don't they? And then give Felix Organ over, get him into the game. So Danny Briggs.
So he's a ball from the pavilion end. We are at 1 minute to 1, but they'll certainly get this over him. We didn't start till 2 minutes past 11 anyway. So if he got through this really quickly, they could have argued there was time for another over. So he really floats this up, and it's a full toss, clip round the corner, and there's no run. He's bowled too full a lot this season.
I mean, that should have gone into the Hollies, really.
Well, Danny Briggs has bowled more full tosses in Championship cricket this season than I think he has done in his career. Hasn't been as steady. I mean, he was brilliant last year. Had a brilliant season. That's much more like it. And forward comes Cox, and defends it up towards mid-wicket. Mosley comes into field.
T20 cricket, that is going 15 rows back into the Hollies.
Yeah, so it was a looser. That's a good ball. Up outside, off stump. To offer to turn a little bit. Actually, he has done a little bit. Does grip that a little bit more than he expected in the morning session. That's what's going on there, Danny? And again, and Cox is very watchful. That was very full, so he just kills it back down the wicket. Couple of balls left in the session, you would think, and Cox has played a good hand for his team. Had that life on 13, difficult chance with Burgess off the bowling of Miles. Could prove costly. He was on 13 at the time. This one into his pads, touches it short to Mosley at mid-wicket once more.
I think Sam Billings was chatting to Jordan Cox there just to try and slow things down slightly, just to make sure there isn't another over.
Yeah. Briggs floats it up outside off stump, forward in defence, and Billings is marching off before the umpires have any thought as to what to do. Ben will disappear, I think, to upset. Wait,
they were upset earlier.
Yeah, BBC Radio Kent. 96 for 5, 26 overs in a hot session. But Jordan Cox and Sam Billings rebuilding things for Kent. Cox on 39 and Billings on 12. After that 5-wicket salvo from Oliver Hannon Dalby in the first hour, removing Compton for 4, Bell Drummond 10, Denley naught, Leaning naught, and Crawley, who was a bit unlucky, for 17. But a stand of 53 has just got Kent back into things at the lunch interval. Warwickshire's decision to bowl first paid dividends. They'll now wait for Ollie Hannon Dalby to be the first man off the field for the Bears after that 5-wicket morning. And we will return with ball-by-ball commentary in around 40 minutes from now. I'll do an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC Commentary in Warwickshire before I entirely disappear, but commentary again from 20 to 2. Here at Edgbaston, an interesting morning session. Kent close on 96 for 5, unexpectedly put into bat by Warwickshire on such a hot day, but the Bears, well, it paid off for them in the first hour. Brilliant opening spell from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who took all 5 wickets to fall in his first 7 overs. 3 of them trapped LBW, one brilliant catch by Chris Benjamin. Jordan Cox has been bright and enterprising. He's made 39 for Kent, and a stand of 53 with skipper Sam Billings, who's been watchful for his 12, has righted the ship a bit. At lunch, Kent 96 for 5. Welcome back to Edgbaston, ready for what is going to be a long and hot afternoon session on day one of this LV County Championship match between Warwickshire and Kent. Kent taking lunch on 96 for 5. Not a position of strength, but considerably better than it might have been, given that they were 43 for 5 at the end of the opening hour, having been put into bat. Ollie Hannon-Dolby taking all 5 wickets in his opening spell. He's about to resume the attack in the afternoon session, with Craig Miles warming up to presumably bowl from the pavilion end, judging by the stretching that he's doing down in front of us. Jordan Cox had a lifeline on 13, but he's been very positive so far for his 39. He's played all of the best shots of the day, really. One straight drive off Henry Brooks just before lunch that sticks in the memory. Sam Billings has been very, very watchful and has struggled to time a ball so far, but he's had a valuable stay so far. He's on 12 off 48 deliveries. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club will be along before too long. And Ben Watts is here from BBC Radio Kent.
Afternoon. Yeah, as you say, that second hour for Kent, much more positive than the first. It was all Warwickshire. And all Oliver Hannon-Dolby, really. He's going to resume again after lunch. Sam Billings on strike, keeper up to the stumps, try and keep him in his crease, drives this one up towards mid-on. See the city of Birmingham away, over beyond the stand at the far end of the ground from where we're watching on from. How many? There's at least 5 or 6 cranes.
Oh, I haven't done my crane. I like to see that. I traditionally do a crane, Kent, and I haven't got there yet. Normally we get double figures.
Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, probably is 10, 11 actually.
See 11 actually, one over to the right as well, and one behind the floodlight.
And Dolby in and bowling, a appeal for a stumping there. Nice work from Michael Burgess behind the stumps, and I've heard a few people pose the question, you know, who's the next cab off the rank England-wise, keeper-wise, when Ben Folkes is unavailable, and obviously Sam Billings has been the reliable replacement a couple of times. But arguably, Michael Burgess could maybe should be that man on weight of runs this year.
He's had a golden season with the bat. He's looked good making them as well, to be fair.
Glove work's looking good as well. So far from what we've seen, he's stood up to pretty much everyone. Billings clipping this one out towards mid-on. Did he even stand up? I don't think he stood up to Brooks. Maybe he did a couple of balls actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he did. I think he stood up to Rhodes, he stood up a little bit to Miles. No, his glove work's really improved. Of course, he did get a left hand and not take Cox on 13, so that could prove costly today. I think the difficulty with next cab off the rank when it comes to wicket keepers, you look up and down the country and you've got your black cabs, you've got your mini cabs, and you've got your apps, and they're all available because there's loads of choices.
Here comes Hannon-Dolby. Oh, there's a shout for LBW. Looks a bit leg side. Burgess was jumping up and down. He was keen. Hannon-Dolby himself wasn't massively involved with the appeal as much as everybody else. Maybe just gave it up.
Yeah, I'd be interested if we get a replay. If not, I'll scroll back. It was not a bad shout, for sure. Billings got a little bit anchored in the crease there, and yeah, you couldn't say in all honesty that was going to clip leg stump. It could well have gone down. Your instincts were fine, but you should be standing out there. It's a bit warm out there though.
I'm doing my best from fine leg. Here comes Hannon-Dolby. In and bowling to Billings, left alone outside the off stump.
Were you going by the rich tradition of the position of the wicket-keeper's left foot at time of appeal?
Was I?
Well, I don't know. I just think there's usually an indication if his left foot has gone outside leg stump, then the ball was probably heading that way.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think I just thought it was speared in a bit. I was more going on where Billings was trying to hit the ball through mid-wicket.
Yeah, it would have been a bit across the line if it had been straighter, wouldn't it? You just try to help it on its way.
So in that sort of scenario, if it did hit the pad, it would have been, and it was very straight. Umpire would give it straight away, wouldn't he? This one's off the inside edge. Billings will get. Well, he was thinking about 2 there. I thought he was definitely going to get just 1, and then he run the first one very quickly. In the end, they stick to 1. So the first run of the afternoon session then for Kent. Billings on to 13. Jordan Cox has 39, 97 for 5. It was pointed out to me during the lunch break, because I was telling Phil about who's to come, etc. And I said, Navdeep Seni, not really seen any of him. And somebody told me Liam from Kent Cricket, he's the social media admin, amongst other titles, but that's where everyone knows Liam from.
Yeah, he's just known as admin.
He's the poor bloke that is that reads all the tagged tweets.
Yeah.
He told me Navdeep Seni averages 53.5 with the bat in ODIs, because he got a 45, which somewhat helped the average. It's a bit of an anomaly with the rest of his stats. So
what's his first class average?
A lot lower.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll get.
No, you're not suggesting he's coming in at 8 then?
No,
Okay.
but he probably won't be 11.
Craig Miles has 3 slips as he comes in to start a new over, and it's chipped towards mid-on at Will Rhodes. That's another moment of Sam Billings not quite timing a ball that probably should have been playing considerably squarer, actually.
First class average is 9.5.
Oh, okay.
So I said the 53 is an anomaly.
He's got 10-11 credentials.
He's not been signed necessarily to bat.
No. He's not going to pinch hit. Craig Miles, quite fluid start to his run-up. Comes in from the pavilion end and he's driven, and that's uppish, and it bounces short of Alex Davis. Well, Sam Billings has not located the pace of this track at all just yet. He might be wondering whether the ball stopped on him a little bit. He's doing some gardening considerably further up the wicket than where it was. Umpire Goff is warning Craig Miles he's getting very close to a no ball. And
He's
there's more gardening being done.
It's almost like his bat's too light and it's coming through too quickly on every shot. Get a heavier bat and that'll slow things down a bit.
He was fortunate that didn't carry to Davis.
He's just been doing this all game so far, really. He did a few in the first session.
This time he drives, and it's a good diving stop by Will Rhodes. He timed that very nicely. But Rhodes was quickly to his right and
That's probably his best shot.
scrambled onto it, and now has a bit of a stretch. Like he might have done himself a bit of a mischief to his side.
I don't think Billings' time's any better than that, to be honest.
No.
He had the leading edge earlier on, which ballooned over cover, out towards kind of extra cover area.
Whatever his issues with timing, etc., the most important thing is
He's not got out.
he's still there.
Yeah.
From Kent's point of view, that really is the only thing that matters. And these two have now added 54 to spark a Kent recovery. And now he's driving far better, and that probably will go for 4. Alex Davis gives chase, but he can give that up. Lovely shot through a wide mid-off, and that might just get Billings going. He's to 17, and the Kent 100 is up. 101 for 5 in the 28th over.
Yeah, much more like it. Too much width. Offered to him by Miles. Very nicely played.
Considering it's 5 wickets down and all that sort of thing, there have been some beautiful drive shots played.
Yeah, see, when it has been there to hit, Kent have put it away quite well at times. Run rate's been fine. It's just the wickets column that's the issue.
Miles full, driven again, and this time it's wide of Will Rhodes for 4 more. Billings now going through the gears suddenly. He's up to 21, 105 for 5. Craig Miles has bowled him into form here.
Yeah, and that one was pretty similar to the one that was stopped to mid-on earlier on in the over. Just got it a little bit wider to beat the man and out towards the short boundary. They're going to take a third slip out as a result. Here Warwickshire and put a man in at mid-wicket. Miles probably just guilty of... I mean, when the score is, as it has been, 40 for 5, sometimes you can be guilty as a bowler of being a bit too greedy and just going a bit full and straight. Just got to be patient.
In once more, and that goes past the outside edge. That was an absolute jaffer.
Much
to
better.
end the over. Curious over, 105 for 5. Talking of curious, the news from Taunton is that rain has stopped play between Somerset and Yorkshire. Somerset 99 for 2 after 28 overs. They haven't come back on for the afternoon session. Essex, the first team to be 6 down. They're 95 for 6 against Surrey. 3 wickets for Worrell, 2 for Roach, 1 for Overton. Nobody's got to the 30s there. So that might be sporting. It might also be hooping a little bit. Again, these sort of weather days, you never quite know.
Sorry, just their attack's just got that little bit of extra pace compared to most teams, and
And that surface has that bit of extra pace as well.
Makes a difference. Jordan Cox on strike then, as Hannon Dalby is back into the attack. Short ball pulled away, and that's going to be 4 as well. That's probably Hannon Dalby's worst ball of the day, and he's bowled 9 overs, 9.1 overs. 9 overs have been almost perfect, as I mentioned earlier on. 4 maidens, 5 for 17 until that boundary, and Cox moves to 43 from 56 balls, so actually he's scored at a good rate. 109 for 5. Very nicely played by the Kent batter, who's just gradually slid further down the order as the season has gone on. Wants to bat lower down so he can keep wicket at some stage in his career. Although, as Hannon Dalby is in again, this one defended back down the pitch. If Billings is going to be around a bit more, and although it hasn't been announced by the club, he told us last week that he's going to be here next year, i.e. he signed a new contract, then Cox's wicket-keeping opportunities might be limited.
I guess that's why Ollie Robinson's been off on loan as
Unfortunately,
well.
that is why Ollie Robinson has been linked with a move away, because personally I'm a massive fan of Ollie Robinson's wicket-keeping and batting. He's just looked effortless when he's in good form. As Hannon Dalby bowls, and it's cut away behind square for 4 more by Jordan Cox. He's a really talented boy, is Cox. 47 now from 58. Just got plenty of shots in his locker, but also can play his way through difficult situations as well, as we saw when he first came into the crease, and doing a fine job for his team at the moment. Yeah, I remember one of Ollie Robinson's early kind of championship games, getting 100 here on this ground in his sort of breakout season. I'd love Kent to find a way to get him in this team, to be honest, because he's a high quality batter, and in this format he's got a lovely temperament.
Of course, most of us want him to go and play for Sussex, so you could have the 2 Ollie Robinsons in the team for fun.
Here comes Hannon Dalby, pushed away up towards mid-on. Well, if the rumour mill is correct, Richard, that might happen anyway.
Oh, really? Is that not far from the realms of possibility?
Kent have been linked with the other Ollie Robinson. So...
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Sussex have been linked with interest with Sussex have been linked with Ollie Robinson, but Kent have been linked with the other one.
Swap deal, swap deal.
Somebody did tweet me that earlier, last week actually, saying, is this swap deal with the 2 Ollie Robinsons?
And you've got to wear the other one's squad number when you've moved. It saves on all the admin.
Oh dear, it's confusing enough as it is. This one's left alone outside the off stump. My colleague Matt Cole said, imagine that if one team did sign the other and they didn't swap, the chance of there's only 2 Ollie Robinsons.
Yeah. Well, there used to be a couple of Michael Powells on the circuit, of course.
True.
One here and one at Glamorgan.
He played for Kent.
He moved on to Kent, that's
Yeah.
right, yeah. So it does happen,
Yeah.
occasionally.
Just so happens that they're both born in Kent as well. So
Well, there's no doubt that the oddest one is the fact that there are 2 Ryan Sidebottoms. I mean, that
True.
was quite unlikely.
although do both Ollie Robinsons have the same birthday? I think.
Do they?
I might be wrong, but I'll double check.
And
that.
year, or? No,
No, not
the
year.
bowler will be older, won't he?
Yeah. Here comes Hannon Dalby again. 113 for 5, defended by Jordan Cox. But yeah, they're both born in Kent. Because Ollie Robinson, Sussex, played for Kent up until about under 15. And then or maybe even academy, and then he got released. So didn't make it. That was when he went up to Yorkshire. So Ollie Robinson, Kent, 1st of December, 93. Ollie Robinson, Sussex, 1st of December, 93. So they're
twins.
I could have sworn Ollie Robinson, the bowler, was older.
Hey, what if it was the same hospital on the same day and they were given to the wrong parents? Oh, I mean, come on. This story could get better. There's a movie in this.
No, Ollie Robinson from Kent can't be 28. He's 23, sorry.
Oh,
But it is 1st of December, yeah.
You misread it.
No,
So he's 98.
Just the Wikipedia pages have just been merged.
Oh, well, we can't rely on anything
No,
now.
you know.
Craig Miles comes in. Our world's been turned upside down in the last couple of minutes. Billings wanted a quick single that wasn't on. Miles, right-footed, kicks it through to Burgess. Didn't trouble the stumps with it. remains 113 for 5.
Yes, Oliver George Robinson, born in Sidcup, Kent, is 23. And then Oliver Edward Robinson, born in Margate, Kent, is 28. But yeah, 1st of December, same birthday, same name. Which I think has got certain press outlets into hot bother when those tweets came out after Ollie Robinson's England debut.
Oh, wrong Ollie Robinson.
Wrong Ollie Robinson was used, yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, and another leading edge from Billings, and again it evades the cover fielder. It floated past the right side of Brooks, and they come through for another run. 114 for 5. He's having a bit of a day of it, is Billings.
Well, you think about some of the top order batters from Kent that, you know, one bad shot, one leave that they should have played at, one decision, and you're off. And yet Billings has had at least 2 leading edges, a couple of uppish drives. We then thought he got going with a couple of boundaries in the previous over, but then that was the biggest one of the lot, ballooned away out of cover.
Puts Cox back on strike and a ball down the leg side that he doesn't play a shot at from Miles, who has induced both of the leading edges, one when he was bowling from the Birmingham end and now one from the Pavilion end, and has received no reward for those 2 moments.
If it was Han and Dalby bowling, it would have gone to Hand. It's just one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah.
As a bowler, you're looking at your mate who's run in and got fifer in about an hour, and then nothing's going to Hand for you.
114 for 5. Miles in his 7th over. Oh, and he's turned Cox round. It's hit him up by the hand again. They'll get a single to short third man. 115 for 5. Bit of spite about that one from Craig Miles.
Because it didn't look especially short. I don't think it spat off a length, but just maybe a little bit of extra bounce off the seam, something like that. Billings is giving the pitch a rueful prod. We were told, post-toss by the way, that Sam Billings turned round and said, "Good call, Rhodesy, I'd have done exactly the same."
He'd have had a bowl as well.
Apparently.
Okay. Combination of the humidity and the look of the surface as pushing forward in defence is Billings out into the offside and there's no run. And it certainly was very green tinged at the start of play. That green is starting to diminish, particularly at the far end. The area where Billings has just been standing, he's walking through it now. That was really quite green at the start of play, and it might be that this track gets paler as the game goes on. Still got that green hue on the bowler's follow through from the Pavilion end where Craig Miles is about to go through.
Yeah, certain patches are that bit greener.
He bowls a bouncer that's ducked under.
He was always going to go short to Billings there, wasn't
he? 30 overs gone. 115 for 5. We've got to do BBC Kent duty shortly.
I do.
So if you take half an hour now, and I'll take half an hour after, that might be
no worries.
A good solution.
Seen a bit.
Because Phil is already back from the museum, which suggests to me that they didn't have 3,000 people through today, as it was on Saturday. Was it 3,000? He said 6,000. I can't remember. They had very good footfall on T20 finals day, such that people nearly got trampled. Was the revelation earlier. So 115 for 5. Here's Ollie Hannon Dolby looking to make 5-6. Bowls to Cox, who jabs down a little bit late on that one. Defends it out into the offside. Phil's back. You right, Phil?
I'm very well indeed. Yes, very well.
How many in the museum at lunchtime?
Oh, we absolutely avalanche.
None at all.
8.
8? Considering how few people are outside today.
Yeah, we are. We did ask to come in 3 times.
Did he make a donation 3 times?
No, in fact, I wasn't even going to bother to put the donation box out today. In fact, we were going to donate to get people in.
And Dolby marches in, trying to pull there, but it wasn't quite there for the pull for Cox. So in the end, he just knocks it down into the ground towards Benjamin at square leg.
I can confirm one thing, though.
What's that?
That having walked round from this side of the ground
it's
to
hot.
the other, it is hot. That wind, we kept saying, oh, there's a nice breeze across. It's all it is. It's like a warm, desert breeze blowing in.
Yeah.
It's like off the hot sands.
It's like when you get a fan on a hot sticky night in your room and it
Just blows.
it just
hot.
circulates the warm air back towards you. Yeah.
Yeah, we had one of those, I think, last night.
Alan Dolby angles this one away from the right-hander. No shot tried by Cox, who's closing in on a half-century here, 48 not ahead.
I hate to think what was costing us in electric to keep this hot air moving round at night.
I don't have a fan in my room. I just sit there sweating. It's lovely.
Really hot last night.
I lost about 4 pounds. I wish you could sauna while you sleep like that. It's very effective. Alan Dolby, with the breeze slightly behind him, straightens up Cox a little bit, or squares him up, but he's in good position to defend it down towards point, where Briggs and Mosley converge. 2 slips and a gully in there. That breeze, as warm as it is buffeting the back of Dominic Sibley's trousers. He might have to tie up the bottoms to stop that happening the way it's going. But the Costa del Hannon Dolby is still standing upright, the umbrella.
It was over on its side when I walked round.
Right. It's been upside down. They've put extra string on it now for this session. As again, Cox is slightly turned around, but he's able to defend the ball up towards mid-off.
There's over the back. There's one of the gazebos which was used on Saturday, which obviously some store holder had got. Quite a big one, has been torn to shreds by the wind.
It's back to update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Once they've done the weather forecast, which is hot. And Dolby trudging back to his mark. His 11th over of the day. Here at Edgbaston, the heat is being felt by Warwickshire in the field. After they took 5 wickets in the first hour, Kent have rallied now. They're 115 for 5. In fact, make that 6. As Hannon Dolby has just got Cox caught behind for 48. All 6 wickets so far have fallen to Hannon Dolby. He's just broken a stand that was worth 72. Kent 115 for 6. Well, that was good timing for the radio station to be with us.
Yep.
That wicket, very, very similar to the first one of Compton, albeit that Compton's a left-hander. A ball that just got a little bit big on Cox and takes the edge high up the bat through to Burgess.
He fended away, just a little bit away from the body, and just got that. And it, again, just reaps the reward for putting that ball there or thereabouts and making the batsman have to play all the time. It really has been. I know he's had one or 2 boundaries knocked off him, but not very many, but he has bowled beautifully. Just that lovely line and putting it in the spot. He's going to trudge away now. He's got into the habit of rolling his trousers up.
He's keeping his legs cool. He's rolled his trouser legs up. What's interesting about it is it's not like he's rolling them up so that they're really thick at knee height. Because
pulling them up.
But because his thighs are so slim, he pulls them up at sort of short length and tucks them up there. So when you see him close up, it looks a little bit like he's wearing a nappy.
Do you think this is something you and I would not be able to do?
Well, you see, I'm in my 3/4 length trousers anyway today. Maybe they should have cricketers allowing 3/4 length trousers.
Yeah.
Why, did you just think they'd shrunk in the wash, or what?
To be honest, I don't normally look at your ankles.
Well, you've changed.
Yeah, true.
That was the final ball of the over, by the way. 6 for 25 now for OHD. Or as somebody responded earlier when he'd taken 5 wickets for OHD, said it's more like OMG this morning. Especially given the heat.
Well, Craig Miles will be looking to try and pick a wicket up now as new batsman Matt Henry, as in comes Miles and bowls, and Billings clips this one away beautifully. Didn't that? Between mid-wicket and mid-on and down to the fence, and just lovely timing there. Sends that one on, 119 for 6. Billings moves on to 26. That was beautifully picked up.
He's just been harsh on anything over pitch in the last couple of overs, having struggled to get going. So Yes, did you miss the amusing news from Taunton?
No.
They're off for rain at Taunton.
Oh, they.
Yeah,
Where's that come from?
exactly.
Miles again comes bounding in, bowls. This is going to be more runs turned down to Hannon Dolby's rest point down at fine leg. Has to come out from under the umbrella with his trousers up by his knees. He cuts a fine figure down there. Black socks.
That's one possible description of it.
Black socks, shorts and a sun hat, and he goes and sits down under the umbrella again.
When did Cricket? He's not sitting down. He's standing up. He's adjusting his trousers again.
Oh,
when did cricketers stop wearing white socks? By the way,
I don't know. You never allowed to when I played. It always had to be white socks and everything else white. Here's Miles comes in, bowls, and is driven nicely, and they're going to get a single this time. Henry just punching it back down very close to the stumps, just misses the what would be the right-hander's leg stump, and they scamper through for 121 for 6.
Well, the umpire and one of the fielders have seen something. They've both been pointing to it.
It's a spectator they've found.
Look, it's Derek. It's Derek who's over there. Oh, I haven't seen Derek for you. Yeah, look, Goffey, it's Derek.
I think it's gone down. The crowd in the Birmingham end has diminished from them.
Oh, it had no, the last half hour before lunch when you went wandering to the museum to do the good work in the furnace that is the museum in this weather.
It wasn't. It's lovely and cool.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Miles in, bowls into the offside, and there's no run.
We did observe that there were fewer people sitting at that end than there were at the start. However, there are more people in the Hollis stand than there were earlier, and of course the top half of that is now in shade. So look, common sense is to be in shade today. I know that people like to work on their suntan and everything, so they look like they could be made into a pair of espadrilles at 5 minutes' notice.
We've seen some low crowds at that end, but I was
would you sit out there for 7 hours?
No.
It is busy at this end.
It's Miles in. He bowls and it's left by Billings. Just leans over and watches it with the bat held right out of the way and just watches it calmly through to the keeper. No, I wouldn't. It's all that concrete. The reflected heat there must be colossal.
Mm.
But there's a nice strong breeze still blowing across the ground as Miles comes in and bowls, and Billings is clipping that one in the air and over the head of the deep mid-on, straight down to the deep square leg boundary for 6. You heard the crash probably as it crunched into the advertising boards. They picked that up beautifully off his legs, and for a moment it looked catchable.
Yeah, Danny Briggs out there.
Isn't it, down there? Yeah.
How much that cleared him by, I'm not entirely sure. There was a brief sort of stutter in Briggs in Billings' step, but he realised that there was a fielder right there. But he's now looking to accelerate. Maybe an element of counter-attack at this point, because Henry at 8 really is the beginning of a bit of a tail, who can dig in occasionally and might well do in these conditions. It's not easy for the bowlers given the heat.
Yeah, Ben was saying before lunch when we talked about that there's a bit here. Warwickshire will think now that if they were to get rid of Billings, that they really are well on their way.
And at South Africa 80 for 1 in the 15th up at Chester Street against England. Land 35 and Van der Dussen 24. Sam Curran with the only wicket to fall. I have a curious thought about that game, but anyway. First ball of a new over from Hannon Dolby. Just rushes Henry slightly, but he stabs down into the offside. Brooks does the fielding. Matthew Potts, a bit expensive, 4 overs for 33 on his ODI debut. He's had a really good summer. He's bowled really, really well in the Test matches. Talented lad. Goes to show that second division county cricket, which it is at the moment for Durham, can produce really good international bowlers. Not sure what he's doing playing in an ODI. 10 List A games in his career. And I think you've got to be really careful because you can damage a player.
Yeah, yep, I agree. I think that's a very good point.
Hannon Dolby coming in to bowl to Henry. Not much footwork there, but pushes it up towards mid-off. I give a classic example. When Jim Troughton broke through into the Warwickshire team and he was making championship hundreds, and people were saying, oh, left-hander very much in the sort of Graham Thorpe type style, in that, you know, really head over the ball, very, very still, technically very good. Had barely played any one-day cricket, and then had a one-day series for England and never got back in again.
Exactly.
It was the wrong format for him at that point in his career.
Yeah, it was. If you were going to pick Jim Troughton for anything, it would have been marking him down as perhaps a future Test player, but certainly not a one-day international player.
Back of a length, and he's going to be off a thick outside edge, getting his first boundary, Matt Henry. That'll go for 4 through the vacant third man area. But not a shot of purpose from Henry, trying to play something rather squarer.
There's a player I feel really sorry for up at Durham. You've got all these players around him, all these bowlers getting international caps. Wood, Rain, Potts, Stokes, and there's Rushworth, year after year after year, getting a sack full of wickets and not a chance.
I think his pace and the fact that he's English condition dependent has done for him, hasn't it? At the tail end of his career now, you'd have thought.
Yeah.
As Hannon Dolby is hit towards point and it bounces before it reaches Briggs. But Henry, generally a very positive player with the bat, and today he's going to be no different. A quick 30 or 40 here could be really quite significant in terms of the tone of the game. 131 for 6 Kent. As is so often the case, we won't know until deeper in the game just how damaging for them those 5 wickets in the first hour were, or whether actually they're heading towards a par score. It's just Warwickshire may have had the best of the bowling conditions for the first few days by choosing to bowl this morning. There's a bumper from Hannon Dolby. He uses those sparingly. Ducking under it is Henry, and it's through to Michael Burgess.
Yes, you don't see that ball very often from Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Certainly got the height to deliver it, hasn't he?
Oh,
but he uses it sparingly.
Yes, he's. The one thing he's not short on is the height. What is he, about 6'7",
yeah. 2 wickets in quick succession. Northampton have fallen to 83 for 4 against Lancashire. Both wickets to Will Williams in back-to-back overs. Hannon Dolby once more to Henry, wraps him on the pad, but that was aimed down the leg side, so the appeal is stifled. 131 for 6 at the end of the over, with Henry on 5 and Billings in increasingly belligerent mood on 33.
Williams is doing a good job for Lancashire. He was very impressive when he played here. He got wickets, and I think it may have been one of his first games for them. But he's doing a good pickup for Lancashire. Henry Brooks. Oh no, he's not. I was going to say yes, he is. He's coming into the attack. So Craig Miles out. Henry Brooks back in.
So admin's just been on Twitter with a survey, the Warwickshire Twitter account.
Oh yeah.
Shall we just name the Birmingham end the OHD end and not tell the chairman? The options are do it, why not the Owl end, and don't get sacked. I've given my vote. I don't mind telling you I've voted for why not the Owl end.
Here comes Henry Brooks in to his first ball, and Sam Billings leaves that outside the off stump. Billings on 33, Henry's on 5. It's 131 for 6. We're just at the beginning of the 34th over. Important innings this from the Kent captain. As Brooks turns, running away from us here at the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Billings is caught behind. He is, and Henry Brooks has got his wicket. He went for the cut, got a top edge, thin edge through to the keeper, and Kent have lost their 7th wicket, and it's the captain. Just as we were saying, it's a big innings, and it was a ball there, perhaps, which was just rising that little bit too much for for the shot. It was an ambitious shot at this stage, but he got himself in a position to play it. But the execution in the end, just surprised by the little bit of extra bounce. Big wicket for Warwickshire.
Yeah, it's a really big wicket, and he's really livid with himself, Sam Billings. That's a one-day shot. He's trying to cut off the front foot, and you know, if he rocks back into position in a more orthodox way, the red ball, then he probably is going to lash that in front of point for 4. But he's trying to cut off the front foot, and therefore everything's got a bit close to him.
Yep.
And Henry Brooks a bit unlucky with the new ball earlier to not have taken a wicket. So I'm pleased for him that he's made a breakthrough. But Billings has kind of given that away a little bit. And now we're looking at a situation where Kent are in danger of finding themselves coming out in the heat of the day to field. I mean, this is only the 34th over. They're 7 down.
Yes, this is the problem they've got now. It's those last 2 wickets. The new batsman coming out is, I think it's Milnes, isn't it, who's coming out? Yeah, it's coming out at number 9.
I mean, Warwickshire won't get carried away. Certainly Warwickshire members won't get carried away with this, because you'll recall the Hampshire game at the tail end of last season, where Hampshire were out cheaply and then Warwickshire were out just as cheaply, and
Yep.
you know, the game continued in much that vein.
And
So
we thought at that stage that might be the end of Warwickshire's hopes for the championship, because they hadn't taken advantage, having bowled them out. They were unable to take advantage of that situation. But certainly this is an important one for 2 sides, probably at the wrong end of the table. Here comes Brooks, his first ball in, and that goes past the outside edge of Milnes' bat and through to the keeper. There's no run.
equally, Kent could be forgiven for feeling that it would be great to get out there and bowl while the conditions seem helpful. And, you know, there's every reason to believe that this might become an easier surface to bat on, maybe, as the heat bakes it.
Well, I was surprised coming back up here after the morning session that it still looks very green at this, particularly at this pavilion end. This is full. This is played away to cover point, and there's no run. So just run away into the offside by Matt Milnes. Although it's been exposed, it hasn't sort of started to go really straw colour. So there's going to be a bit in it for the Kent bowlers for sure when they get a chance to reply. As Brooks in bowls, is pushing forward to that, the ball just goes through and to the keeper. He's pushed down the wrong line completely, the ball just going, carrying on perfectly. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. Didn't play out the ball, but just going through with the defensive shot. $131 for 7. A couple of wickets since lunch. Both of the batsmen, the not-out batsmen, have gone. Cox and Billings. End of a good over there from Henry Brooks, coming back into the attack, getting his first wicket, and the 7th Kent wicket to go.
Yeah, much more like it from Brooks there. That was a very consistent over, but I do think he was unlucky with the new ball. He's getting another opportunity. Nathan McAndrew unwell this week, so Brooks and Miles find themselves in the team. Next week they go to the Oval, where they might find a surface that's quick. I mean, we've got a lot of runs scored there this year, albeit Essex have struggled today. Up against a very good Surrey bowling attack. In fact, just a very good Surrey team.
Yeah,
So that's going to be a tricky week.
they've got strength in depth, haven't they? There, they've got players away on international duty, both for the Test team and the one-day side. But they've got plenty of very useful players to drop into fill the spaces.
Well, Hannah Dolby is not going to get a 10 for now, that's guaranteed. Comes into bowl to Henry, and that one just moves off the seam and gets further away, and Henry plays inside the line of it, and he signifies to Milnes, oh, that's moved, doesn't it? Milnes leans on his bat and nods. again, if Kent get bowled out in this session, they will hope that there's still this sort of movement for them later on, because they will believe that they can respond in kind with the ball, with Matt Henry now available and Navdeep Seni as well. Could be a potent new ball attack, as this is lifted by Henry in between extra cover and mid-off. Rhodes is going to try and chase it, but he's got just enough on it. 4 more for Henry. His second boundary, he goes to 9, 135 for 7.
This outfield looks very green when you land. All the grounds at this time of year are baked that straw colour, but this is very green, with been watered for all the international games and the T20 finals day, but still lightning fast. Once the ball's sort of gone past a fielder, it races away. So it's rock hard underneath.
And it'll be again, short ball, he's got underneath this one now. Can Henry Brooks get round to it? No, it's gone far enough, he's cleared it. It's gone for 6. And Henry taking on the short ball. Gets full value for that. Brooks took a while to locate it, but I don't think it would have made an enormous amount of difference.
That's a big hit, that, from Henry, pulling it down behind deep backward square leg. It helped it on its way, but it's a long boundary he's cleared there for 6.
So looking around to see who's off the field at the moment. Sam Hain, I think it is, who's off the field at the moment. Because is it Shay Simmons, the 12th man, who's back on? I think it was him earlier.
Number 99.
And he's going to go back to deep backward square leg, so they might use the short ball again against Matt Henry, which England did to some effect. It's not so much the natural weapon of Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Certainly Henry dealt with that last ball rather effectively, as he awaits once more. And Hannon-Dolby, when he makes room for himself this time and guides it down towards third man, the man on the point boundary, Danny Briggs, is able to come across and keep it down to a single. Expensive over this for Hannon-Dolby. 11 runs have come from it, but now he gets Milnes on strike potentially for the last 2 balls, so the field will come in a bit more. They know that Henry will be aggressive. Milnes may come in and be a little bit more watchful in support of the New Zealander. .142 for 7. Hannon-Dolby chases in once more and goes down the leg side, appealed for a catch there, but I think it might have clipped a bit of the leg of Milnes on the way through. There was noise that suggested some contact, but I don't think it had anything to do with the bat. Hannon-Dolby and Burgess were briefly interested. Ian Blackwell not so much.
No, I think they were going to get him on that one.
You're right, only taken 6 wickets with some good deliveries to get one with a bad ball. But he nearly did. Send a couple of fielders deep, because I think they'd be happy enough for Milnes to pinch the strike here. Final ball of the over from Hannon-Dolby. Oh, and trying to drive the ball, almost got caught under his bat there. Inside edge onto his pads. Out into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. 142 for 7, Kent. They've already added 46 runs since the lunch interval in just 9 overs, but they have in that time lost Cox for 48 and Billings for 33.
Yeah, so Warwickshire got rid of the 2 batsmen they needed to get Arthur. So they've got to make sure now that Matt Henry doesn't get away now for a bit. He's going to obviously play some shots. We've seen that. Can quickly get the ball rattling upwards. They don't want to be, from Warwick's point of view, they want to try and, if they can, get Kent out for something under 200. From Kent's point of view, Matt Henry opening and chancing his arm is a good thing, as he can get this board ticking over, because the upper order really not got to terms with it. Brooks comes in, starting new over. This is flipped away nicely off his legs for a single. Right, Mills So 143 for 7.
It's a bit rushed, wasn't it? It was. He did well to get anything on that.
Yeah, in the end, it actually wasn't a bad shot. It was because it really, it probably wasn't the shot you'd have expected for a ball which was as full as that into his pads. Here comes Brooks again. In and balls down the leg side and wide down the leg side. That's and clipped helped on its way. So 4 runs off the bat. I thought initially that had been off the pad, but
no, it sounded like a batty noise, didn't it? And Burgess came quite close to getting his left mitt on that.
we had one of those earlier in the day where he got a flying hand to one, but this time Milnes gets the bat onto it. He goes on his way now with that, his opening scoring shot. He's on to 447 for 7. In the end, it was well wide of the diving Burgess.
Should be at the peak temperature of the day in this hour, the next hour. BBC app suggests 37 degrees these couple of hours, then it'll start to diminish. We won't get finished much before 7 when it should still be around 30 degrees.
Here's Brooks, he's in and bowls, and forward comes Milnes, runs it away to cover point. Davis does the fielding, and there's no run. Dolby still underneath his little shelter down there at with fine leg.
With his cold towel scarf.
Which is... Yes, it was all laid down flat and strapped down when I walked round. Whether the breeze had knocked it down. This next one is Milnes pushing forward to it and the ball going through outside the off stump and through to the keeper. And there's no run. 147 for 7.
No Centurions yet today. Hasib Hamidi's 85 not out for Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire. Notts 158 for 1. You could have assumed it's going to be a day for high scores, but not necessarily the case. Felix Organ got to 50 fairly quickly, but he's slowed down now. 56 not out for Hampshire, 121 for 1 against Gloucestershire.
That's the match at Cheltenham, isn't it?
Yeah.
This one is a bit of a swipe at that one from Milnes. He was ball which was full outside the off stump, and he went after it, but it was moving away from him, and there was a flourish of the bat at it, but in the end, not near it and through to the keeper.
Well, Milnes looks like he wants to bat the same way as Henry. They're both going to be positive here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be prodding and pushing. I think they're going to try and get bat on ball and get that board ticking along. Probably the right tactic, actually. Brooks in. This one, Milnes covers up, runs back down the wicket. End of another over as Will Rhodes does the fielding. 147 for 7.
Is Hannon Dolby done for now? Looks like Danny Briggs might be coming on. So Hannon Dolby with 6 for 40 is going to make way. Sam Hain is returning all kitted up to field at short leg, so this was clearly part of a plan. And Hannon Dolby will come off for another change of shirt. He'll be hoping the first one's come out the tumble dryer.
Do you think he's only got 2?
Just today he's only brought 2. He didn't realise it was going to be this warm.
Didn't think he'd be bowling today.
Gets a round of applause as he comes off.
He's made the Birmingham end even fewer people there now.
Well, I think they're still there. They're just slightly smaller because they've melted.
They've melted.
Because still, I would say more than 50% of the people at that end of the ground are topless. They are shirtless. Shirtless sounds strange because, you know, most of them been wearing t-shirts or polos earlier on, weren't they? Sam Hain, having come out with all the padding on and the helmet, is now going to be asked to field at point. So I'm going to say that he's feeling a little bit second-hand about that news. Because what you don't want is unnecessary clothing today.
Well, you've got one man now walking around with the pads. We've got Oliver Hannon Dolby with his trousers up by his knees to keep his legs cool.
And the first ball from Briggs, down the wicket comes Henry, hits him straight back over his head for 4. And the 150 is up for Kent, 151 for 7.
That was a good shot. Danny Briggs not allowed to settle at all. First delivery, bang. And hit it cleanly. And Henry moves to 21. Useful runs, these.
Ball search is on. The ball search, I think, is successful.
It's the sort of day you really don't want to be going searching for a ball under the tarpaulin and perhaps the old sites, the covers around there.
Tail end runs are going to be all the more galling as well today, because you don't want to be out in the field any longer than you have to be.
No, you can see the finishing line in sight. You don't. Oh, although they're now looking.
But it might be
the
the first ball change. It may have been a little bit damaged by something that was up that end, because when it was picked up and stared at by the fielder. It was like as if to say, "Oh, it was Alex Davies who was up there." And Ian Blackwell and Michael Goff are now contemplating it, and they're going to change it.
Change it.
I think the point now, we've reached that point this season where everybody knows that the balls have not been great. So the default setting now is, yeah, we're going to change it. Look at it, whether the seam's coming away or whether the leather's coming unpicked. There's been all sorts of problems with these balls this season.
What is there? I have not really found. I've heard the question asked a few times. I've never had a satisfactory answer. Presumably there's some comeback on the company making these balls.
Oh, not Dukes, yeah. No, I think it's fair to say that they've been advised that things haven't been terribly satisfactory.
But how much? I haven't bought a cricket ball from a donkey's year, so I don't know what the cricket ball costs. Well, they can't be cheap.
Yeah, although the cost, I dare say, is offset when you're playing county cricket.
Oh yeah, obviously, but you know, even so, there's a sizable cost.
I mean, the talk is that they've had problems with what staff had been furloughed and getting them back in, and all sorts of issues. That the best makers of balls, some of them didn't return to work. As Briggs understandably drops this next ball a little bit shorter once we return to action. And by next ball, it wasn't just the delivery that followed the previous one, it is the ball that followed the previous one. Now that it's been replaced with one that again would be 30 odd overs old. Onto the pads of Henry, flicks it towards mid-wicket, can't beat the infield. Chris Benjamin does the fielding.
There was something about the quality of the cowhide as well, wasn't there?
The cows haven't been so good since they were
no,
furloughed
they're
as well.
furloughed, I think,
Yeah.
but they
Drake drops this one short, the miscue into the leg side, and for a while Benjamin thought it might be coming his way, but it clears him and they come through for a single. Henry to 22. He's not going to die wandering out here at all. He knows that his best way of playing is to try and score quick runs, and he's been very effective so far. And now Sam Hain does get to wear the lid. Comes into short leg for Milnes. 4 balls into Danny Briggs' second over. Bowled a maiden before lunch. They did have the obligatory over of spin before lunch. But now it's out of choice, really. And he's going to appeal for LBW, and he strangles it because I think there may have been an inside edge on that also.
good long way forward.
It wouldn't have hit leg stump. Well, it wouldn't have hit either of the other two either. for that matter.
Otherwise, it was a really good
The
shot.
one it would have been closest to would have been leg stump. And he's in to complete the over, and forward in defence is Milnes. End of the over. Milnes 4, Henry 22. These two have added 21 for the 8th wicket since the fall of Sam Billings. Kent are 152 for 7. Still, and this is the bit that's slightly alarming. Still 59 overs left today, and we're at 25 to 3. Some matches are finishing today at 4:30.
Yes, it promises to be a long old day, doesn't it?
That's why you don't want to be in the field any longer than you have to. There's going to be a pitch inspection at Taunton at 2:45. Actually, in the heat of the day yesterday, my daughter was sent home early from school, and we got a paddling pool out. Not that she's so young that you'd expect to have a paddling pool, but it's one of these nice ones you can sit in and read. And she went out about 20 to 3, and it started raining. Unbelievably.
Goodness me. Brooks in. This is picked up beautifully, cleanly hit by Henry, straight over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. What a pick-up that was. It sailed away. There's a man out there now. Going to have to go up into the stands to fetch that out. It's gone halfway up the Hollies stand. So Ben will be rejoining us. But do you want me to move over, or is Ben going to go? Ben's going to go into this side. That was a lovely clean pick up and strike there from Matt Henry. Sorry, Ben's not quite plugged in. Had you got in the room in time to see that one? As he goes for the next one, this wasn't quite so clean or quite so well executed, and through to the keeper. And there's no run.
I luckily delayed my visit from one room to the next and did see it.
It's a good, beautiful pick-up.
I was about to exit the room and then was like, oh, actually Henry's on strike. I'll wait 1 minute. And yeah, short boundary, yes, but
even so, it went halfway up the Hollies.
I mean, this is what Matt Henry can do with the bat, and
it's Brooks into him again. He bowls. Henry has cleaned that one away, and that has gone again into the Hollies stand to not quite so far in, but over the sort of. In the end, I'm not going to call it cow corner because it wasn't that sort of shot, but it that sort of position. Deep mid-wicket, how about that?
He's making a bit of a mockery of the
Yes.
Kent top order that all tried and failed and were 43 for 5 at one point. But yeah, the short ball that he hit for 6 off Hannon Dolby after pumping him over extra cover, that was a classic Matt Henry shot. Just give himself a bit of room, go up and over cover. And then Briggs' first ball, smashing him back over his head, now eyeing up that short boundary.
Got this next one which he cracks away to cover point and refuses the single.
It's a funny old game this so far, isn't it? 43 for 5, then that partnership between Cox and Billings. Hannon Dolby comes back on and gets Cox out. Billings we thought had just got going, then chases a short wide delivery that he should have put away for 4 and managed to nick it behind. And now Matt Henry's doing this. 34 off 20 balls.
And it's taken the score up to 164 for 7 as Brooks is in again, short, and this one he goes again, looks to pull it away to mid-wicket, but gets nothing on it. It goes through to Burgess. Warwickshire taken out everybody, just one slip in place now. So for all the top order batsmen we had 4 slips, we get, there's numbers 8 and 9 together, and we've got 1 slip, and then the rest of the field around the pretty much situated around the leg side boundary and deep on the offside rather. Here comes Brooks in, bowls. Henry drives hard high, but in the end quite safe because it runs out to Craig Miles, who's at a deepish mid-off. He does the fielding and then jogs up to as if he's going to bowl from the Birmingham end. It was Danny Briggs, but whether Craig Miles is going to come immediately into the attack.
I think he might be fielding at mid-off up the other end as well.
He's purposefully he looked to me at one stage so he was going to grab the ball and have a bowl, but he's handed it to Danny Briggs.
Apparently Matt Henry's career strike rate in red ball cricket is 176.
Is it?
Which is pretty impressive. Hit the most 6s for Kent in 2018 when he was with the side last time, and Kent got promoted out of Division 2 of the Championship. Everyone remembers him for his wickets, but as Briggs bowls to Milnes, drives gently into the onside. He did have a lower order cameo in the locker, and we've seen it a few times in a New Zealand shirt actually as well. What he can do. As Briggs bowls to Matt Milnes, he defends out towards extra cover. Far more likely to get the opposite from Matt Milnes. He's almost the perfect man to stick in as a night watchman.
Yeah.
He's got a good technique. Just skipping down the pitch there, but nudging it out towards mid-on. Told he works hard on his batting, spends a lot of time in the nets.
Well, he's got the opportunity to have plenty of time in the middle. There's loads of overs left in the day.
Briggs in, trying to cut this away. Milnes playing and missing the the issue for him in terms of the opportunity may be running out of partners, because Henry looks like he's around for a good time rather than a long one.
Yeah, yeah.
And then not sure how long 10 and 11 will stick around with Milnes as he nudges this away into the onside. He might be forced to open up and play the Matt Henry hand almost.
Yes, you do think that Henry isn't. He may well carry on for some time, but he's going to give the bowlers a chance, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. This one's driven back towards Danny Briggs. Maiden over, pretty swift one at that. 164 for 7 here on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sports Online and via the live stream. You're listening to Ben Watson, Phil Britt. We've got Richard Wilford with us here as well today. Just taking a breather. And yeah, those 6 Oliver Hannon Dalby wickets, plus the wicket of Billings for 33 from Henry Brooks. And as a result, 164 for 7 on the board. I just saw over 8 -1.
Well, we do seem to be taking a long time on these.
I'm surprised it's not more, in fairness, but
Yeah.
I think a lot of allowance has been taken for the fact that 7 wickets were lost, and then there was that injury to Jordan Cox at one point.
Brooks starts a new over. This one is clipped away into the offside and out. Caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and the little cameo from Henry has come to an end. The 8th Kent wicket falls, 164 for 7. Brooks picks up his 2nd wicket. It was something which was always likely to happen there, I think. Ben, we were talking about it. He was going to go, he could have made 60, 70, but it was always going to give that bowler a chance, and that is the end of that one. So 164 for 8.
Yeah, I think we were expecting that it wasn't going to necessarily last. I think he'll maybe be disappointed the manner in which it has ended. It was a bit of a nothing kind of clip into the leg side. He hasn't really gone wholeheartedly at it. Credit to the bowler. I think he's tucked him up a little bit with that delivery. Had to almost go a little bit T20 mode, Henry Brooks, to stop Henry from coming at him and depositing him for more 6s into the hollies, the short boundary away to the leg side.
So 34 very useful runs though from New Zealand, and just adds though a little bit more to Kent's woes. Till Warwickshire have had a bat, we won't know just how good this score is.
I mean, if this is a good score, it's going to be a very short game.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I suspect that it won't be a great score, but there's no reason why Kent's bowlers can't also have a bit of joy on this wicket with the new ball, you would say.
So the new batsman, he's up the order. So we haven't got Quinn.
I don't think there was any danger really
Matthew
of Quinn batting
promoted.
at 10.
Sani is in. The first ball goes right through. Now, how is it, Saini or Sani?
Seni.
Seni.
Yeah.
Seni. Is this his first match for Kent?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Kent debut.
Now deep Seni. Brooks on his way to him as he waits. The right-hander is in, and this one is turned square on the onside, but they won't get a run.
Apparently Matt Henry's career average strike rate is 76, not 176.
Oh, right.
Alex Ode was making mischief when he messaged me. Well, I had a couple of guys message me. One said 76. Somebody said, "Are you sure it's not 176?" I thought they'd missed off the 1 on the end, but no, that was the joke. So yeah, cheers lads. Fake news about the 176. But certainly entertaining nonetheless when Matt Henry has a bat.
It wasn't far off that today, though. This one is caught at slip, and the 2nd wicket in the over. So Senning doesn't stay very long. He'd almost looked like he was trying to take the bat out of the way of that one, a ball which was rising, and he flicked that, and it flies to second slip. And Warwickshire have got their 9th wicket. They've now got maximum bowling points. Kent still 36 runs away from a batting point, with Matthew Quinn still to come. So 164 for 9. That was a bit tame, wasn't it, that wicket? But
yeah, it was a little bit. I think you're right. He was trying to leave it.
He's not here for his batting, is he?
No, he was trying to leave it, really.
Yeah.
He was going on the back foot, didn't get the hands out the way, didn't make the decision, and ended up angling it to second slip. So, yeah, fair play to Brooks.
Well, suddenly it's all turned. This spell, he's only in the sun over this spell. And suddenly, having started it with no wickets, he's now got 3 to his name. So he'll be feeling one whole heap better. 3 for 55.
Yeah, 3 for a few. He's been the most expensive of the bowlers, hasn't he? But
yeah. Well, that little... Henry took a bit of a liking to him, didn't he? And putting him into the Hollies a couple of times. He has a couple of deliveries left in the over, and the new batsman who's coming out.
yeah, now Matt Quinn's come out, I think Matt Milnes will have to open up a bit more. Doesn't tend to, well, I say he doesn't tend to stick around for long, Matt Quinn, but he did on
64 he's got on his back, Matt Quinn. It's a strange number, isn't it? Any reason?
I don't really know. It's probably
It
not.
certainly isn't the year he was born.
No, I don't think it's his top score either. Because you know they do the graphics for social media. He turned around to the Kent team on media day and said, "Don't worry about the 51. Full delivery has a big swing in it." Yeah, he dug in with Sam Billings as they were playing out for the draw in the second innings against Northants. I think batted for like 34 minutes actually, which is potentially the longest he's ever spent at the crease in a Kent shirt.
He didn't play many of those last shots, that first ball shot then obviously.
No, no.
Goes after that one.
He got 19 not out at Northants earlier on in the season, and he hit a 6. And
Well, this is why I'd put him at the batting order, you see, on my scorecard.
he could outscore Senny quite.
Brooks in again. This one is going to bring him runs off a thick
He is
outside
going to
edge.
outscore Senny.
Down to third man in place. He does the fielding. Brooks gets a pat on the back from his captain, or he gets a few words of praise from his captain as he ran past. And the crowd, such as it is today, and it's not a big crowd, it has to be said, smattering of applause. 165 for 9. Quinn keeps the strike. He's on 1. Matt Milnes on 4. And that's what's left of the Kent innings.
I don't think there'll be much of it, potentially. Matt Milnes will maybe feel like he's just got to go up a couple of gears. He was quite happy to sit in and play the understudy role to Matt Henry previously. Now Quinn's come in. Does he bat like he did last week? No, he takes a skip down the pitch and drives up towards mid-off and is caught. Drops his bat in frustration at himself. Kent have been bowled out for 165. Pretty miserable effort, all in all, having been 43 for 5. Billings with 33, Cox with 48, and that cameo 34 from Matt Henry. The knocks of note, Zach Crawley a bit unfortunate, having looked pretty good at the top of the order with his dismissal, but overall a very disappointing effort from Kent's point of view. Having been asked to bat first, they'd have been thinking, if we can make Warwickshire keep them out there for as long as possible, make them toil in the sunshine, this could be an uncomfortable way for the game to start and a potentially good toss to lose. But Hannon Dorby helped make good use of the greenness in the wicket. 6 wickets for 40 runs he finishes with.
Yeah, and well, we said this morning, didn't we? Warwickshire won the toss, decided to bowl. We looked, all three of us looked at one another and said, "What are they doing?" Well, I think they were right, we were wrong. It was clear as that, and you could start to see it really from very first over when Compton was caught, edged through to Burgess off Hannon Dolby. And Ben Compton has been in such phenomenal form this year. He was out for 4. And that just triggered, is there something? And then that clatter of wickets which followed. Bell Drummond was followed. He was out LBW. That was 28 for 2. Then Joe Denley went without scoring. He was caught by brilliant catch by Benjamin at slip. That was 28 for 3. And then when Leaning went LBW to Hannon Dolby, and Hannon Dolby had taken all these wickets, 32 for 4, and the 5th wicket falling when Crawley padded up and judged LBW not playing a shot. Perhaps probably a little bit of a rough deal, I think, on that one, to be honest. I don't think it would have, personally, I don't think it would have hit the stumps. But
Not for me either.
That left it 43 for 5, at which point it was Hannon Dolby who had taken all 5 wickets. That brought Cox and Jordan Cox and Sam Billings together, and they saw it through to lunch, steadied the ship. And whilst it wasn't easy batting, Ben, I thought that they looked as though they were not in huge trouble out there in that hour before lunch.
Yeah. No, I mean, they managed to negotiate that period pretty well, didn't they? We saw a couple of slightly uppish strokes from Billings, couldn't quite get his timing. But Cox played pretty well out there, and then, yeah, to lose Cox straight away after lunch to Hannon Dolby.
That was Hannon Dolby's 6th wicket then, edging through to Burgess. It still left Sam Billings there, and you felt while Sam Billings was there, even though the tail might be slightly long, if he could marshal it and keep scoring, then they might be able to rescue something from it. But once he'd gone, again, trying to cut a ball, which he wasn't in position to cut it. He got himself in the wrong position. A ball which came up on him a bit higher than he'd expected, and he feathered one through to Burgess. He went for 34, and then for 33, and then despite Henry's rapid 34 off 20 balls, it all then fell away quite tamely once Henry had gone. Brooks picked up 3 wickets, and Briggs picking up the last one with a good low catch by Craig Miles. And with the 14 extras, Kent managed to muster 165. And yes, it's not been a great day for either, heat-wise, for either the batsmen or the bowlers today. But you've got to say, even by that standard, I think that's a pretty poor total, 165.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I think some of the decisions, some of the strokes were poor decisions, poor shot selection. Denley's drive in that situation didn't need to do it. Bell Drummond leaving that delivery that was on the stumps. Crawley got a tough decision, as we mentioned, but Billings getting out, chasing that wide one. I think his reaction said it all, didn't he? As he sort of went down on his haunches and couldn't believe he'd nicked that ball behind. Good cameo from Henry. Jordan Cox just maybe would have Kent needed him to go on and get 60, 70, if not 100, and he was the one that probably looked the most comfortable out there. And then Henry, excellent little work from him. But yeah, I mean, Kent have got to come out now and show with the ball that there is something in this pitch for the bowlers. And albeit that Hannon Dolby was the chief tormentor, if you like, Senny and Henry are quicker than Hannon Dolby is.
Yeah.
Henry, I guess, would be the one that you would say will to pitch it up and move it a bit, in comparison to Hannon Dolby, who's obviously got that height and manages to get that nip. So yeah, Milnes and Quinn obviously the other options with the ball. So Kent have got 4 frontline seamers, 2 overseas fast bowlers. They really need them to hit ground running if they are to fight back and respond with what Warwickshire have managed to do to them.
Well, the overs left in the day, we should, by the close of play tonight, get a pretty good feel as to exactly how good the Kent innings was. Warwickshire will either be up there if the Kent bowlers, and I would say the Kent bowling attack is more experienced probably than the Warwickshire bowling attack. You've got international bowlers in there. Warwickshire.
Yeah, I say other than Hannah Dolby, to be fair.
Yeah, Hannah Dolby bowled brilliantly today, but we will see whether it was. There looks as though there's still something in this wicket for the bowler as well, and Kent will be hoping that they can exploit it. But this game, whichever way it goes, has really moved on at a real pace, losing 10 wickets. And as far as Edgbaston's concerned, it's almost like uncharted territory this year. We weren't getting 10 wickets in 2 days earlier in the season.
Yeah, I mean, Nikki Chowdhury is due to be with us stage 3 and 4. Might not need to bother the way things are going. I don't think I'm going to be in my hotel come Friday, so yeah, it could be a quick game the way things are going. Obviously, the heavy roller is currently being taken up and down the surface.
And there is rain forecast, remember, so don't book out of that hotel. I'm going to move over and let Richard come in. We'll be interested to see how this goes when Kent start.
Yeah, well, we'll just take a couple of minutes, but the players will be back out there in a moment, ready to get things going in the second innings. Kent's bowlers just warming up beneath us, so yeah, we'll be back in a couple of minutes to take you through the Warwickshire first innings. Kent 165 all out.
So the players going out for the Warwickshire reply to the Kent first innings of 165, and whatever else happens, and even if it proves that the conditions are difficult for Warwickshire as well, Will Rhodes' decision to win the toss proved well-founded. And the fact that we heard earlier that Sam Billings thought it was the right decision as well, very interesting. It's now an opportunity for the Bears to reply. You know, they potentially will face more overs today than Kent did, because we are relatively short distance through the day, considering we're at 3 o'clock. Perhaps a blessing that it's not a case of both teams having to bat for or neither team having to field for an entire 96 overs today. Good to see Henry Brooks getting some reward in the tail end of that innings with his 3 for 56. So it'll be Alex Davis and Dominic Sibley to take up the cudgel for the Bears, and to lead the bowling attack it will be the very fine Kiwi Matt Henry, back at a county that he's served exceptionally well over the years. There's Navdeep Seni as well to bowl from the other end. It could be a very interesting opening here, and the first ball to Alex Davis is already a little bit of a tester as he moves across and just gets above the bounce of the ball and turns it into the offside. And there's no run. 3 slips and a gully in place, a backward point as well, and half a dozen proper sunny floppy sun hats out there, as fits today. Don't see batsmen playing them anymore, that's for sure. Shorter ball again, up onto his toes is Alex Davis, and steers it down towards the point area. Bell Drummond coming in to do the fielding. Dominic Sibley whirling his arms at the far end. Ben will be back after BBC Radio Kent have had their 3 o'clock update. As in comes Henry once more, and playing and missing is Davis. It goes past the outside edge through to the wicket keeper. And there's a little bit of help, as you might imagine, as there has been for the better seamers all day. Only Hannon Dolby certainly just got that little bit of nip. Doesn't take a lot of movement, but a little bit goes a long way on a surface like this in these heavy weathered conditions. Henry back of a length outside off stump, fumbled by Billings, but captured at second slip. Let that one slip through his hands. Do an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR very, very shortly. As Henry comes back into bowl to Davis, and that one goes past the top of the bat. Beautiful line and length from Matt Henry. Taken chin height by Sam Billings. And Edgbaston, Warwickshire are already batting on the first day of their game against Kent, having dismissed their visitors for 165, the first 6 wickets to Ollie Hannon Dolby. Then Henry Brooks with a nice spell to tidy up the tail, getting Billings, Henry and Sonny before Quinn was the last man out, caught at mid-off off the bowling of Danny Briggs. There is help for the seamers, a lively surface, and with the overhead conditions as well, there's a bit of movement. So Warwickshire replying to 165 all out are naught without loss. And it was a maiden over from Henry. That the final ball just stabbed into the leg side by Alex Davis for no run. And it's going to be Matt Quinn who will take up the bowling from the pavilion end. So Seti is being saved to be one of the change bowlers. It's going to be a fairly even split between overs ahead of the tea interval and afterwards, 21-32. So it's not too bad. No one very long session, which was the prospect that the Bears were facing, having been quite a distance behind the over rate in the opening session. Quinn is going to be given, well, effectively 4 slips, because Gully is pretty much in a position where a 5th slip would be. Just dries his hand off on the turf a couple of times. There's Quinn. And then just as he was eventually about to start his run-up, Sibley backs away and has another look at the field to make sure who's where. And Quinn bustles in, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Sibley, who's well forward to show the full face of the bat, and defends it back up the track into his follow-through. As we're in the spell, we're just waiting for Ben to come back from BBC Radio Kent as he updates listeners down on the south coast, run through some other scores in Division 1. Also in the One Day International, South Africa 146 for 2. Moeen Ali, who comes back to play for Warwickshire next year, has got rid of Janneman Milan for 57. Rassie van der Dussen still there on 62. 27th over, 147 for 2. Sibley watches a full ball outside off stump go through to the wicket keeper. Hampshire 125 for 1 against Gloucestershire. They've slowed up since lunch. Morgan's still there on 57, Gubbins on 7. They've added 9 in 8 overs, so that really has slowed up. Gloucestershire keeping a lid on it. They're only playing till 4:30 in that game, so it won't have advanced too far. Northants and Lancashire, therefore, because they're also finishing at 4:30, are at tea. And Northants 134 for 5. Washington Sundar's got his second wicket. Rickleton out for 22. Quinn bowls straight on off stump. Defended again a full face of the bat. And there's no run. Essex 147 for 6 against Surrey. 3 wickets there for Daniel Worrell. Bit of a rebuild. Adam Rossington on 35 and Simon Harmer 26. 2 wickets as well for Kimar Roach. And in Division 2, Nottinghamshire 215 for 1 against Derbyshire. And the race for 100 is between Hasib Hamid, who's on 95, and Ben Duckett 96. They've added 169. One more score to get to in a moment, but first here's Milnes to Sibley, reaching outside off stump for a drive, gets nothing on it, goes through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Sussex 142 for 2 against Middlesex. Sussex the only other side, apart from Kent, to be inserted today on the toss. Allsop 58 and Pujara 23, and the 4 seamers who've done the bulk of the work will be very much ruining the decision that was made at the toss this morning. And some questions will be asked of Tim Murter a little bit later, but as a bowler himself, he has to take that on the chin, doesn't he? It's actually Milnes who's taken the new ball. I've been calling him Quinn in the early part of the over, but it's been Milnes all along. He comes in, it's left alone by Sibley, outside off stump. Getting my numbers mixed up now. Happily, Ben's here to correct me now, so he'll be on it now. But good length and line so far from Kent. Got to make the most of this new ball.
Yeah, interesting that it's Milnes as opposed to Senny. Not chucking the new overseas, the new ball.
Certainly nice options to have, and they haven't had that necessarily all season, to say the least, Kent. Neither of these teams have had a lot of options in the bowling department. Down the leg side, there are a couple of people in the slips who are interested in that, but Sibley not strangled. No runs in the first 2 overs, but there's a lot of cricket left in this game. Warwickshire 0 without loss, replying to 165 all out.
There's a lot of cricket left in the sense that there's 3 innings. How long it will take, we'll wait to see. If anything's to go by, Kent 40 overs, scoring over 4 and over. So run rate wasn't a problem, it was the wickets falling, courtesy of Hannon Dalby.
Last time I saw these two play in the Championship was at Tunbridge Wells. And if you recall, there were 20 wickets on the first day.
And they just got flat, didn't
And
they?
the match wasn't won until the final session.
Yeah.
And I mean, Warwickshire were chasing way over 400 and gave it a fair go to win that game.
Yeah. Bell got 100 second innings, did he? It's Henry bowls and driven away for 4 by Alex Davis. And that's the benefit of having that short boundary on that side, although probably would have gone for 4 to the longer boundary as well. Henry over pitching net. And the opener cashing in with a nice cover drive. Walker man to bowl to Alex Davis. He's obviously shorter in stature, so you do want to pitch it up slightly more, but that's where you can over pitch in that instance. That's a decent delivery. Replying there, Henry, which has been pushed out towards extra cover. Kent have got 3 slips in a gully out there. Cox, Crawley and Jack Leaning. A fair few are going for the wide brimmed floppy hats rather than the normal blue baggies. It might be Compton at the gully as well. Beau Drummond at point. Senny out there at mid-wicket as Henry bowls. This is angled down into the gully where Compton does the fielding. So it must be Denley at cover, Quinn at mid-on. Matt Milnes down at fine leg at the moment. Davis going to give the pitch a little prod.
Sam Billings isn't looking where he is, where it's the person he's talking to, and shouts, "Matt, you take next over." That's complicated, isn't it? You've got 3 seamers called Matt. Matt, next over. Sorry, I just want to throw that there.
No, you do have 3 seamers called Matt in the team.
Yeah.
Henry, Milnes, Quinn. He just thought he'd go nicknames or surnames. This one's nudged down towards Matt Milnes. Takes a single. moves to 5. 5 without loss, Warwickshire, in reply to Kent's 165.
There need to be good nicknames, though, because it's going to be disappointing. It's going to be like Quinny, isn't it? It's going to be Quinny.
It's definitely Quinny.
Milnesy.
Milnesy, yeah.
And Matt Henry, I don't know, Kiwi.
I think it might be Mad Dog as well for Milnes.
Okay.
Matt Henry.
So you'd shorten it. So it's a dog, go a bit squarer, dog. That's what you could do. And the question as well is, will the long leg use the OHD pavilion and take shade under the umbrella?
Henry bowls. Oh, that was a full delivery to Sibley, which he manages to just about squirt out into the offside for a single. That's a... For those that can't see it, it literally is just an umbrella that's been tied down as well into the ground like a tent.
How dare you call it just an umbrella?
I mean, it is just an umbrella.
It's not. It's a magnificent sun shield. There's a chair. There was a chilled towel underneath there. There's been all sorts.
Henry in again. Defended away by Alex Davis. Into the covers. 6 without loss at the end of the over. I must admit, it took me a moment to locate what you were talking about, because it's the brightly coloured Dynamos cricket hoarding behind it was distracting me from the luscious blue of the umbrella.
Yeah, it's still down there. They've managed to now secure it with tent pegs. So they've had to learn the hard way that if you don't, it will disappear periodically. Fell onto the pitch at one point, which was not ideal. But now it's pretty safely tied back. As Matt Milnes will continue. He was the man left stranded with the bat. That's how he'll see it anyway. Falls outside off stump, left alone by Sibley. And it remains 6 without loss. When the demise came, it came rather rapidly, didn't it? Last 3 wickets. Once Matt Henry had holed out, it was, oh dear time. Last 3 wickets down for the addition of just 1 run. A couple of wickets more for Henry Brooks. 3 in all for him in the innings. Danny Briggs then with a bonus wicket as Quinn holed out to mid-off. Good catch by the substitute fielder to get rid of Henry. As this is driven beautifully by Sibley, straight for 4. Joins Davis on 5, and the Bears are 10 without loss. Just over pitching Milnes, and with a minimum of fuss dispatched wide of Joe Denley for 4.
Yeah, and to be honest, other than Hannon Dalby, who didn't really get much wrong at all, we did see the likes of Brooks and Miles Rose over pitch at times and get it wrong.
Oh, and he's going to get in the next ball, though, because that's a beauty. And on the angle, he takes the outside edge of Sibley's bat. Pouched by Sam Billings. And Kent strike back, and you fancied there'd still be plenty in the wicket. Sibley gone for 5. Warwickshire 10 for 1.
Quick game's a good game. This is not going to last 4 days the way we're going at the moment, is it? 10 for 1. After Kent were 165 all out. I don't know about you, Richard, but I've watched a lot of cricket this year, and especially County Championship, where bat has absolutely dominated ball, and this is the first game where ball appears to be on top of bat. And Matt Milnes getting that edge out of Sibley, the ball after he hit him for 4 to get the breakthrough for Kent. They will know that they, as you say, need to make use of the new ball. They need to collectively, or someone individually, managed to do what Hannon Dalby did and get the top order out while the ball is nice and hard and it's doing a little bit off this pitch. That extra bit of green that's been left on it to try and make the game competitive, trying to bring the balance of bat or ball into bat a little bit more even, but perhaps it's gone even more than one way. We're waiting to see what it would be like for the other when the other team bat on it. Said about how Kent have got perhaps a little bit of extra pace in their bowling attack. Let's see how it continues to play out, but the early departure of Sibley, 10 for 1.
It feels a little bit refreshing to see the bowlers being able to get full value for what they produce here, because there hasn't been a lot of that this season.
I know Matt Milnes, for one, has toiled away on some very flat decks this year and has bowled a lot of overs for not much reward, so he will be very grateful. and will no doubt enjoy every wicket that comes his way over the next 49.5 overs that remain on day one. It's going to still be plenty of time for more to happen today.
The Bears got outplayed by Hampshire due to really a low first innings score last week. The week before it was just the sign of too many, the one at Northampton, where it was always going to be a draw from early on as the ball is left alone. The first delivery to Benjamin, well outside off stump from Mills. Yeah, we've seen a little bit too much of part-time bowlers having a go.
Yeah.
As much as Michael Burgess celebrated his first-class scalp as a seamer at Northampton.
That was a good nut, actually. It swung away a bit, didn't it?
I think that would be really generous to the batsman.
Yeah. I did see the video, though. I saw the clip.
Well, the celebration was great, and the fact that it was Craig Miles keeping wicket as well. Rob Keogh was not a happy man. Forward and flicking the ball through square leg is Benjamin.
I didn't even think
Senny
about
chasing after it. They're going to come back for 2. It was a diving catch to his right for Craig Miles.
That's a top effort. Oh, yeah, it just... Obviously, it's the keeper bowling, but you forget that therefore somebody else is keeping.
Yeah, but well, you don't normally expect it to be one of your main seamers.
No, everyone was just focusing on Burgess taking the wicket. Didn't even realise that Miles was behind the stumps at that point.
During the tea interval, there was a rumour that Northampton might have actually declared, which they hadn't, 'cause it would have been a strange thing to do. And then Craig Miles comes out to practice in the wicket-keeping gloves. Ball back of a length is steered down towards the gully. There'll be no run. End of the 4th over. 12 for 1 Warwickshire in reply to Kent's 165 all out. And you know, I'm sending a message to the Warwickshire admin saying Milo's going to be keeping wicket. He said no. And not only do we see Burgess bowling 6 or 7 overs, Will Rhodes bowled 2 spells of off spin. Quite decent off spin.
Yeah.
And then for the real coup de grace, it was Alex Davis had an over, only his 2nd over in first-class cricket. If a Northamptonshire player had got out under those circumstances, there would have been some sort of mutiny, I think.
At Montage Road, Zach Crawley became Ben Curran's first ever first-class victim early on in the season. As this one's an edge and caught a second slip, and Matt Henry is back. He removes Alex Davis, caught by Crawley. And Warwickshire are 12 for 2. And this pitch is offering all sorts for the bowlers, it seems. Han and Dalby with a 6 for earlier on. And now Henry and Milnes have 1 each. And Warwickshire replying against 165, 12 for 2 in response.
Very Matt Henry wicket that. Aimed in towards off stump. It just offers a little bit. Authentic outside edge. Good solid catch from Zach Crawley, who's a good slipper. And Alex Davis gone. And, you know, we noted that it's a really good seam attack available to Kent today. We've seen, you know, historically 1 or 2 low-scoring games here between these two sides, and this may well be the case here. And you just wonder whether there's a case for going for the early counter-attack here. Whether that's the way. I mean, nobody looked more comfortable today than Matt Henry making his 34. I mean, he holds out in the end. But you just wonder whether, you know, a player like Chris Benjamin might decide that slamming a quick 50 here is more effective than trying to play the good bowlers in a more authentic way.
Yeah,
that's a corker from Henry.
It's an interesting thought. Like you say, the way that Henry just went see ball, hit ball, try and make use of the short boundary. I think you've almost got to do it one way or the other. You've got to do it your own way, and you dig in and you play each ball a merit, and you hope that your technique can keep you at the crease. Or you take on that slightly more aggressive option and go, right, I'm going to try and counter-punch, I'm going to try and fight back. Sam Hain coming in at number 4. I'm sure we'll just bat properly, bat sensibly, because he's so good when he does. But yeah, I think that argument for Benjamin to maybe, you know, use some of those white ball skills that he's got, try and get at Kent, trying to knock the bowlers off a line and length, try and blunt the new ball a little bit is definitely an option. Henry then to Hain, 12 for 2 Warwickshire. Defended back up towards mid-on, where Matt Quinn does the fielding.
None of us at this point is going to be enormously surprised if we see Warwickshire bowling with a new ball before the end of the day, are we? Could happen, couldn't it?
It really could, couldn't it? As I say, Nicky Chowdhury, if you're listening, you might not be here for days 3 and 4 because we might not get that far. There'll be county cricket fans and commentators, etc., at other grounds as Henry is in and bowling. And this one's off an inside edge for Hayne. Doesn't get a single because Navdeep Saini's there at square leg. Who have got, you know, scores of, what is it, 150 for 1 Hampshire and 230 for 1 Notts, and Sussex 157 for 2. They were inserted as well, weren't they, by Middlesex? They'll be looking around at this game going, what on earth is going on at Edgbaston? Because it, on paper, says hot day, sunny day, flat pitches all season. This one's just about defended away by Hayne, turned him around, that delivery from Henry. This extra bit of grass that's been left on this wicket is giving bowlers uncharacteristic joy, which they just haven't had to enjoy all season.
It's funny, you know, it's a surface that's a bit more sporting. The conditions, the humidity may be playing a little bit of part as well, in that there is some movement through the air. And Warwickshire might be forgiven for thinking, okay, so this is the week that Kent's world-class bowler is available. Great. And Henry's showing his worth, isn't he?
He's in again. Clipped away nicely by Sam Hayne. It's going to be a couple of runs. Should be cut off by Matt Milnes as he moves around the boundary rope. Throws in. I don't know why Billings has taken the stumps off there, to be honest, but there we go. 14 for 2. Yeah, I think that's pretty valid, considering...
So he's wringing his hand out now. Sam Billings having done that. He's rueful.
Wally. Yeah, I think that's a valid point. Warwickshire fans will be thinking, yeah, Matt Henry shows up for this week, plus they've got another overseas in for this one. I mean, like you say, well, if there's a situation where Kent are batting again today and Warwickshire have got less than Kent managed to get on the board, then maybe some Bears fans will be saying, hang on, we've prepared a green seamer for, and they've got 2 overseas fast bowlers in for this game. But let's see how it plays out. It's keeping us entertained. Every ball's an event, as they say. As this one's left alone outside the off stump, which is not always the case in county championship cricket. 14 for 2 then after 5 overs. Milnes has got 1. Henry's got 1 now in his 3rd over. Hayne there on 2, as is Benjamin. After the departure of both openers, Sibley and Davis, both putting 5 on the board.
Still 16 overs till tea, so say 2 matches are going to finish for the day at 4:30 because of the heat, and we're going to get tea at 4:30 the way things are. So we'll be pushing 7 o'clock to get through the day here, one way or another, with 12 wickets having gone down with the sheer heat. We've only had 1 drinks break, which is the curiosity. That came about 50 minutes into the day.
Yeah, that is true. I thought that was an early sign that we were going to get more regular ones.
Yeah.
And they didn't seem to have another one.
They were doing about every 8 overs in the women's one day yesterday. It was ferociously hot there at Leicester for that game. So first ball of a new over is rather floated up. It would look like a slower ball from Milnes. And Benjamin waited for it, but then couldn't flick it wide of Saini. The ball's been following him in the field early on.
It has a bit, hasn't it?
Doesn't
At least
seem
he's
to bother him too much.
You know, getting the shoulder loose.
Yeah. It's quite a slight frame, isn't it? But,
he's tall.
He's
tall, but yeah.
He's warming up at the moment.
Wiry.
You'd be thinking again 4 or 5 over spells, wouldn't you, for the seamers?
Short, sharp bursts.
Milnes driven by Benjamin, but it bounces up nicely. Second hop to Denley, who was moving to his left. If it had been low, it would have probably needed him to pull out the dive. But he didn't need to. South Africa now 190 for 2 after 33 against England. Van der Dussen threatening to go to 3 figures. He's 79 not out. 4, no, sorry, I say 4. 7 bowlers already used there. Ben Stokes' farewell game to ODIs. And Milnes to Burgess, who gets in behind this, guides it up to mid-on, where it's picked up by Quinn, and there's no run. Phil reports that the breeze, such as it is merely recycling warm air.
Does that come from spectators, has it?
When he walked back, didn't he? After when he goes to the museum, he walks back around the outside.
Ah, okay.
So, or sometimes around the inside. I just didn't spot him today. Milnes beats the bat here. Pushing forward was Benjamin. And that had excessive carry, really. Almost under the front of the cap of Billings, where he took it. So there's that bit of pace out there. There's been all day.
Just looking at the second team scores at the minute. Ollie Stone 74 not out with 9 boundaries.
There you go. He's not bad, you know, as a bat. If he wasn't a fast bowler and he'd had to concentrate a bit more on batting.
I vaguely remember him batting 8 for England once.
Ball down the
Test
leg
match.
side is taken well by Billings. 14 for 2. That must have been against Ireland. Was it the Ireland game? Did he play in that?
Possibly.
8 is a bit high for him, but he's not incapable with the bat.
Yates not quite finding his best form this season. Surprised to see him out of the team.
You're going to touch on a real maelstrom of controversy there, aren't you?
Well, I'm surprised that he's not in the team.
Yeah, he's not made many runs in Championship cricket this year. However, there's a big discussion point there. Pushing forward is Benjamin, square, no run, end of the over, a maiden, 14 for 2. Yates made 5 Championship hundreds last year as an opening bat. Hasn't opened this season. And I don't think it's been. I don't think it's been good for him. I mean, he's a talented young player. Of that, there is no doubt. But Alex Davis has been given the chance to open with Sibley. Sibley's moving on at the
Going
end
back
of
to
the
Surrey,
season.
isn't he? Yeah.
And Yates, I think, would benefit from getting his position back, opening the innings. Has made some second 11 runs, missed out yesterday. But it's a frustrating situation at the moment to see him playing second 11 cricket when this time last year he was being talked up ahead of going on, England Lions trips, that he may not be too far away being considered for England, particularly as a left-hander.
Henry then continuing and edged wide of Gully for 4 runs by Sam Hain. That flashes away to the boundary, but played it well actually, steered it, soft hands, sensible cricket from him.
So, in essence, do I think he's been handled well, Ben? No.
Okay.
I don't. It seems really harsh on the young lad.
And you've got to keep him happy because probably you need him to open next year unless they're going to get a replacement in. He's going to take Sibley's spot, you would assume.
Well, you would think so, yeah.
Henry to Hain in behind this one defensively, back towards the bowler. May just have to duck out after the next ball to do an update for BBC Kent.
Well, when you come back, I shall probably make way for Phil. He's eating a biscuit at the moment, and to be fair, he misses his lunch because he goes across the museum, so I'm not begrudging him his biscuit. And for those who ask, because we do get it's a bourbon. It's a bourbon, ladies and gentlemen.
Others are available, but that is the one he's eating.
There are others available. Didn't go for a brand, though. That's just a type of biscuit,
Well,
isn't it?
quite true.
There are various brands of.
Henry bowls. Back goes Hain. Plays defensively into the offside. 18 for 2. 3 balls to go in the over, but I'm going to duck out to tell BBC Kent what the situation is.
Situation is quite even Stevens. Warwickshire having bowled well today. Ollie Dolby exceptional, taking the first 6 Kent wickets, the next 3 for Henry Brooks, 1 at the end for Danny Briggs. Henry strides in, left alone outside off stump by Hain. She seemed further away after it pitched. First centurion of the day, by the way, in the end was Ben Duckett. And he's now been followed by Hasib Hamid. Nottinghamshire 239 for 1 in the East Midlands derby against Derbyshire. Hain just squats as the bowler approaches, squirts it round the corner. Henry fancied if that had just got past the inside half of Hain's bat, then there would have been a vigorous LBW appeal in the offing. But he did get something on it and therefore is safe. Tom Alsop on 74 might be one of the next to trouble 3 figures today. You would fancy it's a day for batting, but it hasn't necessarily been the case around the country. Felix Organ on 70 for Hampshire at Gloucestershire. At Cheltenham, 161 for 1. Hayne steps across and gets into line to defend the next ball from Henry. He's played that over very well, Sam Hayne. And you've got to imagine it's going to be relatively short spells again with the sheer heat of the day. 14 more overs to go until the tea interval. They are finally back on at Taunton, having had no play for 2.5 hours because of rain. Somerset 101 for 2 against Yorkshire in the 29th over. Wicket each for Waite and Thompson. Abel on 22, and the lesser seen George Bartlett on 16. I know James Rue keeping wicket for Somerset. No Stephen Davis this week. The top of the table clash, Essex now 170 for 6 against Surrey. Rosington 48 and Harmer 32. Milnes to continue into his 4th over, and it's pretty full outside off stump, and an elegant leave from Benjamin. Lets it go past off stump. Still 3 slips and a gully in place. Very tiny flecks of cloud in the Birmingham sky, and the breeze is diminishing. At 20 yards the approach for Matt Milnes. Outside off stump, looking to steer it towards third man as Benjamin, but instead he finds Bell Drummond at point. No run. Interesting. Football clubs having to put out messages that today's games are on. Usually it's something that you have in snow or ice or torrential rain, but because of the heat, match is still on. Birmingham City have got 2 friendlies tonight against Solihull and Cheltenham, so they'll be sending 2 different squads to those games. So Benjamin is wrapped on the pad. It goes down the leg side. Should be signalled a leg by... oh no, it's been signalled no shot, no run, so it remains 18 for 2. Milnes' flannel has fallen out of his pocket. He's asked the umpire to have it now. Michael Goff. Walsall against Coventry City, a friendly that's being played tonight. Walsall have put out one of those "it's still on" messages. It's quite ironic when you have teams going to the Mediterranean for pre-season warm weather training and play friendlies over there, that you can't play it when it's hot here, but it is so hot, isn't it? Nice looking drive here from Benjamin, but picks out Denley at mid-off. He fields. Milnes is asking the right sort of questions with this line, on and around off stump. Comes in again, elbows pointed, and that's a very straight bat in defence from Benjamin. Back down the surface. At the end of this over, I'll make way for Phil Britt. Ben Botts is back in position. He's in his shorts today. He's gone shorts, I've gone 3/4, Phil's gone full length, just so that you know. Just so you know. Shorts is wisdom today, I think.
Yeah, I only bought 1 pair of long trousers this week. Might need them later on in the week, but today was definitely the shorts day.
You might need them for dinner tonight, that's the problem. Depends where you're going.
Don't worry, it's not going to be that posh.
Yeah, they'll let you in most Tesco Expresses in shorts. So, final ball there is short, and he's not timed that, Benjamin. Steers it to the right of Bell Drummond at point. He gets a throw in at the non-striker's end. Hayne was always going to be fine though. End of the over, the 8th of the Warwickshire innings, and they are 19 for 2 in reply to the Kent total of 165 all out. As I say, Phil Britt will be joining you now after a few words from Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Sam Billings' voice there you can hear on the effects mic. And kentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch via email. We had a couple earlier on that were a little bit down in the dumps. Must admit, I was a bit down in the dumps after the way that Kent started this match, having Lost out to Northants last week, but the way that Kent have started with the ball, showing that they do have the capacity to reply in a similar fashion to what we saw from the ball with Warwickshire earlier on, as Matt Henry is hurrying in once again, defended away by Benjamin out towards extra cover. Thanks to Kester getting in touch on the email for pointing out that Warwickshire have indeed avoided the follow-on. And yes, I am feeling better, thank you.
You've been poorly then?
Yeah, I wasn't well. I was meant to do day 3 last week and I wasn't well overnight, unfortunately. This one, it's off an inside edge down towards fine leg. Milnes does the fielding, kept to 1. So yeah, 20 for 2, thanks to those likes of Alex Hode and Fred and Freddie from Kent. David Fulton, who stepped in at the last minute to cover for me as well. But yeah, back up to full fitness this week, other than a slight knee injury from being a wally on a cricket field.
What did you do? Stop one with your
I
knee?
went for a bit of a slide on the boundary and twinged my thigh as I went down. In hindsight, not the best idea. So this one's edged down towards gully where Compton does the fielding. A slight deja vu vibes when the toss was won and Warwickshire went to bowl first, because I was telling you earlier, Phil, wasn't I, off air, that our captain on Saturday decided to have a bowl first, and as it was, the opposition got 3-4-4 in 40, so slightly different game to this one.
Did they talk to him in the dressing room afterwards?
I mean, he got 4 for, to be fair. He almost got 5 wickets. So he was the only one that actually did his job half well. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Hayne.
Why don't you just leave him as a bowler and get somebody else to flick the coin and shit and call?
Well, maybe we should. I'll tell him you said that. Or just a new rule that whenever he wins the toss, he has to bat first from now on.
We'll get somebody else to make the decision. That's the easiest way.
But
Delegation. Delegate the choice of what you do.
The choice was bowl first in this one, and Warwickshire proved right. Edged. Oh, in fact, run down towards third man. There was actually more control to that stroke than I originally thought from Sam Hayne. It was well played just to ride the bounce and use the pace that was offered by Henry. He looks a little bit disappointed with himself, but it was well angled in the gap on the way to the boundary. So 24 for 2, albeit if he'd played that shot to the longer third man boundary, it probably wouldn't have gone all the way. It's the shorter boundary towards the Hollies, but Kent made good use of that at times, the short boundary. In the end, Beltram at a backward point, Compton at gully weren't able to get in the game. Here comes Henry once again, Hinton bowls, full delivery which Hayne defends out towards point. Well played, Sam Hayne. He's looked pretty assured actually for his 10 from the 16 balls that he's been out there, I think, so far. 15, 16.
Yeah.
9 overs, 24 for 2 Warwickshire in reply. And these two have actually helped move the score on from 10 for 2. Looks like we're going to see Navdeep Saini then.
Yeah, replacing Milnes. Matt Milnes is coming out the attack. He got that 1 wicket, 1 for 7 from his 4 overs.
I've just seen him go to his bowling mark, and his run-up is absolutely enormous. Because they obviously paint their run-ups. They measure them out, don't they, pre-game? And so there's a bunch of green markings on the grass, and it's sort of painted out. And Navdeep Saini has the longest run-up by about, I don't know, an extra 5 yards to most. There's a big, block where most of the seam bowlers are all kind of similar sort of strides into the crease. Saini is a tall, fast bowler, and his run-up looks that much longer by miles.
Well,
so
we're already quite late into the day. This isn't going to help speed up the over rate, is it?
Well, quite. Just seeing him take those extra couple of steps all the way back to the top of his mark then.
So here he goes. It's a very long straight run up. He comes on his way. He's in past Umpire Mills and bowls his first ball, which is clipped away nicely into mid-wicket. He will get a single, and
It's a no ball to start, so
he was overstepped, yeah. So we haven't got any yet, so we're just delaying even a touch longer.
I must admit, I thought the run-up looked a bit long. The way he's run in there, he doesn't need all those steps, and then he's overstepped when he's got to the line. Maybe he needs to know. Maybe it's not long enough. Need to extend it by a fraction of a millimetre.
So Matt Quinn down there did the fielding, but he's just warming up. So whether he's going to come on to replace Matt Henry at the Birmingham end, but
He's not warming up just yet, is he, Quinn?
just perhaps he was stretching himself from having gone down from fielding. I think it might be that. He's sending again. Let's see if we can get his first one in these bowls, and there's no arm out from. Although he's gone to have a look at it. Umpire Goff.
Ah, here we go. Matt Quinn is definitely warming up now. You're right.
Yeah, I thought he was looking at, after that no ball. He went down the field, but I thought it was bowling warming up, and I'm sure it is. He's been given, get yourself ready. You don't want to have your bowlers bowling too longer spells today, I don't think. And he again comes in from this pavilion end. He's in the bowl, and this is rapping Hayne on the pad as he lunges awkwardly forward. The ball drops down in front of him, and it just rubs the inside of his thigh. Just bends the knee and gives it a bit of a stamp. Umpire Goff once again looks at the popping crease, where just to check the front foot. 27 for 2 in Warwickshire trail by 138. And he comes in again and bowls. This is played away square on the onside. They'll get a single, but that's all it will be. But, is that Joe Denley there?
Yeah, mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket who did the fielding underneath the white sun hat. And one more to the total. 28 for 2, Hayne 11. Benjamin is now on strike. He is on 5 as he waits. So he comes in and bowls, and Benjamin pushes this one into the offside. It's a nice looking shot from Benjamin, just leaning into it. He'll get a couple of runs here as the ball is retrieved on the way back by Mills, and 2 more to the total. 30 for 2. Just waited for that, leant onto it, played it away nicely through. No power, no forcing it. It was just timing.
Need to, did he? He's obviously using the pace that Senny's offering. Just get bat on ball. Good shapes.
We've got a nice gap there. There's 3 slips and a gully, cover point, and there's quite a nice gap. Sort of just pass into what would be an extra cover. This one gets him, turns him a little, but it's another no ball as Umpire Mills signals to the scorers.
How can you have that longer run up and still bowl no balls?
Well, judging by the line, he's not been happy with 3 or 4 of his deliveries.
I mean,
Michael,
it seems obvious to say he's either got to shorten his run up, or he's got to, or it needs to be longer. It's not long enough.
It reminds me of the long jumpers in the competition.
Yeah, a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, I was having this discussion last night. This one is quarter slip. It gets a thick outside edge. It goes to third slip, and Warwickshire have lost their 3rd wicket. And Benjamin has gone for 7. Saney has got his 1st wicket for Kent, and in the 10th over, it flew through to
Possibly leaning at 3rd.
yeah, I was going to. It's somebody under the white hat. I'm just having a look to see.
I think it might be Jack leaning at 3rd slip.
But
We'll confirm in a moment. Yeah, you spot on. First wicket for Senny and a Kent shirt. I was so busy looking at the front line there. After all the discussion about the no balls and his run up, I was watching his run up. I watched his front foot land, and then only just sort of looked up and saw the catch. He looked like he was trying to force it off the back foot there.
I don't think he really quite got himself I think it was on him so quick as well. I think he was perhaps done for a little bit of pace there, you know. But it caught him probably playing the wrong shot. Well, clearly playing the wrong shot to the delivery, and it flew to third slip. Where good catch. And Kent 32, Warwickshire 32 for 3. So Warwickshire not able to get going. They still trail by 133.
I mean, on the one hand, I'm slightly pleased that Benjamin's heading back to the pavilion, because it's been a bit disconcerting, because that's what my mum calls me when I'm in, you know, I'm in trouble or something. So the fact that it's an unusual surname, isn't it? So yes, we won't have to.
Oh yes, yeah. Mums always do that though. You always get your full name when you're in trouble.
To be honest, I get full named all the time, because, you know, growing up, my mum would say, you know, if I wanted you to be called Ben, I'd have christened you that. So yeah, so she calls me Benjamin all the time. So yeah, it's a bit disconcerting having Chris Benjamin out there at the crease, but he's gone. Senny getting that wicket, and it was leaning it at the catch. So Will Rhodes heads out at number 5 to join Sam Hain. Left-handed bat as well, of course. So the field just swapping over. But yeah, I think that's a good observation from you, Phil, that maybe it just was that little bit of extra pace. That's what Senny's been brought in because he has it.
Yep.
And that's what led to the full stroke in the end. 32 for 3.
Yes, and he comes again. It's a long over from him because he had those couple of no balls. He's in first ball, and the Warwickshire captain pushes this one away into the offside. I should be on overtime today because I do the scorecard updating. And it seems like I've got writer's cramp today with the amount of action here. I've had to change it 3 times because I got it wrong to start with neither side being properly named. And it's some days I've hardly had to change. Or I remember one match, I think I put one change, one wicket fell during the day earlier in the season. I have to say, from a purely neutral looking out on this, that it's better from a spectator point of view to see.
It's more interesting seeing some wickets, and rather than I've watched.
Getting the balance right is the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly it. I've watched a lot of one-sided games this year that have just been a bit boring because bat's been so on top. There's been nothing in it for the bowlers. Henry in and bowling, which Hain defends into the covers. Looks great for your batters in terms of 50s and 100s, and they're much enjoying life, aren't they? But for bowlers, it's been a tough old year, and a few have got injuries from toiling away on decks that have offered nothing. And I mean, Matt Henry and Navdeep Saini have timed their arrival to perfection, because unlike, say, Jackson Bird, who Kent had at the start of the season, that rocked up thinking he was going to get green seamers and didn't. Here comes Henry. This is edged down towards the gully, but it's missed by Compton, and it may well go for 4 unless Drummond can slide, and he does well actually to flick this in.
Yeah, saved a couple of runs there with that dive.
Yeah, they've managed to turn up at the right time, Senny and Henry, for this wicket in particular.
I'm not sure how many times that they'll come across a wicket with as much for the bowler in it as this one clearly has.
No, I mean,
I think some of the other grounds will look at the bowling attack and be a little less generous, perhaps.
Yes, I should suspect so. And I think, as Henry is in again, bowling to Hain, defends down into the gully. Hain has played this Kent bowling as well as anyone so far. I think, I don't know, maybe Warwickshire will rue giving the seam bowlers as much help as this pitch has offered. But maybe it's gone a little bit too far in one direction than the other. To try and balance things up, you go almost too far in the other direction and make it too bowler friendly. But Hain waits.
Ooh.
Short ball from Henry, which he has to duck underneath. I mean, because the Kent innings only lasted 40 overs, we don't quite know that if the ball goes a bit older and softer, whether this is actually an okay pitch to bat on and you can make use of the short boundary, etc. But obviously Hannon Dolby whittled out the top order, then managed to get that breakthrough in the partnership between Billings and Cox. And as soon as Billings got out and Henry was chancing his arm, then the wickets were always going to fall around him, and the bowlers weren't going to necessarily hang around for long. So this one's pushed away by Henry in front of square. He's timed that quite well, actually, for a single. Pearl Drummond goes around to do the fielding. Has moved Hayne on to 14 now from 23 balls. Rose yet to score, 35 for 3 as the field swaps over for the left-hander.
It's Hayne, I think, is the key here because he's been in really good form in the championships this season, and I think if Kent can get rid of him, they'll feel they've got a real chance of perhaps getting Warwickshire out for less than their own total. They certainly made the perfect start though. They're delighted, 35 for 3.
Here comes Henry. Defended away by Will Rhodes. Of course, Kent were 43 for 5 before the partnership from Billings and Cox, which was worth 72, 62, 72.
For the 6th wicket,
yeah,
it was 72.
Yeah, so then obviously after that partnership, you then had Henry's 34 off 23 balls. So
yeah, that 8th wicket partnership was worth 33. That was a useful. That obviously was mostly Henry, who was hitting the ball, but so they actually had picked up Cox with his 48, then Billings 33, and Henry 34 in sort of 6, 7, 8 with the real really the major. Well, they were really the only scorers, weren't they, of any substance in the Kent innings.
Here comes
Senny. Sorry, this one is pushed into the offside by Hayne. He wants a run, but Rhodes and he decide no. It's quickly swooped on.
I was just going back to an email from Michael earlier on saying, when I was saying it's been tough for Kent supporters this season, he said, you're right, it's been tough following Kent this season. Hopefully Matt Henry's bowling will push things up a few notches, even if Kent get a low first innings score. Well, that's the way it's panning out at the minute, interestingly. Said he went to all 4 days of the Northants game last week. Said things didn't get off to a great start. He had to lend the skipper a £1 coin to toss up. Nobody had any.
Senny in bowls, and this is left by Hayne. Did he get it back? That's
he did, yes.
Oh well, even that was all right then.
Cashless ground these days, so nobody's got any coins.
Just flick your credit card up in the air and see how it comes down.
Do the Big Bash bat flip instead.
So did you get to play cricket most weekends?
I mean, this season I've done really well actually, because the T20's being for Kent a lot of the time on Friday, Sunday, and then we've had a lot of championship games in the middle of the working week, or Sundays.
This one, Hayne gets right behind and pushes back, and Senny runs across and fields off his own bowling.
I think it was only the Northants away game start of the season, which went across the weekend, that meant I missed a game actually. So yeah, I think I've played 10.
Oh, that's good.
10 games so far this season on league games. So yes, I managed to play a few. Unfortunately, not won enough of them. But
is that league cricket you're playing?
Yeah, it's village cricket near where I live in the west of Kent.
Senny comes in, Hayne waits, and again plays up. A solid-looking shot, plays up to Quinn at mid-on.
Unfortunately, next Saturday's my last game, because after that the football season's back again, as you know, Phil, having been to a few non-league pre-season games.
Yes, just a few.
Which I've been avoiding. A text saying, you come into this game on the weekend? No, I'm still trying to play cricket. Go away, football season.
Yeah, with the last 3 Saturdays, we've had England-India Test match. The following Saturday was England-India T20 International here. saying in bowls, and
Shot.
it's beautifully played by Hayne, just right behind it, held the stance. It came pure timing down the ground for 4. Lovely looking shot from Sam Hayne. He moves on to 18. Warwickshire move on to 41 for 3. And again, that was just pure timing there.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that had any doubt about whether Sam Hayne can play international cricket, the way he's playing Henry and Senny here is certainly convincing me that a lot of Warwickshire supporters who have been calling for it for a while are probably right. Doesn't look worried by the pace, does he?
No.
Seems to have time out there.
Yeah, I think Sam's been a bit unfortunate in terms of international recognition. He's sent it in bowls, and that is an equal shot. It's again played away through the covers, all on the floor. Beautiful timing, just leant into it, and it was just go and fetch it. It was nobody going to stop that one. So consecutive boundaries for Hayne. He goes into the 20s, on to 22, and Warwickshire moved to 45 for 3.
Yeah, quality shot that one. His problem, as I was raising with Richard earlier, is, as is any sort of good middle order batter's problem, that when you got Root at 4, Bairstow with the way he's played this summer at 5, and Stokes at 6, nobody's batting there.
No.
You either need to be a wicketkeeper bat who's better than Ben Foakes, which is not easy at 7, or you've got to be a top 1, 2 or 3.
Yep. This one not quite timed so well. It's running across the square. It's going to be pulled up just inside the boundary, but exactly the same place this time from Hayne. But they get back for 3, so Hayne picking up 11 from those 3 shots.
Yeah, really.
Taking Warwickshire onto their 50, so they are 50 for 3 in the 12th over. So runs coming reasonably quickly. We're going along quite nicely at 4 and over.
Yeah, Kent did. Kent with if their innings 165,
Yeah,
4 and over.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Senny just guilty of being a little bit full there to Hayne, but put those 2 away very nicely. Second one long, old boundary. Didn't quite make it for 4. But yeah, Senny 2 overs, 1 for 23, so hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, hasn't quite got his line and length.
This one, Rhodes is leaving a ball which is wide outside the off. Well, not that wide, but wide enough for Rhodes to offer no shot to it, and it goes harmlessly through to Sam Billings off the final ball of Saini's second over. It's 50 for 3. Hayne is on 25 rather, and Will Rhodes yet to score, so he hasn't actually added anything towards the 18 partnership these two have put on.
So Matt Quinn is going to now come into the attack to replace Matt Henry.
He's been having a bit of a warm-up, so just add his name to the scorecard while we're talking.
Yeah, he is the man that Kent have chosen as their extra seamer in this game.
Is he one who's come up through the system?
No, he was at Essex before.
Oh,
He's,
right, okay.
Yeah, so Kent seamers have had a pretty tough time of it this season, as I mentioned, but Quinn has got 12 wickets, an economy rate at 3.23, so he's been pretty tidy, and at times has toiled away and got a few rewards as he bowls to Hayne. So he's a reliable man to have in red ball cricket.
Very different bowling action and to that from
Slightly quirky action.
The other end.
Yeah. Slightly different. It's got a little tash on the go at the moment. A few people pointing out his style with the big quiff and the tash as he's in and bowling. Oh, a little bit of bat pad involved there from Quinn on the front foot. As he walks back to his mark. Potentially the tallest of the 4. Well, actually Navdeep's huge. So taller than Henry and Milnes at least. So those 2 guys more skiddy seamers, pitch it up skiddy. Whereas Quinn's looking to bowl a harder length from that height. But yeah, generally, as I say, can be pretty consistent. This one left alone outside the off stump from Hayne. Still Kent got 3 slips in there, and they're taking the gully out actually. He's now catching mid wicket on the leg side. So 3 to go in the over. I reckon I can get this through before I'll nip next door for a BBC Radio Kent update.
Gosh, we're some overs behind here, aren't we? Still got 6 overs till 8 overs till tea.
And it's already 4 o'clock down the leg side. Billings does the fielding. Most people are going to be finishing, as Richard said earlier, most people are going to be finishing at 4:30 today for those county matches that have got the reduced schedule because of the heat. Whereas we're going to be going to tea at 4:30. We're going to be playing at 7:30. It's going to be a long one today. But we might not be here on Friday, the way things are going. But 50 for 3 is certainly an improvement of where Kent were at. That's thanks to Sam Haynes, 25 so far, who's been the most assured batter at the crease of anyone really, as he defends this quite nicely into the covers. There's one more ball to go in the Quinn over.
Rhodes still to get off the mark.
Yeah, he's only managed to face 3 balls actually.
Yeah, it has been mostly Hayne, hasn't it? I mean, he kept pinching the bowling.
If you're playing it as well as he is, might as well keep the strike. He'll wait for the next over. He lets this one go from Quinn. End of the over. Warwickshire 50 for 3 here. And BBC Sport Online in reply to Kent's 165 all out. Well, from Phil when we have Richard back on.
Yeah, we've kind of messed this up a bit because we need to get Richard in. I'm going to be Richard's going to come in that side. Okay, it's all right. We're just in and out of the box. Do you want your computer handed over, Richard?
No, it's okay.
Sure. So, 50 for 3.
Yeah, it's all got a bit lively, isn't it? But do an update for BBC and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, or CWR as they are now, in just a second. They're about to come through. Senny's going to continue. Here at Edgbaston, it's been a very lively day in the heat. Warwickshire are 50 for 3 in reply to Kent's total of 165. Wickets have come regularly. Sibley, Davis and Benjamin all gone for single-figure scores for Warwickshire. Sam Hayne has looked very composed, though. 3 beautiful boundaries in his 25 so far. Will Rhodes has joined him. He's just about to get off the mark to his 4th delivery. Warwickshire 51 for 3. They trail by 114. Just a little drop and run that from Will Rhodes to begin the new over. Actually, if you pass the computer over now, Phil, just thought I'd get that report out of the way before we started causing any trouble. If I unplug it for a bit, I'll be fine. 51 for 3. I say Hayne has looked as secure as anybody, but I'm trying not to put the commentator's curse on him. If one player makes a proper score here for Warwickshire, then you're looking at it being, potentially a significant first innings advantage, but other than that,
yes, it's not been easy though for anybody, has it? 48 top score so far.
There's a no ball by Senny, not his first.
I think that's his 3rd, isn't it? Had trouble in his first over, had a couple in his first over, and a couple as well, which I think were pretty close. He might have just been given the benefit of the doubt by Michael Goff, but again, this time his arm goes out. Another couple go on to the total, 53 for 3.
So Senny, 13 balls, 1 for 26. I mean, it's been a bit up and down. It's a lovely ball that got Benjamin.
Yes.
But he comes in almost gingerly, and then he's got a very fast arm, and he's driven immaculately for a straight 4 by Sam Hayne. He goes to 29. 57 for 3. That was a glorious shot.
I think Sam Haynes forced the first change in the field. I think Sain is called for a man out, so that he'd got Milnes, who was sort of covering the mid-off extra cover role, and he's decided now to make Milnes his mid-off, genuine mid-off, and bring one of his gully out and put him in as extra cover, so just protecting the offside for Hayne.
Senny once more pushed forward, thought about a quick single, but that would have been pretty dangerous, to be fair, because the fielder was in very quickly from cover and prevents any thought of a single. The flag's getting a little bit limper at the far end of the ground.
Which just means it'll be a little bit warmer, although that breeze is blowing as a warm breeze. There's no cooling effect of it, really.
The chance to go outside, well, it's not quite true. Ball back of a length, cut into the ground and pops up towards point, and there's no run. Yeah, it's not the entire truth. I could have gone outside during the last half hour. I chose to go up to the press box to have a chat to a couple of people up there.
There many up there today?
And not bad, actually. It's not bad. It's warm up there.
It's what, sorry?
It's warm up there.
Is it?
Yeah.
The air conditioning not working?
Well, yeah, but they've got so much window.
Ah, the heat's coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just so much window that there's only so much you can do to protect yourself from it. Senny into Hayne, short ball, and did he get anything on it, or was he just bounced over the wicket-keeper?
No,
he did. He got an edge that went over the top of the wicket-keeper. It'll be 4 more to Hayne. He goes to 33, it's 61 for 3.
A little bit dangerous there from Hayne. Really not in control of that shot at all. Flew away over the top, straight over the top of the keeper's head, and now it's being retrieved from the middle of the great big piece of sheeting.
That's awkward. You don't really want to be...
Oh, he's now having to crawl on. He's got to it. I bet that's hot, you know, that sheeting, because it's like a plasticky type material, isn't it?
Yeah.
I bet it's like when you pick something up in the garden on a hot day, and it's it's like,
well, eventually we've got a paddling pool out at the moment, and we've got it on sort of not a tarpaulin, but a plastic sheet or whatever. You don't put your foot down on the plastic sheet.
Exactly.
So only back of a length, left alone outside off stump by Hayne. There'll be a bit of a decision for Sam Billings to make there with Senny, having been so expensive in his first 3 overs. 61 for 3. The Bears trail by 104, but there's not a lot of runs to play with, and you want to get as much of Matt Henry as you can when the ball's fairly new. So, you would imagine when they come out after tea at say 10 to 5 to 5, when the final session will start, then that'll be the time for Henry to have another dig. He's the cream of the crop of the bowlers. Milnes has supported him well.
Well, Milnes is a good bowler as well, isn't he? But a little bit expensive so far. Is he saying it?
Yeah, I'd say.
Milnes warming up again. I wonder whether we're already going to see a change and see Senny out of the attack. Anyway, Quinn will continue at the Birmingham end, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes, who now just waiting while the field is adjusted. Everybody's ready.
Short mid-wicket's an interesting position here.
Yes. So we've got 3 slips in for Rhodes, who has just got that single to his name. Rhodes defends this to that short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Joe Denley in there in that position, under the floppy sun hat. Well, full credit to those spectators who sat in the sun and borne it out for most of the day at that Birmingham end. They've either... Hopefully they've all had suntan on because it's lotion.
A lot of shirts are back on now.
They are actually.
Those who haven't, it's because they're stuck to the chairs.
Quinn comes in, bowls, and brings Rhodes just run forward and running that one in again to Denley at Short mid-wicket. Bill Drummond is doing some loosening exercise, turning his arm over.
It's not inconceivable.
No.
He's bowled quite well at times this season.
Matt Milnes is doing some. There's 1 or 2 just going through the warm-up.
Skipper, you've got options.
Quinn is in, and again it's played defensively by Rhodes, and again Denley does the fielding. And Mills definitely going through the actions now. So
He shouldn't need a lot of warming. He's not long had a bowl, but he only bowled the 4 overs, didn't he?
got that 1 wicket, the first wicket to fall.
And Michael Goff had just come in 10. He was way out by the boundary.
He was throwing something, I think he threw a bottle or something out. That may be what it was for. It's Quinn in. This is played nicely by Rhodes, nicely timed, driving, but only up to mid-off.
That was a good piece of fielding in the end. Is that Henry?
Henry there,
He was on the wicket end.
Matt Henry, yeah.
Yeah, so I was just checking whether he was 24 or 34, but Leaning's number is rather larger on his back at 3.
Yes, it is.
But yeah, that was on a wicket end, and whilst it wasn't the cleanest of stops, to actually prevent any run there, that's really good support of your teammate. When you've had a decent spell as a seamer in this weather, to do that, that's a good effort.
Here's Quinn again in, and Rhodes turning this one to past Denley at mid-wicket, but Bell Drummond goes behind and does the covering and prevents Rhodes getting a single.
There will be some at home who object to our constant reference to with this weather and the sheer heat and all that sort of thing. And they, in 76 it was great, we used to go out to the park and then we'd jump in the river if it was hot. And my response to them is just purely standpipes. Do you remember standpipes?
I do, yes, well sadly I do.
But the point being, the summer of 76 was not all glorious playtime in the sun. It was also incurring the neighbours' wrath if you went to the standpipe one too many time. It's not... this weather is a wee bit different.
This one outside the off stump, again Rhodes this time offers no shot to it. It goes harmlessly through to the keeper. It's 61 for 3. Rhodes has a single, Hayne has got 33. And we are going to see a bowling change at the pavilion end. Sam Billings is still there waiting, and it is going to be Matt Milnes who comes back into the attack. Deep saying it is out of the attack.
So his level of gruntlement is somewhat having only bowled 3 overs, but 1 for 34. It's got an air of T20 figures about it. Although you should be grateful that the free hit rule wasn't in play, having bowled 3 no balls.
Shall I make way and let? Shall I let Benjamin back in?
You don't know whether that's his real name. Might have just been called Ben.
No.
Oh, you've had that conversation.
Yes,
okay.
we've had that conversation.
Okay, yes. Phyllis.
I don't want. I don't want to sound like his mom.
Does he only get called that when he's in trouble?
Yes.
Oh, tremendous.
Like us all.
Ah, dear. Phil, I fear, will be back with us later. 61 for 3. Grace Ballinger will be joining us, the left-arm seamer who plays for Leicestershire tomorrow. She's due with us. As Milnes scuttles in to bowl to Hayne, who's up on his toes to defend it off the back foot into the offside. Picked up by the 12th man, Ollie Robinson, who's out there possibly wishing he was still on loan at Durham. I don't know. I'd rather be playing cricket, I'm sure. Ben is back in position. He gets a chance to look at it from the right side of the commentary box. It's like a little bit of variety. Makes all the difference. About 0.4 degrees on the clock of difference. You're slightly better place for LBWs, but not much. As Hayne is forward in defence, it might have come off the fingertips of Milnes as it rolls through and just passes the stumps. It remains 61 for 3.
Yeah, it's only a little bit expensive. It's taken out the attack, but I guess it was one of those where you keep him on in the hope that maybe he gets a breakthrough with that a little bit of extra pace. Actually, Sam Haynes played him so well, it's probably not a bad idea to change it up. Short bursts. Milnes back on.
Hayne just shoulders, well, he didn't shoulder arms, he actually steps through and raises the bat out of the way and gives it the big leave on that occasion. So 5 overs after this before tea, so teas will be about 4:35, just the 55 minutes late. But it has been a really eventful day, and doing anything at breakneck speed today was always going to be unlikely.
Yeah, true.
You want to walk back to the hotel, have you, later?
No.
That's just as well. Just as well. So Milnes, right arm over the wicket to Hayne, forward in defence, pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. Is it likely to be a social whirl while you're in the city of Birmingham?
I mean, I don't think today, to be honest, there'll be too much going on, plans-wise. I think we're going to be due for a late finish anyway.
Yeah, but by the time interviews are done and one thing and another, it's going to be pretty late away from here.
Luckily for me, I picked a good week to have an air-conditioned hotel, car and commentary box.
Yeah, the com box is, you know, if you're listening at home and you're sweltering or in the office, it's been very pleasant. I'm rubbing your nose in it now. This is full and looking to drive it wide of mid-on, but Hayne doesn't get the angle right, so Senny can pick it up. And there's no run again. Milnes 1 ball away from a maiden.
Yeah, it's much more pleasant than it was first session for a couple of days at Canterbury last week, which is a bit of a greenhouse.
Oh.
And then we just have a couple of fans in the back. That's it. Nikki Chowdhury, who's due to be joining us for days 3 and 4, if we get that far. Matt Cole told her, yeah, it's hot. She then arrived and said, I didn't realise it was going to be this hot.
Steered through square leg by Hayne. He'll pinch the strike. 34 for Hayne, 62 for 3. I'm looking forward to saying, of all the commentary boxes, he experienced all the commentary boxes up and down the country. Next week, literally the first time I'll have been to the Oval in 20 years.
I can't believe that when you told me.
It's a real quirk, isn't it? In that 20 years, I've seen Surrey play at home a couple of times at Whitgift. When you have that rather awkward thing where you got peacocks waltzing in between the burger vans. Do you want the fancy the chicken? So no, not really.
Happen too often.
Not just now.
Doesn't really happen at Canterbury. Just
no.
Random peacock strolls up.
Yeah, otherwise it just doesn't fall. I mean, we have so many people covering the cricket for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR that it's just one of those. It's like for many years I never went to Hove until about 5 years ago. I had 20 odd years covering the Bears without ever going to Hove. I've been a couple of times now.
I mean, I obviously split the commentary with Matt, but went to the Oval twice in a couple of weeks.
Well, I've never seen the new media facilities. I'm told they're very nice.
There's a new stand. There's
a whole new stand.
A whole new stand as well. Yeah. Matt Quinn then continuing. Sam Hayne defends back to the bowler. That's the jump back into his crease because he's back well outside of it. To face up to the seamer.
It's still a case of the pigeon dodging box at the other end when I last broadcast from the Oval. On the same side of the ground as where the players are. Up in a turret.
In the members' pavilion, yeah.
Yeah. Which is a great view, to be fair.
That's a good view from the other end as well.
I can imagine it must be special. Must be a better view, interesting view of the South London landscape as well.
Yeah, you can see a bit. As Quinn is in, a little bit wider on the crease there, angling it back towards the stumps and defended away by Sam Hayne up towards mid-on. 62 for 3, 34 of those are Haynes though. The outstanding batter in this innings so far.
Really don't have that awkward thing like at Lord's where because of the slope of the windows you can look down and see directly below you, which I find a little bit dizzy making.
It's not quite bad.
No.
It's more like here.
Yeah, I can cope with here. I like I'm on solid land here.
Yeah, exactly. Here comes Quinn. Short ball helped on its way down towards third man. 1 bounce and 4 runs for Sam Hayne. Very nicely played indeed, and he just looks like he's got so much time out there at the moment. Even when it's the quicker bowlers, Inseni and Henry. No point Matt Quinn bowling short to him. He's just leant back and ramped it over the top of the slip cordon like a one-day shot, really.
It's been a case of measured positivity, I think, which I think Jordan Cox delivered to a large extent for his 48. Anything that he can get his hands free, he's tried to score off, and the rest he's been careful with.
Quinn bowls wide of the off stump, lets it go. Yeah, I just think I think it's a good comparison to what Coxton the first innings. For me, Haynes just looked that bit more assured on the basis that he's had to face quicker bowling as well, and has still just looked like he's had so much time out there to make his shot selections. Talked a little bit about some of the bad ones that Kent made earlier against Hannon Dalby, so the way he's made good ones consistently through his innings so far. 52 balls, Hayne, 38 runs, clipping Quinn away maybe for another boundary here, out towards mid-wicket, being chased by Ben Compton. Is he going to get there? No, it just beats him to the rope, to the longest boundary, and Hayne onto 42, moves Warwickshire score to 70 for 3.
That was the perfect teaser. It was just enough for him to pull the slide out, and he still wasn't quite going to get there. That's the chase you want to give somebody in this heat. 70 for 3. I tend to feel I'm very unapologetic with regular references to the heat, because I think it's a really important part of the context of this game. In that the seamers, you've got to give them a fair bit of leeway here, because it's not going to be easy. If you're getting very hot out there, keeping control of that ball is not going to be easy today.
Well, I think it's a very valid point, and it reminds me as Quinn is in and bowling, as this one defended back up the pitch. I did some training with BBC 5 Live reporter Rob Nothman, some football commentary coaching, and he was saying to me, you know, what is unique about this game that you're about to commentate on, and this wicket is the heat. You know, county cricket doesn't normally get played in 35 degrees plus, so it is that unique thing about this particular game.
Yeah. What's different today? What can people listening at home not see for themselves? And today it's the oppressive heat, and the Midlands is one of the hottest places in the country. I hear they've recorded over 40 degrees at Heathrow today.
And there's I've just seen videos of it on Twitter, but there's a fire off the A2 in Kent, which looks like somebody maybe has just flicked a cigarette butt out the window, and it's just caught fire all along the side of the motorway. The trees down there.
It was very sad yesterday, just down the road at the Lickey Hills, that they had a fire. Lovely spot there. Hopefully they haven't lost too much of the woodland. But it's very hard to get those sort of things under control quickly. As Milnes is going to continue bowling to Rhodes, who gets an edge, but it goes down and bounces in front of third slip, who may have, much to his own misfortune, Jack Lee, got a wrist to that, and they won't get a run. He's contributed just one to a stand of 38 so far, Will Rhodes, but it really doesn't matter because it's staying out there for as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
The longer that Kent are kept in the field today, the better it will be for Warwickshire. They could emerge by the close of play with a lead here and some wickets in hand, but they're going to have to earn it because Kent have bowled well. So he's saying he had his issues with no balls, whatever, but he still produced a perler to get rid of Chris Benjamin as Rhodes is sturdily forward this time. Gets the middle of the bat on it and up towards Senny at mid-off.
Yeah, just a bit of extra pace and bounce. Looked like it did for Benjamin, who was trying to drive off the back foot.
Is Senny hatless?
He is, yeah.
Crikey.
I mean, for him, potentially, this is... The heat is not a unique factor. He's from Karnal in India. Played for Delhi since 2013. Royal Challengers Bangalore and Rajasthan Royals in the IPL. So, yeah, he's used to humidity.
Umpire Michael Goff's been quite used to it before. The change in umpiring with less travelling now and more opportunities to umpire international games in your own country, but he'll have done the world tour as one of our very best umpires. Well, I think he is the best currently. His accuracy stats are ridiculous. This is just back of a length, but Rhodes is chopping it into the ground and there's no run.
Yeah, these days when it's so easy to kind of scrutinise umpires' decisions and look at them back on slow-mo replays and reviews that they have in international cricket, etc.
The concentration levels must be something else. Top international umpires.
Absolutely.
You don't get quite the level of kidology that football referees have to deal with. You get a bit, mind.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. This ball just back of a length. Walking into the defensive shot is Rhodes. I think he's got his heart set on the tee interval first and foremost. Bears trail by 95 on 70 for 3. This very still day. There's a slightly larger mass of cloud just coming over, and by that, still not that big, and it's wispy, and there are little blue flecks within it. Just add something to the sky, gives it a little bit more definition. Any cloud that you can see is white and wispy today. Rhodes trying to steer the ball through to mid-wicket, but instead it's straight up to mid-on. Henry does the fielding, maiden over. From Milnes, 70 for 3, Warwickshire, with Hayne on 42 and Rhodes 1.
Yeah, you won't see as much of the South London skyline next week as we can see from our position here in the commentary box, because there's another tier obviously on the stands at the far end. But yeah, it looks a little bit more still than it was earlier, when there was more of a gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Yeah, 3 overs to go into tea.
Tell you what, Canterbury's another reluctant ground for me. It's been a long time since I've been to Canterbury. The last time was for when the cricket board 11s were still playing in the trophy against senior counties. Warwickshire had a game against the Kent cricket board 11.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, Warwickshire Kent's probably less frequent a fixture than Warwickshire Surrey in terms of divisions.
And quite often been on outground. So Tunbridge Wells was only 3 or 4 years ago.
It was indeed. It was when both teams were in Div 2. This one's defended away by Sam Hayne from Quinn. Yeah, and then it would have been, obviously don't play each other in T20 group stage, although there was the quarter-final the other year, wasn't there? But yeah, obviously one-day cup, unless the groups are randomised.
Well, they do mix and match a bit, don't they?
Yeah,
The one-day cup.
it is
that. So our paths will surely cross in within the next couple of years again.
Here comes Quinn, nudged away on the onside by Hayne for a single. I remember going to rugby a few years ago for a very washed-out game. Yeah.
Tunbridge Wells was great, actually. It's a beautiful ground. It's a slightly interesting commentary position because the people sat in the row in front are at the same height as you. But they were so nice. I have to say the Kent members were lovely for the 4 days of that game. You know, they didn't turn around and give you advice on your commentary.
No, it was almost like they sat there because they were genuinely interested in what we might have to say, which was a bit, you know,
more full there.
Well, quite. But there's a really good bunch that travel around and watch pretty much every game. And yeah, that week was really pleasant. As Quinn bowls to the left-handed Rhodes, defends it back towards him and collects in his follow-through. Yeah, Tunbridge Wells is local to me, so I love it when Kent playing there.
But I was staying down the road in Tunbridge, so at least I'm one of the people who knows the difference.
Good.
And I don't remember the hotel with any great fondness. But I do particularly remember the craft beer bar down the road with enormous fondness.
Yes, they've got one in Tunbridge Wells
they
as well
have,
now.
Yes, they have. I think they did by then have both.
Okay, they did.
Yeah.
I like the bar snacks they do there, as this one is down the leg side. They do these like sort of meat sticks.
Oh, they did a very posh ploughman's with a real variety. It's sort of a continental ploughman's.
They did like hot pretzels, which they bake. They do meat sticks, and then they're good. There's some good food in there.
Hot pretzels as well now. So that's really, for those who like that, and people who know, I talk about craft ale when I'm on quite a bit. The board changes almost every day.
Yeah.
The board.
Oh yeah, loads of choices.
Very helpful bar stuff.
Yeah, popular, very popular. So this one's driven up towards mid-on. Am I going to make the end of this over before I go do an update? Maybe just
about.
I'll stand up.
It's when you go in for 2 or 3 nights in a row and they say, oh, you know that thing you had yesterday? There's one here that's really similar. Do you want to try this? And you give a little try before you buy. And they made me feel like a local, which that's the art of it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the art of bar staff.
Even though you're there just for a
I'm going to be there for 3 nights, but it means you go back. The fact that it was only about 30 yards from the hotel did work in my favour.
Nice. Quinn for the last time in the over, 71 for 3, bowling to Rhodes, who edges this wide of gully but runs it down with a bit of control for a single. 72 for 3. I'll leave you with Richard.
And we still have 2 overs to go before the tea interval. Yeah, the hottest day in many years, possibly ever, around the country, and we're going to have a lot of overtime today, which isn't ideal, but then again, how do you get a wriggle on in this sort of weather? Be updating this as the BBC CWR very shortly. 72 for 3 the score. Will Rhodes is awaiting the start of a new over from Matt Milnes. The Bears will want to maximise Kent's workload, make sure they're still in the field at the close of play today. And if they are, then they could well be in front. As Milnes comes in, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes. 3 slips and a rather more orthodox gully in place, but that is onto his pads and he clips it neatly through mid-wicket. They'll get at least 2. They should be able to come back for 3. Towards the fence. And he goes to 5. The score 75 for 3. Here comes the update for BBC CWR. Yeah, 75 for 3 they are now. That's a recovery from 3 early wickets. Milnes, Henry and Sani all striking early on. Sibley caught behind for 5. Davis with a nick to second slip also for 5. And Benjamin caught at third slip by leaning for 7. The recovery led by Sam Hain. He's looked in very good form. His off drives have been prevalent. He's on 43. Will Rhodes very much in a supporting role. He's contributed just 5 to a stand of 43. But the key is for the Bears to make sure that they keep Kent in the field as long as they can in this heat. 75 for 3 they are. They trail by 90. So that's the update for BBC CWR as I'm ploughing a lone furrow. I might give you the scores elsewhere during these 2 overs. Ben may well get back, but we'll see. So I'll give you the rest of the scores. I'll start that after this ball from Milnes, who bowls to Hain, turned off his hips for a single. She'll take Hain to 44 and 76 for 3. In the ODI up at Chester Street, South Africa 302 for 4. They've still got 21 balls to go. Van der Dussen 133, Markram 77 and Milan 57 have all done well. Livingston 2 for 29 has been the pick of the bowlers. Mind you, that's in just 4 overs. In the Championship, Hampshire at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire 197 for 2. Just under 3 overs left in that shortened day. They're only playing a 72 over day there today. So Hampshire will have enjoyed the best of it. Milnes into Rhodes, leaves it alone outside off stump. Felix Organ has batted all day for 87 not out. Holland made 48 and Gubbins 35. James Vince, the other not out batsman. That's one of 2 games due to finish early. The other one is Northants against Lancashire. And they've actually, because the over rate's been slow, got another 8 overs to go there. 201 for 6 on Northamptonshire. Rob Keogh's just gone for 54, a 3rd wicket for Washington Sundar. Lewis McManus is 43 not out. So on a sunny day, runs have not necessarily been easy to come by everywhere. It's tea at Taunton, where they've had rain as well. Come to that in a moment as Rhodes defends the next ball. It bounces up and hops neatly into the hands of Milnes, who captures it in his follow-through and then throws it for shining to Matt Henry. Somerset 164 for 2. Tom Abel unbeaten on 60. George Bartlett on 36, a wicket each for Waite and Thompson. Essex were in trouble against Surrey in the morning session. They were 91 for 6, but they're now 198 for 6. Excellent stand between Adam Rosington, who's on 58, and Simon Harmer, who can do no wrong in the last couple of weeks. He's on 46. They are into the evening session there. As a bouncer is ducked under by Will Rhodes. End of the over, 1 more to tea. Warwickshire 76 for 3, trailed by 89. Just 2 games in Division 2. Nottinghamshire very one-sided for them at Derby. They are 283 for 1, a stand of 237 for the 2nd wicket. Ben Duckett 137 not out. He's in good form of late. Hasib Hamid 120 not out. And the other one, the only other game, apart from this one at Edgbaston, in which the team who won the toss elected to field. Middlesex chose to field against Sussex. And Sussex are 211 for 2 at tea. Tom Alsop, who's having a good year since moving from Hampshire, 81 not out. And Cheteshwar Pujara is on 65 not out, captaining Sussex in the Championship now. Pujara. Ben Watts has hurtled back in, itching his knee. Well, scratching an itch on his knee.
Yeah.
Because he wants to come in and describe the final over before tea, which is going to be bowled by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, forget token over of spin before lunch. It's the token over of medium pace seam before tea.
Nothing wrong with that. He's bowled a bit this year, hasn't he?
He has actually. He was Kent's fourth seamer last week.
Good athlete, Bell-Drummond. Enjoy watching him in the field, and this year he's batted well.
He really has. 2 centuries in the Surrey game at the Oval to help Kent get a draw in that one. And as you say, as he comes in and bowls to Hayne here, has managed to get some very useful wickets for Kent. Just when he pitches the ball up, can be that little bit quicker than batters expect from a kind of part-time medium pacer, and he doesn't really jog in with any kind of gusto, but has got good whippy action actually. So Kent will be hoping that maybe he could, if he could just eke out Will Rhodes here or Sam Hayne, who's on 45, that'll be a very good way to go to the break.
You never know, do you, with part-time medium pacers as well. The history of cricket is full of moments like this, particularly before intervals, it seems to me. I'll give you an example in a moment.
2 slips for him. He's going to angle it across the left-hander here. Rhodes playing it back solidly, defensively.
There was a season, we're talking 20 years ago, when Matthew Elliott, the tall Australian opener, was making bucket loads of runs for Glamorgan. He had a really comfortable opening session here. And just before lunch, the Bears brought David Hemp on to bowl. They gave him a caught and bowled.
Nice. Perfect.
I mean, Hempy was not a lot of a bowler.
Bell-Drummond bowls. Run away into the gully this time by Rhodes. Towards Matt Milnes.
I mean, he was no Michael Burgess. Sorry. Ah, dear. It'll be one of the long-lived memories of this season, that wicket for Burgess at Northampton. Up there with some of the heroics of the T20 campaign, because there were quite a few big memories from that.
Some big scores.
Some big run chases as well.
Here comes Bell-Drummond again. Pushed in front of square by Rhodes, who is approaching this with the right kind of mindset, isn't he? He's obviously opened the batting a fair bit in County Championship cricket, and at the moment he's in that sort of almost see off the new ball type mode.
And that 220 run bowler, the 261, which was at least at the time the tournament record at Trent Bridge, was great, but the 230 odd at Headingley was better because it was, you know, bigger surface, bigger area, slower outfield.
Bell-Drummond bowls, and once again Rhodes in behind defensively. 1 more ball to go until tea. As I just pointed out in the update, some games are done and dusted for the day now. Almost,
yeah. They've got to get to 72 overs.
Okay.
And the one is Lancashire are 8 overs behind at 4:30, so that's going to go through to 5. So they've got to get to 72 overs. Nearly done at Cheltenham. They're into the last couple of overs there. Yeah, and we might make tea soon. It's going to be after 7. Play's going to finish after 7 now, isn't it?
Here comes Bell-Drummond. I think 7:20 is the latest we had a day this season. Maybe 7:15. So we do finally go to tea. 77 for 3, the Warwickshire tally. And Sam Hayne's 45, for me, has been the standout knock of the day so far. He's just looked super assured, even up against the pace of Matt Henry and Navdeep Saini, Matt Milnes, Matt Quinn, the 4 seamers that have had a go for Kent, along with Bell-Drummond in that last over. Hayne has been able to repel their efforts despite the 3 early breakthroughs. Davies for 5, Sibley for 5, and then Benjamin as well, becoming Navdeep Saini's first victim in a Kent shirt. So yeah, credit to the 2 batters for seeing things through to the break, and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes time for the final session of the day with 32 more overs to go.
Yeah, excellent. So yeah, rejoin us at 5 o'clock, and we'll see, as much as anything, how long we managed to play today. I reckon about 7:10 we're going to get through to today, so stick with us, get yourself a nice cool drink, put the fan on, and join us for the final session. Welcome back to Edgbaston for the final session of day one of this County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Kent. It has been eventful, to say the least, if you're just joining us. The final session starts at 5 o'clock, so we're going to be finishing after 7 tonight, that's for sure. Warwickshire surprisingly put Kent into bat earlier today, which, given the weather forecast and the intense heat, was a surprise. Bowled them out for 165. First 6 wickets all going to an outstanding Ollie Hannon Dolby. Henry Brooks then took the next 3. Danny Briggs with the last one. Jordan Cox 48, Sam Bling 33 with the most enterprising partnership, one of 72 for the 6th wicket. A blazing 34 from Matt Henry got them to a respectable score, given a surface that is quite sporting. There's something there for the seamers, there has been all day. A bit of movement in the air and a bit off the seam as well. In reply, Warwickshire lost Sibley for 5, Davis for 5 and Benjamin for 7. Excellent opening spells from Matt Henry and Matt Milnes. Senny took a wicket on his debut but was expensive, went for 34 runs in his 3 overs. But Sam Hayne, the only bear in double figures so far, he will resume now on 45. He's looked in good order. Will Rhodes on 5. Kent's lead as things stand is 88 with 32 overs of cricket scheduled for this final session in what is still very intense heat. And it's going to be Quinn to bowl the first over of this session. Tickled into the leg side. Jack Leaning moves to his right to pick up. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Alongside me is Phil Britt, who works for Warwickshire County Cricket Club, amongst other things curator of the terrific museum, which you do need to visit if you're here during a lunch interval of a championship day. And Ben Watts will be back with us from BBC Radio Kent. He'll jump into my seat in about 5 minutes time after we've done our updates. As Quinn comes in to bowl to Hayne, who's driving up towards mid-on. Henry does the fielding, and there's no run.
Sam Hayne in terrific form at the moment. He really has, over the last 3 or 4 county championship games, been held the Warwickshire batting together.
Well, certainly he'd been much missed in the last couple, hasn't he? Because he missed Northampton with injury, and then he was playing for England Lions when they subsided last week against Hampshire. So he again looks to drive it wide of mid-on, but Henry's able to move across. I think this has been his most consistent season of championship cricket since he was a teenager. Yeah,
it's it was beginning to look like he was only going to be considered to be a sort of white ball cricketer, but he's really progressed back. When he first came into the side, he got that double century and a century as the youngest to do that for Warwickshire, but then had one or two blank years.
He'll get a run this time as he turns the ball in front of square on the leg side. Bell Drummond is out on the boundary there, so it's just a single. 78 for 3. BBC CWR and BBC Radio WR are about to take an update because we approach 3 minutes past. Might get some bonus updates later. This is going to be a long old day, but you can't really blame anybody for that. And they're not being marked too badly for over rates. They're both at -1, I think. They're both technically 1 behind. But if ever you're going to turn a blind eye to it, today would be the day. Round the wicket to Rhodes comes Quinn. Rhodes guides it neatly down towards long leg. Here at Edgbaston, they're just resuming after a late tea. 79 for 3 Warwickshire. This in reply to the Kent score of 165 all out. Ollie Hannon Dolby with 6 fine wickets today in this intense heat. Sam Hayne has looked the most composed of any batsman today. He's worked his way onto 46 not out. He's getting good support from captain Will Rhodes right now. The Bears on 79 for 3. They trail by 86 runs. Started doubting my sums in the moment there, but I was about right. 86 is the correct number, I think. And it's going to be 82 now, because that is an immaculate straight drive from Sam Hayne that takes him through to 50, the first man to get a half century in this game. And that drive is a very good indication of the sort of way that he's played so far. That was an absolute beauty. Takes the Bears' score to 83 for 3. And this has been an excellent knock from Sam Hain.
Beautiful straight drive, his 9th boundary, and it came just slightly over pitched, but Hain was onto it in a flash and driving it down the ground. He's played some superb cover drives and straight drives in this innings.
64 balls for his half century. Really key phase to this game now, you fancy, because Matt Henry is to come back for his second spell.
Yeah.
Took 1 for 20 in 6 overs. Up there with Hannon Dolby as the cream of the bowlers that we've seen today. And from a Bears point of view, they will need to weather this spell from the Birmingham end. From the Kent point of view, if Matt Henry can sneak a couple here, then wickets can tumble quite quickly. We've seen that today.
What Warwickshire have got to do is try and play this spell out. 5 or 6 overs it'll probably be, as Henry comes in around the wicket, and this one is played out by Rhodes out to backward point. There's no run. But, it's important that Rhodes and Hain can get the head down, and almost at this point in time the scoring rate is not important for them because there's so much time now in this game. So 13 wickets having fallen on the first day, time is not a problem. Henry in again, bowls. Rhodes turns this one into the onside, but only 2 mid-wicket. Denley does the fielding, and there's no run. 83 for 3. A little bit of cloud just drifting overhead. It's been one of those days where there's been nothing, not even the wisp of cloud, but in the last 30-40 minutes there's a bit just drifted in, just the sun disappearing for a short time. This one is driven by Rose but not quite timed, and then he does the fielding, skips across, prevents the run.
There is, bizarre as it may seem, a slight possibility of an interruption by the weather in this session. There is a very small rain front, and it's interesting the percentage has gone up to about 7%, which seems low, but it will come close.
This one, Rhodes has nothing to do with it, goes through. I suppose the bit which they got at Taunton has got to break up on somewhere, because if it rained heavily for 2.5 hours in Taunton, it's either tracked up through Wales or it's going to come up, bits of it are going to come up this way.
Yeah, it is that is coming up this way. I mean, they were off for 2.5 hours. I suppose the rain was probably over the course of an hour, and
yeah,
mind you, if it was enough for it to have to dry up, but it has dispersed as you just described, but it is heading this way.
As Rhodes drives, not quite timing. It's not going to be 4 as he drives straight up towards long off. Denley chases and Rhodes gets back for 3. Henry gets the ball, throws it back at the striker's end, but Hain, who's running to the danger end, is home, and 3 more to the total. 86 for 3. Rhodes goes on to 9. Hain on 50.
Actually, the shot with which Hain brought up his half century also brought up the 50 partnership. At that point, Rhodes had only contributed 6 to it, but it really isn't the point, is it?
No.
It's the value is the innings.
Yeah, it's the first real period in this game that there's been any sizable partnership beginning to develop. On 2 occasions it was beginning. That 6th wicket partnership before lunch with Billings and Cox. This one is final ball of Henry's first over after tea. It's short and flies through to the keeper. Hain just ducks underneath it. Has nothing to do with it. End of the over. 86 for 3. Got 31 overs remaining in the day and the evening and the night, and almost won't be worth going home, Richard.
So yeah, 72 they did add the that partnership for the 6th wicket. So that is the one that these two need to aim at. Brian Halford, one of the club journalists here at Warwickshire, said, it's on Twitter, in the interest of investigative journalism, I just wandered out into the furnace and I can reveal it must be rather warm to be playing cricket in. I found this hardy creature out there, undeterred by the heat. It takes more than a heat wave to keep Gary Barwell's team down, referring to the ground staff here. As Quinn starts a new over round the wicket to Rhodes, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, well done to ground staff right round the country for getting stuck in today. The ones at Cheltenham and Northampton can rest now because their days are over. The two matches where they decided to have a 72 over day. Everybody else is playing 96. It might take us a while to get there, but we're going to play them.
Warwickshire, of course, are at Cheltenham for a one-day game.
Yep. A couple of interesting venues they've got. And the wicket, Quinn again, steered towards mid-wicket this time. And it's picked up there by Compton. There's no run. Radlett as well, Warwickshire go to for the game against Middlesex.
I've never been to Radlett.
No, me neither. And nor am I. No, I'm not going this time either.
Are you doing Cheltenham?
No. I mentioned earlier I've got the Oval next week. I've also got the Oval in the 50 over game. Having not been for 20 years, I could end up spending 5 days there. Well, that requires an element of optimism. So, Quinn bowls round the wicket, driven nicely by Rhodes, but not with sufficient timing or direction to defeat Henry at mid-off. He throws to Sam Billings, such is the way that cricketers are trained to do these days.
When's the over? Is that next week?
Yeah, Monday to Thursday next
It'd be
week.
nice if it's like this down there in London. Nice and...
What? This heat?
Yeah.
It's not going to be this
Well,
hot.
I'm really sorry I can't join you down there if it's that hot.
It's not going to be this hot. It's going to be pleasant by the look of it. As Rhodes is forward to defence once more. The frustrating thing is because you can't trust today's cricket to finish at 6.
No.
If you could, you'd think, well, I'll go and see a show. But they all tend to start at 7:30. I was thinking there must be some that start at 8, but no. No, not really.
Well, your problem is that once the cricket stops, you don't, because you've still got your interviews.
And then I tend to edit them for the bulletins, and it's fabulous. I'm not criticising the work, but it doesn't mean you don't rattle across London very easily. As this is guided down towards long leg by Rhodes. Quinn from round the wicket didn't quite get his line right there, just dragged it across the batsman. Another single, 87 for 3. But it's I'm in walking distance where I'm staying to the National Theatres. So you know.
Oh right. Okay.
If we did have a prompt finish, there might be a chance of me getting a last-minute ticket, because there's usually the odd return on the door if you turn up in person. So we'll see. Also hoping to bump into a friend from school who I haven't seen in over 30 years. That'll be entertaining. As Quinn bowls back of a length, left alone outside off stump by Hayne, 87 for 3.
Will he recognise you?
I think there's a reasonable possibility that he will. I'm like I was when I was at school, only without hair. Yeah, the rest hasn't changed too much. 87 for 3.
And we're going to continue from the Birmingham end.
Wiping the sweat away from his forehead with the large band. I can't just call it a wristband, and he can't call it an armband because he isn't going swimming. But he has sweatbands on his left arm, and he took a substantial wipe with that.
He's into Rhodes, who is behind that and just running it away to the onside. Compton comes around under the white floppy sun hat and does the fielding. There's no run.
Yeah, the sun hat count at a season's best of 6 here.
It is, yes, it's a healthy number, isn't it?
That's really good. Jordan Cox is letting the side down somewhat. I'm glad to see that Senny's got a cap on now, though.
And again, Rhodes is behind it, and again pushing it into the onside, and again it's Compton who does the fielding.
Be rare to see a wicket-keeper in a floppy these days, although Craig Miles did wear a floppy hat when he kept wicket at Northampton.
So how would you have rated his wicket-keeping prowess?
He'd get a game on a Sunday.
Yeah. This next one is driven down the ground. It again, not perfectly timed, but it's still running on. It might be pulled up just inside the ropes. They jog back for 3, and it's 3 more to Rhodes, with driven down to long off, and 3 more to him. That takes Rhodes on to 13. Warwickshire on to 90 for 3. Bringing Hayne back onto strike.
If it hadn't been such a hot day, Senny, having dragged it back before the rope, would have had the misfortune of gone to all that trouble and then have run 4. But they weren't running at full bore there by any stretch. Who is it that's sunbathing at the far end of the ground at the moment? Too far away to see, got no binoculars.
This next one, Hayne turns to mid-wicket. Drummond does the fielding, and there's no run.
Ben's younger, he's got better eyesight. Is that a Kentishman or a Warwickshireman who's there in his vest and shorts, sunbathing just over the rope at the far end?
Oh, that's a Kent man.
Is it?
Yep.
Member of the Kent coaching staff, maybe. Could that be it?
Again, Hayne plays this next one from Henry, just gently back, and in the end it's helped by Will Rhodes, who bends down and picks it up and hands it back to Henry. There's no run.
The Ollie Hannon Dolby ceremonial pavilion over by the old scoreboard has been taken down for the day. The umbrella was strapped down with some tent pegs. It's gone.
Yeah, it was taken down just on tee. As Hayne turns this one to Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. It wraps him on the hand. He shakes his hand, but it prevents any singles. End of another over from Matt Henry. It's 90 for 3, and Hayne remains on 50.
Given the unique weather of today, because it's not going to be this hot tomorrow, do you think we ever again in our cricket commentating career, and Ben has got more years ahead of him than us, you know, we're talking a series of 20-year age gaps in the box today, but do we think we'll ever see anybody fielding that long leg in a championship game with their trousers pulled up to their knees again, in their dark socks, looking like Grandad's about to go for a paddle? Will we ever see that again?
I hope not. I hope even in what remains of my short time. I hope not.
In comes Quinn, round the wicket to the left-hander Rhodes, well left by Rhodes, outside off stump. It remains 90 for 3. I said that he needed a handkerchief on his head. The other thing that would have really completed it would have been braces.
Stick a rock.
We wouldn't be able to see that from here.
We were lucky it was at the other end of the ground. That was the only fortuitous part of that whole exercise, that he wasn't within proper.
He should have egg sandwiches wrapped up in greaseproof paper. Quinn to Rhodes, just steps across and defends with a full face of the bat. Neatly picked up and is followed through by Quinn, who then passes it on for somebody else to take on the shining duties. 75 the Kent lead, 7 first innings wickets standing for Warwickshire.
People don't use greaseproof paper for wrapping their sandwiches anymore, do they?
I have a
Well,
work.
generally
I have a work colleague who still does.
Really?
Yeah, and he's about the same age as me, and his mum always gave him his sandwiches in it, and he goes out and buys greaseproof paper to do the same. As this is driven square on the leg side, that's a good sharp piece of fielding though by Denley to prevent the single, coming round in front of umpire Blackwell. The Sunbather's on his way back now.
Yeah, he's heard you talking about him down there.
Yeah, I've made him paranoid. Somebody who's listening at the far end has said.
They're having a go at you.
He said those miserable bleeders on the commentary. They've called you out. Simon Cook, we're being told, who's the bowling coach. It's a good job I could lip read. He's very good. He's very good, Ben, at giving me clues like that. As a shorter ball is turned into the leg side, picked up by Compton, who's fielding it short mid wicket. So the bowling coach was having a look at what Matt Henry was doing from the far end.
Well, he was taking a pretty strange position to do it. He was like stretched out on the grass in a like he was, as you say, like he was about to sunbathe. So facing the other way, so he must have got a crick in his neck.
He's looking very carefully at how he positions his studs during the run-up.
And also the sun's gone in, so he's had all day to do it. It's left it a bit late.
Quinn in, jabbed out towards point by Rhodes. Bell Drummond picks up, no run. If it's slightly damp, if you keep on tamping on exactly the same spot on your run-up, would eventually little worms pop their heads up? Does that happen? Because they're when you're in the garden, you can do that, can't you? You tamp the same piece of ground,
and they'll come.
And a little worm's head will pop up.
Well, I can't argue, no. It's not something I can ever profess to having done.
Sorry, I just brought out a weird hypothesis for once, but there we go. Driven into the offside by Rhodes. The field has been well set for what Quinn has bowled in that over. He doesn't concede any runs other than maiden from him. Warwickshire 90 for 3, 13 to Rhodes, 50 to Hayne. And this partnership now has added 58.
Yes, it was a good, nice tight over there from Quinn.
So you're not picking up on the worms thing any further. You got nothing.
Well, I've got nothing much.
Nothing more to add there. No. I thought you'd know, because you're a man who's displayed himself at Chelsea.
Yes, but that was on the floral art, and that was nothing to do with it. We didn't have many worms actually. I have to say.
Oh. It's time you went back and did that again.
No, I think that.
That ship sailed, is it?
Yeah, 6 times I did it. I was there, so that was enough. Henry comes in and bowls, and Hayne turns this away nicely through square leg. In fact, through mid-wicket, it's well in front of square. He'll get just 1, but nicely played away, all on the floor. Take him on to 51, 91 for 3.
So of all the unlikely facts I learnt about you travelling around watching Warwickshire, that was one of my favourites, and the most impressive. The Chelsea Flower Show stuff. That's because it takes an astonishing amount of commitment and attention to detail to even dare to display at Chelsea. So kudos for that.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic experience, I have to say. I thoroughly enjoyed doing it all those years. As this next one is left outside the off stump by Rhodes, it goes through to Billings, and there's no run.
I admire people who've got the patience and attention to detail. There's an extraordinary guy based in Birmingham called Willard Wigan, and he does these tiny pinhead sculptures where to actually do it accurately you have to do it in between your breaths, and you have to make sure that there's not a lot of traffic. And he does these astonishingly intricate things that you need a magnifying glass to see properly. And you cannot believe the level of detail. And it's people say, why do you do it? Well, because he can. It's amazing.
Rhodes tries to drive, doesn't time it, it just runs into the offside. He looks at the bottom of his bat, and there's no run, just out to cover point. It's like the detail that during the Napoleonic Wars, a lot of the French sailors used to make those wonderful little carvings out of whale bones and things like that. And when you look at the detail, the way they are, the time and the tension, this one is chopped into the ground, and again out to backward point by Rhodes. And again he looks at the bottom of his bat, as if to say, this doesn't work in very well. But he's managing to keep Henry at bay.
Time at the crease is everything here for Warwickshire.
Absolutely.
Get through today with as many wickets left as possible. It would be a great day for them.
Henry in. Rhodes drives into the offside. That's a nice looking shot. Times it away through extra cover. He'll turn complete 2. They'll get 3 as the ball is just being retrieved now, and they jog through for the 3rd. So 3 more to Rhodes. Nicely played away. 94 for 3, and just leaning into that.
Specialising in the 3 today. So, by the way, Phil will be leaving us at 5:30. So Ben and I have got the long haul to the close of play here today. The long haul.
I have to say, I feel almost guilty here.
Almost, yeah,
I did
almost.
think we'd be down to about the last 10 overs, and I thought, well, that's not too bad, but we're How many is that still?
Still 26 after this one.
26.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear. This next one is has Hayden up on his toes. Plays this back to the bowler. One bounce, and he just picks it up, and he has a look at the ball. End of the over. Ian Blackwell is still a bit sprightly out there. He cuts the figures. He has a chat out umpiring at the far end of the ground.
He'll give you a fiver at the close of play for that. I tell you, if anybody's looking sprightly out there, only umpires. Such a long time to be out there.
I know, and with great respect, Ian Blackwell is not one of the slimmest sort of guys. He's a big man, and I should think he'll know he's been out there all day in this heat. Anyway, he's still able to have a chat as he stands out at square leg.
Quinn to continue. So the left-handed Rhodes, so he's round the wicket again, defends into the offside. Interesting, he's got both a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. They're trying to stem any flow of runs. Not that he's been flowing, Rhodes, but say crease occupation is everything. He's just stretching his legs at the moment. Sort of day where cramps can turn up.
I think Ben's got a 5:30 update, hasn't he? Once he's done that, he'll be joining you.
This ball is on and around off stump, defended back into the bowler's follow through, and again there's no run. BBC Radio WM may well take a 5:30, maybe CWR, we will see. Tom Alsop has become the third centurion of the day, 103 not out for Sussex, who are 259 for 2, having been put in by Middlesex. Didn't work so well for Middlesex. Pujara's on 89, so he's close to winning him. So Rhodes driving nicely, but it's straight towards mid-on. So there'll be no run. That's a 13th man, I think, because we've seen Ollie Robinson on, but that's not Ollie Robinson. That's somebody else. Nottinghamshire 344 for 1 in Division 2 against Derbyshire. Duckett now 176 not out. Hamid 137 not out. It's a commanding day for them. Quinn around the wicket to Rhodes once more, turns it to the leg side. Compton is across quickly. Denley was backing him up, but Compton picks it up neatly. And there's no run. There'll be a brief spell potentially where I'm on my own, so I might save the other scores for that.
I'm looking to see who number 11 is for Kent.
I did have the Kent squad numbers up earlier.
Yeah, their website has it's quite useful for that.
Just back of a length, steered again towards Compton, who's been busy in the field during the course of this over. But again, able to prevent a single. James Logan is listed on the website.
Yep. James Edwin Graham Logan.
James Edwin Graham, JEG. Blessed with 3 initials. He's going to come back over the wicket now. Quinn looking to angle it across the left-hander. And Rhodes steers it down towards third man. It is a short boundary there, so the chase is on, but I don't think they'll cut it off, even with a slide. Cox tries his best, but he can't. And Rhodes gets a boundary. He's up to 20. And the score 98 for 3. The light isn't very clever at the moment. The light has dipped a bit. And I mentioned that there was the possibility of a rain cloud coming over. Whether any of these will come to rain or not, but there is a little bit more cloud cover. So after the sheer sunshine of much of the day, it's a little bit murkier now. 67, the Kent lead. Still 7 wickets standing for Warwickshire.
Well, the old shirts will be going on, and one of the chaps who helps in the museum very kindly volunteers, and he does a terrific job for us, but he came in today wearing an anorak.
Did he?
Yeah.
And nothing else?
He's got his ordinary, and on top he got his anorak on.
Yeah.
So he's pulled his leg about it. As Henry comes in, starts a new over. Hayne turns it away, square on the onside. He'll just get one.
He limped the start of that run. What did he hurt there? He's had a back problem lately.
Sam Hayne.
Yeah, and I just wonder whether he jarred that a little bit. Yeah, he's a bit rueful at the other end.
He's that's been a problem for him. And in fact, he played a couple of games, Richard, which I didn't think he would be playing, because he finished one of the Blast games. He really was in trouble, and then turned out in the next championship game and scored a century. And I wondered then whether this was something which he's just playing through.
The feeling was that treatable with rest was the thing, so that's why he didn't play at Northampton. Then did play for England Lions, but relatively light work. So bit of luck, he'll be okay.
It's up to 99 for 3. Henry not missing anything, because they're just having a chat and just delaying it a bit. They want you to be here at 8 o'clock tonight, I think. As Henry now comes in again to bowl to the left-handed Rose, who turns this away just behind square. Bell Drummond comes in off the fence, and the applause you can hear is because Warwickshire have reached 100 for 3. They trail by 65, and these two ticking along quite nicely since that last wicket fell.
Well, good gosh, just having a look round to see what's going on with the weather. Any bad weather does always come over our left shoulder.
Yep.
It's always sent up the A38 from our good friends at Worcester.
Henry again in bowls, and Hayne will get more runs and just ambles the two of them. They amble the single, the easy single, down to mid-wicket. And 101 for 3. One or two shouts going on from the Kent players. A little bit of encouragement, trying to get them going. That'll be Rhodes to face. He's been patiently gathering runs. He's on 21. Hayne on 53 as Henry is in and bowls, and Rhodes leaves this one. Ball which swung back after it had gone past the stumps, and got quite prodigious swing on it.
Yeah, it really did. I think it cleared off stump in the end, but it cleared off stump by quite a distance. There was quite a lot of bounce there, so whether he left it on length as much as anything. We saw Kent get into some bother with a couple of leaves, albeit that Zach Crawley, we believe, was rather unlucky with the decision that he received.
Henry again into Rhodes, who again has nothing to do with that one. Outside the off stump, it goes through to the keeper. Sam Billings, 101 for 3 it stays.
So back to the Cotswolds for you tonight. Is it another debauched night with Jeremy Clarkson and David Cameron?
They're a bit further down south to me. They're not in my neck of the Cotswolds.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
No. Just a debauched night as usual. As this one is turned by Rhodes down to Bell Drummond out on the deep square leg boundary, and they again just trot through for the single. End of another over from Henry. 102 for 3. Haynes 53 and 22 to Rhodes.
Umpires converge.
They're looking at the dark skies gathering over to the west.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's particularly prodigious dark skies, but whether there's a debate as to whether the floodlights might have to come on, I think that might be, because Ian Blackwell has got onto the walkie-talkie, if we still call them such a thing, and it may well be that they're asking for the floodlights, which would be interesting. Because certainly the ground staff are showing no interest at the threat of any weather. Because you'd have one of them or two of them sitting on the hover cover by now, if that was the case.
I'm going to get away before this rain comes. I don't want to have to go to the car in the rain.
Oh dear.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Through the car park in his galoshes. Quinn into bowl to Rhodes. Leaves it alone outside off stump. 24 overs left in the day. That should take us to 7 or just beyond. Our thanks to Phil Britt. He may well be with us tomorrow. It's not a guarantee. Grace Ballinger is due to be with us, the left arm seamer. Plays for Leicestershire. I think he's just got a call up to the 100 as well, so she'll be in chirpy mood under those circumstances. Ben Watts has just shown the reflexes of a slip-fielding god to stop a glass of water falling over. As Quinn bowls, and Rhodes is firmly in behind that. Sends it up towards mid-on, and no run. That was nimble.
My teammates wish I did that more often on a Saturday, to be fair.
I don't reckon you're in the slips.
I do actually, occasionally,
Do
yeah.
you? Occasionally.
Yeah.
Nor need there be somebody of slightly slower limb who might be positioned at first slip.
I mean, I'm not saying anything about everyone else, but we try and put someone in there who might occasionally catch one or two.
Floodlights are indeed being switched on as Rhodes pushes out into the offside, into covers. Bell Drummond. No, not Bell Drummond.
I think it's leaning in there. He looks like he's been growing that beard of his.
It's leaning with a gardener's beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I said that on my last update. It's gone really overcast, really gloomy, actually.
Yeah, I've mentioned to Phil that there is a little bit of rain heading around this area, whether it hits the ground or not. It's very slowly been coming up from Taunton, where they had the problem earlier. As Rhodes leaves a ball that's setting off outside off stump. This is the sort of day, if we've got a little bit of rain, there may not be an urgent desire to get back on.
Yeah, true.
Both teams will have had enough of the heat, and tomorrow is going to be a little bit more temperate. There was at one point a forecast for some rain before play tomorrow, but I'm not sure that's the case anymore. Should still be above 30 degrees here at the moment, but tomorrow you're looking at the low 20s with a possibility of some rain before lunch. As this is driven beautifully by Rhodes, and that's a good stop and is followed through by Quinn. Took the pace off the ball. Henry will march forward to pick it up left-handed. 102 for 3, and they're getting towards the end of their spells, these two, you would think, in this evening session.
Craig Ridley's just tweeted me going, can you tweet about how well Sam Hain is batting? Mainly because I did so earlier when Sam Billings was going well and he got out seconds later, so...
Yeah, but does it work when it's an opposition player?
I don't. Does it even work if you know someone tells you to do it as well? I need to do it unprompted. I'll give it a go in a minute. I can't promise anything. Cheers to Phil.
Yeah, he's off now. He's gone. Quinn steered towards square leg by Rhodes. Can't beat the fielder. End of the over, picked up by Denley. It's one of these things about the scoreboard that we bemoan occasionally, is that as soon as the final ball is bowled and the figures are updated, the bowler goes off the screen a little bit too soon. So I can't tell you for sure whether that was a maiden or not. I've got a feeling it might well have been. But his figures have gone straight off the screen. Matt Henry is going to bowl another, which will be, like Quinn, his 5th since tea. I assume it's still very hot. I haven't nipped out still. I meant to, didn't I? I was intending to nip out during tea, and I just hung around. Sent a few emails. People who probably wanted replies rather earlier than they got them, but there we go. It happens.
KentCricket@gmail.com for your emails. A couple of people have emailed me about your taste for real ale.
Oh, good.
As Henry is in and bowling to Hain, pushes this one out towards extra cover. He says, if Warwickshire ever play at Beckenham...
Oof, I've been to Beckenham once, but
you need to stay in...
playing.
He said you need to stay in Sid Cup.
Okay.
Real ale paradise.
Ooh.
Choice of micro pubs. Or it says choice of micro pub crawls along 2 bus routes. So one's the 286 from Greenwich to Sidcup, and the other is the 51 from Welling to Sidcup. Alternatively, walking distance, there's 5 micro pubs. 2 in each are enough if you're commentating the next day, he would suggest.
2 in each? What, are 5 pubs? No, you have to have a strict limit when you're commentating.
Yeah, crikey. Henry bowls. Oh, that was almost an edge from Sam Hain through to Sam Billings. I'm only midway through my nice tweet about him. Haven't even pressed send yet. So he's gone for a big drive.
Rare false shot in this innings, that, from Hain.
I think that's about the only one.
Who was it who sent the email about the...
Dave Evans.
Dave, you're a man after my own heart. I was a relatively recent convert, about 4 or 5 years ago. But
and then Sean the Brewer was also asking because he.
Sean the Brewer, there's a clue there, isn't there?
Yes. There is a clue.
Either he's a Burton Albion fan or he's into his beer.
He is into his beer. So he lived in Kent and is now up in Crewe Way. That's Henry bowls, and this one's clipped away for a single by Hayne out towards deep square leg. 104 for 3. The score moves on to. We also had an excellent email from Phil earlier on. This was at the point when Kent weren't playing very well. He said, "Hi gents, not loving the comms as much as sometimes." And I paused and thought, oh, what are we doing wrong today? And then he said, "No, that's Kent's fault, not yours." So
Okay. So what did the brewer say?
Sean he was just asking.
Okay.
Who is your co-commentator? Loves the room.
So just down the road from here, there's what's now known as the Sturchley Mile, where there are 3 microbreweries and a couple of craft ale pubs.
Ooh.
Saturdays could be lost down there.
Henry bowls, left-handed. Rhodes pushes this one out towards point. I was in Headingley earlier on in the season, and Saturday nights there, crazy students in all kinds of fancy dress just along this strip of road,
Just their
going
normal
from
clothes.
pub to pub. Just well, I mean, quite, but the fancy dress ones as well. Honestly, it was. I went back to the hotel. I think I got a takeaway in. No, actually, I didn't. I went to Chippy on the way back.
What Kirkstall Fisheries, the legendary.
It was literally around the corner from the ground, as this one's driven away very nicely by Will Rhodes for 4 runs. Through extra cover. Down the ground, moves to 26, 107 for 3. Well, the chip shop was actually closing up by the time I got there, such was the lateness of the day. And I put my head round the door and said, have you stopped serving? And he said, well, I've got 1 sausage left and I can give you some chips. And then he said, I've already cashed up, so here you go. So yeah, I lucked out.
Well, there we go. All the rumours about Yorkshire, you see, are untrue. I did live in Yorkshire for a few years, so I'm fond. Well, I'm more of a Bradford fond than a Leeds fond.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Henry in again. Rhodes down the leg side. Sam Billings has taken it very nicely, one-handed. I don't think there was any bat there, though, and neither does the umpire. Says that if there was any noise, it was bat on pad. As some drinks come out.
Ball's hit his right pad all
Yeah.
the way. Previous shot was the best one that Will Rhodes has played in this innings. So
Outstanding.
biggest partnership of the day now. This 75 just has outstripped the one between Cox and Billings, who had 72 for the 6th wicket. And there's going to be a couple of drinks breaks then in this session, because the first one comes 10 overs in, which makes some sense. And a couple of 12th men are going to come on as well, by the look of it. As Matt Henry is going to trudge off and presumably get himself a dry shirt, so I think that marked the end of his spell.
Oh yeah, Ollie Robinson's there. I don't know. I think Kent have only got a 12-man squad here.
Well, no, James Logan's been fielding as well.
Logan's here as well.
Well, at least a man wearing number 11 who could be James Logan.
No, you're right. It is James Logan out there. He wasn't down in this sort of squad because overnight, actually this ties in with what Paul Harrison's asking me on email. Overnight, they hadn't named the full squad, and the press release on the website said full squad will be named after some fitness tests.
Yes.
So
And you passed yours.
I did, yeah.
Well
Presumably, Mr. Darren Stevens was one of those, because he's neither playing for the twos this week nor is he actually in the squad. So maybe they didn't quite feel he was ready for the rigours of a 4-day game with the bowling, with his shoulder injury that he's had since the start of the T20 comp, because he did actually play a couple of T20s at the back end of the competition and batted. And then he bowled in the twos last week, but yeah, wasn't in the 12-man squad, and the release was eventually updated to say that he and Nathan Gilchrist were on the verge of returning to first team action. Gilchrist is playing twos this week, but no Stevens in there, and then Grant Stewart not playing in this one. Linda not playing. Linda's obviously the overseas player and effectively rested, with Senny coming in to join Henry. Stewart has been inside as well in recent weeks, but again with those 2 fast bowlers coming in, he's out of the side.
Nearly had a bit of a disaster there in that Matt Milnes is going to come on to start a spell, and he decided to have a practice run-up, which was going beautifully until Ollie Robinson decided to walk across him. There was a brief bumper car moment.
Was it on purpose?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Ollie, because those two are good mates.
Okay, it's possible that it was on purpose.
I don't think you'd deliberately walk in front of a bowler going through a practice run-up unless you had some kind of death wish.
Oh no, I'm not saying he did it deliberately. I felt he did it entirely unknowingly.
Okay, just sort of accidentally wandered in front of him.
Yeah. It could have ended badly, but as it turned out, it was all right. So the two bowlers who have bowled since tea bowled 5 overs each. That seems to be a sensible spell in this sort of weather. And now it's the chance for Milnes. And first up, it's Hayne who pushes him into the offside. Robinson comes in to do the fielding.
Paul is rather befitting of a pessimistic Kent fan who is worried that having taken some early wickets, 400-500 are going to be on the board by the end of the Warwickshire innings. I would say that now would be the time to try and avoid that scenario, because maybe sometimes you do just get a bit more movement with the floodlights on for whatever reason. Overcast conditions can get this 31 over old ball to talk.
Well, Hayne is looking to drive this wide of Henry, who comes up with a nice tumbling stop, loses his floppy hat in the process. Looks like he's going to throw at the stumps. Ball never comes out of his hand, he holds on to it. And Hayne gets a single, 55 for him, 108 for 3. The deficit down to 57.
I think so far Matt Henry's batting still is my favourite part of the day. Just as a bit of a rule unto himself, isn't he? Just see ball, hit ball.
Yeah, which was actually pretty wise under the circumstances. Ben Duckett on the verge of a double, by the way, for Nottinghamshire, whose second wicket stand is now at 327 against Derbyshire. Hamid and Duckett have had it pretty much their own way. Still quite a bit of cricket left in that one today as well. Not as much as this, mind. Round the wicket to the left-hander comes Milnes, driven by Rhodes to extra cover. It's picked up by Leaning. Light is not great. You wouldn't have expected that at this point in the day, but cloud cover coming in. Might just seal things to keep it warm tonight, but as you're in an air-conditioned room in your BBC paid-for hostel.
Yes, indeed.
Hostel.
It's at the University of Birmingham.
Is it? Just back of a length, and it goes past the outside edge of Rhodes. Billings was interested, nobody else was going up with him. Good delivery that from Milnes.
Yeah.
So the awkward thing is if you're staying in amongst sort of the campus, there's like almost nothing in walking distance from there.
Yeah, there's not really much, but last night when I came in, there was a few people that were leaving that were suited up, so they looked like maybe they'd had some sort of graduation. And then there was a bunch of people in Team England stash.
Oh, of course, Commonwealth Games.
In,
yeah.
I was trying to work out what sport they were, and I couldn't quite nail it.
Steered off his pads by Rhodes. He runs the first hard. There are two fielders converging on it. There is only really one there. Rhodes to 27, 109 for 3. Well, there are a couple of sports that are going on at the university.
Yeah, I was on the website, on the Team England Commonwealth Games, scrolling through all the different sports, seeing if I could work out who I just spotted, but I wasn't 100% sure, because they've got all got masks on, because obviously they're getting tested for COVID.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to go up to anyone and ask.
They could be hockeyists.
I reckon I'd recognise hockey. I didn't
Do you?
think, yeah.
Well, how can you tell? Is it because their fingers are bashed?
No, I just think they're a bit more high profile than, say, badminton or...
Okay, name me some hockey players.
That was my theory. I don't know. I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was hockey players.
Milnes into Hayne. Back foot defence from Hayne.
I had our Olympics expert, Alex Hode, who did a bit of commentary for us last week, messaging me, giving me suggestions, because he is...
What about squashers?
Yeah, squash is possible. Squash,
is
badminton.
going on in that area.
Yeah, could have been.
Yeah.
Diving was another guess I had.
Yeah. Well, there's sort of swimming and diving's going on in the Black Country, so you think they'd be staying near the aquatic centre in Tipton.
A lot of the swimmers are based in Loughborough anyway, aren't they? So it's not too far.
Indeed. Of course, the women's T20 cricket is happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Should be really good, actually. Be a very different crowd to a T20 crowd that's normally here. I think that might be nice. As Senny's going to get another go. Ben Duckett has completed his double 100, by the way, for Notts, 375 for 1. In the ODI up at Durham, 334 the target for England to beat South Africa. They're 25 without loss in the 6th. Roy 15 and Bairstow 9. And the two games that finished for the day early, Hampshire 203 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Morgan 93 not out. It's a nervous night for him. And Northamptonshire 218 for 7 against Lancashire. 50s for Rob Keogh and Lewis McManus, who's 59 not out. Washington Sundar 4 for 69.
So Sen, he's going to come back on for Kent, replacing Matt Henry. A couple of slips in play. Where's that Crawley? Because he's kind of a catching mid-wicket. This one's through to Sam Billings. This is Jack leaning at second slip alongside Cox and Billings, so for whatever reason Crawley's been relegated out of the slips. They've got a point, a cover, a mid-on, mid-off, and then there's deep square leg rather, and a long leg. We're down on that shorter boundary in front of the Hollies, which is, well, looking a bit empty compared to Saturday.
Oh, do you reckon?
Just a little bit.
Yeah, it's quieter, isn't it?
Dramatic on Saturday though, crikey.
I'd say they hadn't sold as much beer today either.
So probably close. Here comes Senny in and bowling, defended away into the gully. But yeah, what about that ending on Saturday with the whole Hampshire had won, then they realised it was a no ball, then they had to bowl it again, and then there was a suggestion that the field was moved, and then there was whether the ball was dead and whether they did run two. And
yeah, although the wicketkeeper, having taken a stump out at one end, carried on with the ball in his hand to the other end, but then the TV pictures cut away.
Yeah, he didn't actually. I don't think he picked up another stump. I think the stump he had was the one he had from the other end.
It was all a bit of a mess.
It was a bit. Sending in again to the left-handed Rhodes, lets this one go through over the top of the stumps to Billings.
Although how Lancashire got themselves into that pickle anyway? They were so on top.
They were going at tens, weren't they, after 7 overs? 70 odd for one, or I think it was 70 odd for one before Croft got out. It looked like they were going to cruise it. And well, Hampshire did what Kent couldn't do and lost. They both at one point were down the bottom end of the South Group table and had lost their first 3 or 4 games, and then they got on a real roll. Hampshire, as this one's cut away out towards backward point, where Milnes does the fielding. For me, Surrey bottled it in the quarterfinals because they looked such a dominant force in the South Group in the group stage, and then they needed what 4 off the last over at Yorkshire that Jordan Thompson bowled.
Yeah, astonishing.
That was extraordinary, wasn't it?
But, you know, equally, many people have been surprised with how dominant the Bears have been, particularly with the bat, that they didn't quite get it done against Hampshire. But T20 cricket, one individual performing on the day can make all the difference.
Yeah, funny old game.
Yeah.
Here comes Senny in. Pushed away by Rose out towards extra cover where Ollie Robinson fields. Very lively, the 12th man.
How it can turn around in a year. Obviously, Kent, after Joy last year, had such a down year. You look at Derbyshire having a really good year this time, and it's not a star-studded Derbyshire side.
From qualifying, were they? Yeah, I mean, it didn't quite go from being the best team in the country to the worst, because Worcestershire were poorer than Kent in the end. I think they had 1 less win than the Spitfires did.
That's surprising as well, because Worcestershire have got some really good
good white ball team, really.
Talent.
So yeah, it was not an ideal campaign for Kent. As Senny's in a bowling, there's half an appeal, but looks like he's just bat on the ground.
Yeah.
Played and missed at that one. 109 for 3.
Wasn't a great shot. I'm going to say
20 overs to go.
We may not be that far away from a light meter situation.
It is gloomy, isn't it?
It is, and you know, it is one of those days that if we did go off, I'm not sure how quickly we get back on, if at all. But we're still due 20 overs, and a member of the ground staff is now active, which is always an interesting sign, though not heading to the hover cover, but getting something in position, which often means they think there might just be a bit of activity before too long that's showing on the radar. If there is, there's not a lot of it, but there is a little bit around. Just having another look at what's coming our way, but it's enough for it to have got surprisingly dark. Milnes to start a new over to Hayne, who's become somewhat becalmed since reaching 50. It's a very firm defensive shot that hits the stumps at the bowler's end. I don't know whether the bowler got a fingertip on that, but
he reached for it, didn't he? I don't know if he actually touched it.
Rhodes was planted well behind the line, so it's never going to be an issue. Gives umpire Goff something to do anyway. 56 the difference between the two sides now. As things stand, it's looking like a good decision at the toss by Warwickshire. But Kent still have the chance in these 20 overs to win this session. Hayne turns it round the corner, appeals for LBW, but that ball always looked like it was angling down. Gosh, he wouldn't have hit another stump and a half.
There was two noises
and he's got some bat on it.
Yeah.
It's not got a lot going for it, that.
There was definitely two noises.
They come through for a run, 110 for 3. But you know, we've got the pictures in front of us. It's not going to hit leg.
I mean, that's
regardless.
That's how desperate Kent are for a wicket right now, that they're appealing for that.
I mean, it's angled in, and it's hit him. Where it's hit him, it's probably directly in front of leg stump, but he's come down the wicket, and the angle is taking it further down. And he hit it.
Oh well, always good to appeal.
But there have been a couple of moments in the last couple of overs, and that's a good ball from Milnes. Lifts more than Rhodes expected. And he has to drop his hands to get the bat under the ball as it passes his left shoulder. There's a bit of feeling in that from Milnes, who's bowled well so far today. Got the big wicket of Dom Sibley early doors, the first wicket. He went for 5. He's bowling with a bit of fire. It's maybe ratcheted up because he convinced himself that he might have had an LBW, that he had a near thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, just get yourself going.
Self-motivation. Without it, I wouldn't get out of bed. Milnes driven by Rhodes. Henry, though, is able to dive to his right again. Then produces yet another unnecessary throw to the wicketkeeper because nobody else is moving.
There was one in the India-England ODI the other day where, I can't remember which bowler it was, but it hit the pad. He ran through on his follow-through to grab the ball to prevent the single, and then appealed afterwards. And it was a very polite inquiry, and the umpire was like, yeah. And then the replay was absolutely plumb. It was hitting middle. It was just a delayed appeal.
John Flannery is a Warwickshire fan, has sent an email with a lot of questions on.
Oh, okay.
Right, he missed the first part of the day's commentary, so he didn't hear up-to-date team news. Where is Nathan McAndrew, who's been improving game on game? He's unwell, John, therefore wasn't available. I know that Rob Yates and Matt Lamb are playing for a very strong second 11. I would suggest they're unlucky to be left out. Lamb has only had a couple of bad games after a strong start to the season. Contract year for Matt Lamb as well. Interested that he's been left out. Rob Yates left out on form, but he is unlucky, as we debated earlier, because he hasn't been given the chance to open this year, when you could argue that he should be, as Rhodes leaves the ball alone outside off stump. He says, I have no problem with giving Chris Benjamin a run in the first time, but seriously, isn't he too loose to bat at number 3? I'd have thought 5 or 6 would have been more suitable. Well, modern game, a lot of very positive number 3s. Well, Stone and Norwell will be ready for first team action soon. Both are playing in the second 11 this week, and therefore potentially could be in contention for the Oval next week.
Yeah, Stone got 92 not out, and then Lamb got 67.
Very good.
And then not so 80 for 1 in reply. Norwell got Buddingjah for 31, caught by Yates.
What is Chris Woakes' injury? Where did he sustain it, and when is he likely to be back? Well, he's had a few injuries. He's always going to have an underlying knee injury, but there have been other problems with the calf. He is reasonably close to fitness, as I understand it, and maybe ought to play some cricket in August. So we'll see what happens there. And he also thinks that Sam Hayne should have been batting at 3 for the last 2 seasons, with England still struggling to find somebody to take over that role since Jonathan Trott retired.
What we pointed out earlier, really, that 4, 5, 6 is not up for grabs, especially after Bairstow's summer. So if Hayne does want to get the England team, it's going to have to be at 3. But does he think he's in contention for it? Well, he has had some Lions call-ups of late, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I don't think whether he bats at 3 or not currently is going to be a huge...
Well, true. Ollie Pope never did.
No. No, and again, another example of the positive 3. They like a 3 you can play these days, don't they? You could like to play more attackingly.
Navdeep Saini to him. Fends this off. They've got a leg gully in Kent, actually. Zach Crawley. And it goes past him to his left-hand side, and Matt Milnes feels like maybe just it's brightened up slightly.
Maybe so. The worst of the cloud is kind of over us now, so it should brighten up from the left. Hayne is still struggling. Whatever injury he picked up about half an hour ago, it's increasingly causing him problems. He's just had a stretch. He's missed some time with a sore back lately. I think it's a disc issue. Now, whether he's jarred it a little bit, it's somewhere around the hip is where he's been rubbing, but I wonder whether it is the back that's playing up.
Navdeep Saini again. quick delivery, which is over the top of the stumps and left alone by Rhodes. Seems to enjoy the change of ends. Just a little bit expensive earlier on. His 3-over burst from the pavilion end.
A combination of overstepping and slightly too pitched up at times. He was getting it into Haynes' driving zone, wasn't he? Well, he's dragged his length back a little bit now. And you're right, he looks more comfortable running in from the Birmingham end of the ground.
Massive long run up. 3 slips waiting. As well as the deep square and long leg. In and bowling to Rhodes, who's in behind this one defending.
Oh dear.
No ball. There it is. Just as we were saying, he'd sorted out the run up and he'd stopped overstepping. There's an overstep.
Was it Ben Mike who had a tough week last week with Leicestershire with overstepping constantly?
Yeah.
I think he bowled 20 odd no balls in a match. Talented young cricketer Ben Mike, but as a bowler there's just so much more room for him. I don't think he's anywhere near his ceiling.
He bowls, pushed away up towards mid-wicket. I was trying to look at the front line, but now he's bowling from the far end. It's not as easy to tell. I was actually looking at the front line when he got his wicket. He was too busy checking to see if he was overstepping before Benjamin edged him into the gully. Or third slip as it was. 113 for 3. I'll be nipping next door very briefly in a moment. Top date BBC Radio Kent. But yeah, it has gone very overcast and we've gone from having not a cloud in the sky to not a bit of blue in the sky really, apart from smidge away to our right. There's Senny bowls. That one looked like it kept maybe a touch low, or just the way that Rhodes played it was slightly peculiar.
It's a hazy evening there. The ground staff's interest has diminished, so I feel like whatever thought of rain there was may just have passed away now. Whether we'll get through all 18 overs after this, might be touch and go. Light should hold reasonably well at this time of year, but just that the clouds are coming at the wrong time, aren't they? Don't know whether we're going to get any more blue behind it.
18 overs to go in the day's play, so yeah, like I said, maybe 10 past 7, unless they bowl a couple of overs of spin before then. Edged, and over the top of Crawley at second slip. Away for 4 runs. Rhodes with a 4th stroke, drawn into the drive, but slashed at it hard enough for the ball to fly over the slipcord. And Crawley's obviously a very tall man at number 2.
Yeah, that went very, very fast. It might have been a height that technically he might have been able to get something on it, but the speed of it, I don't know that we're going to get a replay of it. So I want to try if we can drag back and try and see it a second time. A bit of luck, there might be another ball before we get to it.
Last one in the overdue. Here comes Senny again to Rhodes. Defends. There was an overthrow, but they're not going to run it. So 117 for 3, end of the over.
I'm just looking at that, and it would have been an astonishing catch. It's one of these where you would have just instinctively have needed to put your hand in exactly the right spot and then for it to stick.
Really did flash through, as you said.
They'll be back in a few moments' time. The umpires are just having a chat, so again I think they'll be showing some concern at the light here. It's far from ideal. I'll be updating BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR myself shortly. Hayne 57, Rhodes 31. This stand now worth 85. Bears to give anything for these two to be through the close. Kent would love another 2 or 3 wickets. That's what logic would dictate. And Milnes will redouble his effort. Short ball. Hayne thought about the pull, decided against it in the end. At Edgbaston, still another 18 overs to go in the day's play, and Warwickshire on 117 for 3, now only trail Kent by 48 runs. Stanworth 85 between Sam Hayne, who's become a bit becalmed since reaching his 50, seems to have a sore back again. He's on 57, Will Rhodes with him on 31, a life a few moments ago though, when he flashed a ball over Zach Crawley at second slip, and it went through for 4. Earlier 6 wickets for Ollie and Dolby, as Kent were bowled out for 165. The Bears 117 for 3 in reply. As Hayne is onto the back foot and sturdily defends out into the offside for no run. This Warwickshire innings has almost lasted as long as the Kent innings now. It really has been a fast-moving day of cricket since Warwickshire won the toss and surprised us all by choosing to have a field first. But Kent bowled out in 40 overs and 1 ball. Hayne looking to drive wide of Matt Henry, and he doesn't stop it cleanly. He'll chase to try and prevent the 4, and they'll come through comfortably for 2. Hayne is running a little bit gingerly at the moment. Not the best throw again, but it's backed up well. 119 for 3. Hayne to 59. So the score's elsewhere whilst Ben is away from us. England 44 without loss after 9 overs, chasing 334 to beat South Africa. Roy on 25 and Bairstow 17. Games in progress in Division 1. Somerset 210 for 4 against Yorkshire. Tom Abel 80 not out. A couple of wickets there for Waite. Essex all out for 271 against Surrey as Hayne defends it into the leg side. It's just a single there. Adam Rosington made 100 for Essex, Worrell 6 for 56, Roach 3 for 63, so the international bowlers doing the job there. So Milnes comes in again. Goes through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. I'm just trying to deal with the fact that we're hearing a lovely piece of music that we'd rather not under the circumstances, but we'll try and get that sorted. A bit of luck and a following wind. As Ben is back in position. And, oh no, I thought it was going.
I thought it was off.
No. In comes Milnes again to complete the over. Hayne leaves alone outside off stump. 119 for 3. It remains 17 overs to go until the close of play. Hayne 59 and Rhodes 31. Looks like I'm going to have to make a phone call.
No worries. I'll hold the fort. Just seeing the players' shadows out there lengthening slightly in the floodlights, which are always very impressive as a visitor to look up and see the big E here at Edgbaston that the floodlights are shaped in. So Navdeep Sen is going to carry on. An example of how quickly he's pushing it through. That Rhodes edge that flashed over the slips in the previous over. This one through to Billings without a stroke being offered by Will Rhodes. Left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease for the Bears, and it has been a successful one. 32 for 3 has become 119 for 3. Kent striving for some late joy in what we would assume will be the final hour, depending on light. Here he comes again, Senny, turned away. Out towards the boundary, actually, and may well get 4 for this. Compton diving on the rope. May have just held that in, but really had to tumble out there. The shaven, trimmed Ben Compton. It was Jack Leaning the other day, wasn't it? Who had the the trimmer out and was giving him the short back and sides. Post on the Kent social media of that. But yeah, it's a short boundary down towards that side on the front of the Hollies, and a tumbling stop by Compton, who's now run all the way across out towards a deep backward square area. Well, Drummond's down there at third man. Billings just adjusting the field. Milnes has only got one boot on down at fine leg. There's a leg gully in and a catching mid-wicket. Fairly tightish cover as well, 2 slips. Wonder if Senny is going to just bowl slightly back of length here to Sam Hain, try and rough him up a touch. It is a short ball, which Hain ducks underneath. Michael Goff has signalled that that's the one for the over shoulder height.
There is a certain wisdom when your batsman's got a sore back to bowl short.
Dig a couple in. That was a little bit too short, admittedly.
Cheteshwar Pujara, the latest centurion of the day, the second for Sussex today against Middlesex. Sussex who were put in today.
They were indeed. Not quite as wise a decision it was for Warwickshire's. Getting a short ball which Hain sways out the way off. Yes, and he looks a bit quick out there when he's bowling short. Hain on the front foot has played him very well and looked like he's had good bit of time to play the ball. And the short stuff, as you say, if he's got a bit of an injury as well, trying to see things through to the end of the day. You want to come back tomorrow morning, see if he can get through to 3 figures.
Looks like he's got a ready-made nickname. They're shouting him, they're calling him Saini, so it's Saini to Haney.
Here he is, the tall Indian fast bowler, defended away by Sam Hain. No ball.
Which we think is his 5th now. Got a few free runs.
Yeah, there's been a fair few, and they're worth 2, of course, in county cricket, aren't they? Not just 1 and an extra ball, like in international cricket. Senny's played a couple of tests, 8 ODIs, 11 T20 internationals. 29 years of age. In and bowling here to Sam Hain. He's driving off the back foot out towards extra cover. Straight into the hands of Matt Henry. Does the field in there.
I reckon he's still got the chin ball up his sleeve here for this over. Can't go over head height, but he's still got the chin ball available. Do you reckon he'll go there for the final ball?
Ribs. I mean, if you can direct it well, it's a nasty delivery, isn't it?
Yep.
Hain facing up to him, 1-2-2 for 3. Here he comes. It is kind of hip area that he aims for in the end. Hain moves across his stumps, gets his hands high, moves the bat out the way, offers no stroke.
The umpire's going to have the discussion about the light again here. If Warwickshire were offered it, they would scuttle off. Now, looking at the direction from which the weather is coming, Ian Black will have had a lone spell here back in the day. I'll have a fair idea about how that works here. And if they consider it's really not going to get any lighter, we will see that they're not ready to call it yet, but they may not be far off. There is, of course, the possibility that Ken might say, well, okay, we could bring a slower bowler on, but it tends not to work these days, that particular method.
They used to do it a bit, didn't they? And it would be like, well, that bloke's too quick to bowl in this light, so if you want to keep bowling, you have to use someone else. But and that was in the days when they offered it to the batters as well, whereas nowadays it's all up to the umpires, it's all health and safety. Take the game situation out of it as well.
So Warwickshire wouldn't be disappointed if they had to go off at this point. Trailing by 43, 7 wickets still standing. But Milnes continues, bowls to Rhodes, leaves it outside off stump. It's been relatively calm progress since tea. They've not played too many shots. Scoring at just under 3 and over in this session, which has reduced the chances of them pushing ahead today. And also I think the light has reduced those chances. If we did go off, we'd just have a little spell where you'd query whether they'd come back on or not. I'm not quite sure what the regulations used to be, or still are. It used to be if you don't get back on by 6:30, then you call it a day regardless, but I'm not sure whether that's the case now. As this ball is angled down the leg side, and it's well taken by Billings, falling to his right. And no run. And, the umpires are taking another look at the sky, away to their left. So it's clearly right on the margin now, this light. It's a horrible time for batsmen. This is, as a bowling team now, Kent, I've got to say, right, any ball that we've got now is precious. The light's not great. Let's get one out before the close. Left alone outside off stump by Rhodes. Remains 122 for 3. Need a bit more noise in the field here, actually.
It feels like they just have got themselves in a better place with Hayne just being reined in a little bit. Rhodes has batted well in this session. Like you say, how valuable would it be if they can break through this partnership before stumps?
Round the wicket, and again Rhodes is able to leave that one. So quiet inside the ground now. Yeah, there's a little bit of encouragement coming. It's always interesting to listen to see what's going on. And he comes once more and bowls and steered towards the leg side. And there'll be no run once more. If we do try and get through all 15 overs, it is probably going to be after 7:15 tonight. I'm just not sure we're going to get there.
I don't think we will.
Doesn't look like it's brightening up at all.
Nope.
Cloud is full cover really now, all the way over the city of Birmingham. Builds in once more to Rhodes, makes him play this time, and he's holed out to point. Well, Will Rhodes can't quite believe the shot he's played, the one attacking shot he played in the entire over, and he's miscued the shot, and he's been caught at point, and a wicket and a reward, a second of the innings for Milnes. Bell Drummond taking it neatly low down. Rhodes has gone for 32, a huge breakthrough for Kent, 122 for 4, ending a partnership that was worth 90.
Yeah, that's a priceless breakthrough. Umpires are still chatting about the light and the incoming weather as well. So for the new batter coming in, this is a horrible little period to potentially have to come out and face. As I mentioned a minute ago, or maybe I've put the curse on him, saying that he was batting so well in this session. Will Rhodes having been pretty calm earlier on when Sam Hayne was facing the majority of the balls and dominating the partnership. But he's done a good job since Hayne has been struggling a little bit more with the back. And has just slowed down a bit since reaching 50. Rhodes has really pushed on and kicked on, and yeah, I think he'll probably just feel like that's a bit of a poor way in the end, or a bit of a tame way in the end to lose his wicket. Square drive, looped one out to point, just about carried to Bell Drummond.
If the umpires had decided that was the point at which the light was too bad to continue, he may just have committed Harry Carey when he got back into
I think he'd have been very upset if that was the
furious.
case.
Dan Mosley comes out to bat to join Sam Hayne. That was the last ball of the over as well. And this is what I'm saying, such an important point of the game, this. If you take advantage when the light's a bit murky and the umpires are debating it. Rhodes fuming with himself because he knows he'd been such an important foil for Sam Hayne. And now Senny's going to continue with this little bit of leg theory with a short square leg, a leg gully, a long leg, and a reasonably deep square leg. Joe Denley is just checking where he should be for the start of this new over. 122 for 4. Kent still lead by 43 at this point. And they may feel that Warwickshire are more likely to get a first innings lead at this juncture, but they want to limit it and make it pretty much even Stevens at the end of this first innings.
So Senny then balling from the Birmingham end, tucked away off his hip by Sam Hain down towards long leg for a single. And that'll bring then Moseley on to strike. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Rhodes making 32 in the end. And including this one, 15 overs due to be bowled, but it still looks light enough out there. Sometimes you can tell when they're going to come off, because if you can see all well, depending on how many floodlights you've got, if you can see the shadows of the players in all different directions, then you know those floodlights have taken too much of an effect. But at the minute, it's just keeping things going as Navdeep Saini with a short leg and some close catches around the bat is in and bowling. There's an inside edge onto the back thigh pad, I think, from Moseley.
Tough time to come in as well at this point of the day. You've got little to gain and quite a lot to lose.
Exactly.
You have to, in your mind, think, well, getting through to close of play now would be huge, but you also don't want to find yourself in a state of shotlessness.
Good T20 comp.
Well, you got back into the side of the tail end of it and made hay. Can hit the ball 360 degrees.
Facing up to Senny, pushing him out towards extra cover. As you mentioned, some of those run chasers as well, playing big roles in there. That kind of finisher roles and partnerships with Benjamin.
It's notable that Headingley came in with 2 balls left in the 15th over and made 63.
Yeah, that's astonishing, isn't it?
Local lad. Probably should have had a little bit more cricket than he's had in the first team in the last couple of years, but also had some bad luck with finger injuries last year, which didn't help his cause.
Navdeep Saini running in hard. The Indian fast bowler turns his away off his hip into the onside, and short leg was interested for a minute, as was leg gully. Kent sniffing a possible opportunity for another late dismissal.
So this is where having international bowlers in Championship cricket is so significant in a player's development, in that with the field that's been set, you know what Senny's going to try and do. He's going to use his pace and that little bit of bounce in this surface to try and create a catch for either the short leg or the leg gully. And Moseley's got to learn that a ball like that, you're better off just swerving out the way of. There's not a lot that you can gain by playing it with your bat.
Senny bowls again, short ball. Head height this time, the bouncer. No ball given on height, or presumably height.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? Because he's already done 5 front foot no balls, so I've got a feeling it was a front footer. I didn't see the umpires consulting, because you'd expect Michael Goff to have indicated to him Blackwell there was no need, because he'd already given a no ball.
Yeah, they did indicate that it was over shoulder. There was a bit of a tapping of the shoulder going on, but if it's a no ball, then does it count as the one for the over shoulder height? If it's no ball, I guess it maybe there was at least an indication between the two of them that it was that kind of height. Here comes Senny again. Edge caught. That's not a no ball, and Moseley's on his way for naught, playing away from his body, and again he just sort of swiped out at the air in frustration, because, as you're saying, Richard, a guy of that sort of speed and quality of bowling, you've got to know when to leave him alone, and that wasn't one to play at. Wasn't a lot to be gained by wafting out there, and he's just got a thin edge through to Billings, and Senny strikes for the second time on his Kent debut. 1-2-5 for 5, Warwickshire reduced to.
One of the most important shots for a young batsman to learn, the leave, because you're right, that was well outside off stump. It wasn't drivable, and nothing particularly good was likely to happen from that shot, and you could tell by his instant reaction, the waft of the bat, that he knew he'd made a mistake. Michael Burgess comes in now, and Kent have done the right thing. It's late in the day, it's well after 6 o'clock, they will be hot, they'll be bothered. That partnership at 90 between Hain and Rhodes was causing them real concern, because there was a possibility that the game might get away from them. But that double strike now has them right back in the game, and that's kind of the way the day's been, isn't it? And wickets, when they have come, have often come in flurries, and they've got to believe that that's not them done yet. I know the member of the ground staff poking his head up It's usually a sign that they think that the weather or the light may have an effect before too long. But real credit to Kent. Just keep on coming and get yourself into a good position.
Yeah, difficult circumstances to be thrust into. There's a fresh batter to the crease up against a bowler of that kind of pace, but yeah, he looked disappointed that he was drawn into it. And what are Kent going to go with now? To Burgess, they've moved Crawley round to leg gully, 2 slips and an orthodox gully, as well as the short leg. Catcher on the offside as well, as the Indian fast bowler bowls a short ball again, looking for the hip area, which Burgess manages to get hands and body and bat out the way. So end of the over. An applause from maybe 1 or 2 Kent fans that have made the trip for the efforts of their new fast bowler. Gets a low 5 off Sam Billings, the skipper, as well. 1-2-5 for 5 then, with 14 overs scheduled. And dare I say, it does feel like it actually is slightly lighter.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit. Let's see if we can get all the way through. Concern really for Warwickshire is that not only losing those 2 wickets, but with Sam Hain not batting with full vigour since hurting either his back again or maybe his hip. He's not quite been firing, although he's also not had so much of the strike, in that Rhodes started hiving the strike somewhat. 99 balls for his 32, Rhodes, 94 balls for his 60, Hain. He will be facing up to the first ball of a new over from Milnes, gets in behind and defends it into the leg side. Crawley throws it to Billings, and there's no run. Tips of some of the cranes that we were counting earlier are disappearing in the gloom over Birmingham.
Can just make out the odd little red light on the end of some of them.
Yes, if you're planning on flying a drone over there later, you might get yourself into trouble, but just miss the ones with the red lights on if you can. Milne's way outside off stump. Hain shows no interest in that. Got his radar a bit wrong there, Matt Milnes.
Looks like a load of gulls circling around some of those cranes in the distance.
Ooh. How can you see gulls from here?
Well, they're just like, they're some kind of birds.
Oh no, I can see which one you mean there. Okay, fair enough.
They're just dark enough to appear in that greyish white sky.
I couldn't have come up with the breed of bird from here, but
well,
I'm impressed that you have.
Guessing.
Hain wrapped on the pad by a ball that lifted a little bit, and Milnes pulls up a wee bit limp. Looked down ruefully at his left leg. That looked a bit sore, that follow through.
I was going on the fact that we could see them. They had to be semi-bigger than tiny.
Yeah, some closer to our floodlights now. Flying in a couple of formations there. Not all quite on the same card. Meant to be doing V formation. Oh. Thought we'd do the letter E like the floodlights.
Not quite synchronised.
No. Milnes into Hain, driven wide of Henry, who tumbles onto it and prevents a run. Again, throws it long to Billings. You're not going to be bats up there. Too far away to see bats. It must be quite decent sized birds, because that's about a mile away, isn't it? How can you possibly see birds a mile away?
But you can.
That's strange.
Must be the way that the sun is reflecting, or the sun's going down. And but yeah, I can see that less and less of the floodlights actually on the grass from the players.
No, it's definitely a little bit brighter than it was 10 minutes ago. Milnes in to Hain down the leg side. Hain doesn't show any interest.
Which potentially is good news for Kent, because as we mentioned, sometimes you do just get a bit more out of the ball for whatever reason when the floodlights are on, and then, well, for Will Rhodes, at least he knows that he didn't get out on the cusp of stumps.
Or is that legendary night of the pink ball at Canterbury under the lights, isn't there? and it was hooping. Absolutely. I mean, people talk about the ball hooping, and normally it's an exaggeration, but it was extravagant that night. Milnes onto the pads of hay and can't beat Crawley at mid-wicket, end of a maiden over, a fifth maiden for Milnes, 2 for 17 from 12 overs. 125 for 5, Warwickshire still trail by 40 with 5 wickets remaining.
Middlesex fans and Kevin Hand will forever have nightmares about Grant Stewart and the pink ball at Canterbury.
I mean, it was going on the sort of arc that you'd normally see in Crown Green bowling. I mean, you're watching the pictures, not quite believing what you can see.
Like they taped up the tennis ball, and it's
yeah. It was mad. Like a tennis ball on a windswept beach.
Yeah.
When everybody's huddling behind their windbreaks that they've been malleting in for half an hour, and you go out to play, and you have to set it about 3 sets of stumps out wider to get it to arc back into off.
So it's to continue. I might need to nip next door to briefly do an update, as he's in a bowling, left alone outside the off stump. Back in a minute.
I'm a bit deserted, which usually means I'll start running through scores elsewhere. Seems to be the right thing to do. As Senny goes back to his mark, England needing 334 to beat South Africa in Durham, a 68 without loss after 14 overs, 35 to Roy, 30 to Bairstow, so 266 needed in 36, plenty of wickets in hand. The early finishers, Hampshire 203 for 2 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, and Northants 218 for 7 at Wantage Road against Lancashire. Senny into bowl, goes past the outside edge of a driving Burgess, found his rhythm now. That's Navdeep Senny. Still in progress, Somerset 225 for 4 against Yorkshire on a day affected by rain. Tom Abel 91 not out. George Bartlett made 46, 2 wickets for Matthew Waite. At the Oval, Essex did well to recover from real trouble against Surrey. They were 91 for 6, ended 271 all out. Adam Rosington 100, Simon Harmer 50, Dan Worrell 6 for 56 in that innings. Division 2 coming up. Bumper goes under it, does Burgess. What was leg gully in the guise of Zach Crawley is now a leg slip, standing at sort of 2.5 slips wide. At Derby, Nottinghamshire 437 for 1 with 8 balls left on the day. Ben Duckett 236 not out. Hasib Hamid 163 not out. Their partnership is closing in on 400 now. Added 391. And Sussex put into bat by Middlesex 315 for 2 with 4 overs left on the day. Tom Alsop 135 not out. Cheneshwar Pujara 109 not out. Another bouncer, again ducking under it, is Burgess. Women's International T20 between Ireland and Pakistan has been reduced by rain to 14 overs. Pakistan 52 for 3 in the 10th, 2 wickets for Delaney. And nice final day set of the test match between Sri Lanka and Pakistan in Gaul. Pakistan needing 342 to win, a 222 for 3. Shafiq 112 not out, Baba made 55. Steady progress for them on day 4. Another bouncer and a no ball from Senny. Burgess ducks under it. 2 more to the score, 127 for 5. The deficit down to 38. In hot, murky conditions, it's a peculiar old evening here at Edgbaston. Temperature still above 30 degrees. Good encouragement now. You see the difference from those 2 wickets now, the noise that's been made in the field by Kent says it all. So he comes in the bowl to Burgess, who tries to push this square on the offside for a single, but that's a good sprawling stop to his left for Matt Henry, who's spent quite a bit of time when he's not bowling, diving around the field, and certainly entertained us with a very brisk and bright 34 earlier on. But great commitment in the field as well from the New Zealand Test player. Would have been underused in the Test series. in English conditions, particularly with Tim Southey struggling for form. $129 for 5. Was that another no ball? I think it was a second no ball of the over from Senny. Comes in again to Burgess, thick inside edge, and that's another no ball, the third of the over. Fielded nicely at short leg there by Compton, but Senny cannot stop overstepping. He looks at Ian Blackwell. Ian Blackwell folds his arms in front of him. So he's overstepped 3 times in the last 4 deliveries here. This partnership of 6 entirely made up of Senny no balls. It's 131 for 5. He's become his own worst enemy here. The fortune for him is that the 2 wickets that he's taken have come when he hasn't bowled a no ball.
I mean, the first thing that I did look for when Mosley nicked him behind the billings was the umpire to see if he actually had bowled the legitimate ball, that one.
It's in again.
That was a massive
So
no
that's
ball.
another no ball.
That was a huge one.
That's 4 in 5 balls he's bowled now. And, I mean, he's looking round absolutely shell-shocked by it all. Matt Henry's coming across to have a word with him. Actually, it's 4 in a row, isn't it, rather than 4 in 5? It is 4 in a row that he's bowled. 133 for 5. Sam Billings is going up to look at the crease, but there's not a lot of difference you can make there, Sam. The fella's overstepping. And Ian Blackwell will go and
You just got to take his
make
run
good of it.
back half a yard. I mean, it's long enough already. So it seems bizarre to tell him that it's not long enough.
Well, it's an odd business. 133 for 5 now up on the scoreboard. And he comes in to bowl, and he's taken the edge of the bat of Burgess, and he's given out. Burgess stood, but he's gone. Well, maybe he was waiting to see if it was a no ball, but after an over which there were 4 successive no balls, the next delivery he takes his 3rd wicket. It really is a peculiar situation. Burgess, like Mosley, is gone for nothing, and Kent have absolutely dragged themselves back into this game.
That's a snorter as well.
It's a beautiful delivery. And now they're into the tail of Warwickshire, and they still have a lead of 32, Kent.
Like you say, astonishing sequence of events. The fact that he just seemingly couldn't land his front foot on the line 4 in a row, and then when he eventually bowls a legitimate ball, Burgess nicks it behind, and fair play to him for standing there looking at the umpire going, are you telling me that he's actually bowled a legitimate ball for once? And yeah, on that occasion he did. There's going to be an incident before the end of the... Well, it feels like there's going to be one before the end of the game where it's going to be a nick-off behind and there is going to be the shout of no ball. But so far, unfortunately for Mosley and for Burgess, the ones that they've edged behind have been legitimate balls.
Well, day one, for all the drama that we've had, and 16 wickets have gone down, we've had nearly 300 runs, it's going to end up pretty even Stevens, isn't it?
Yeah, it could well do. I said it on the update a moment ago that if they got one more wicket and got into the bowlers, there's actually a chance that they could have a lead, which seems ridiculous. What was it, half an hour ago when they were still only 3 down, Warwickshire. And if it wasn't for Haynes' 60, where could, if he hadn't stuck around for 100 balls, could be a very different scenario. It's been a funny old game of cricket so far, Richard.
Well, it is odd. I mean, not only that, the Bears' total 133 for 6 includes 24 runs from no balls.
Yeah, that's true as well. Most of them from Senny.
Yeah, well, is it all of them? I don't know whether it's quite all of them. It might be. It might be that he's overstepped 12 times now.
Is there any from anyone else?
If you look at one of the other scorecards, which I'm sure you're searching for, they may just have that detail.
Yeah, I think it might. Yeah, all Senny.
So he's overstepped 12 times. He's also taken 3 for 55 on debut.
Got an economy rate of 7s.
Yeah.
Mainly because of all the 2s for no balls.
And even without the no balls, he'd be going at 4s. It's really odd. Danny Briggs is the new batsman. And he's edged to slip and 3 touches on it at Cox. And it ends up on the deck. He's had 3 legitimate attempts to catch that ball. After the first one juggled up, he got his hands on it a second time, then got one hand on it a third time, and then it drops to the deck. He's ended up about 4 yards behind where he started, and gets quite a bit of sympathy from his teammates for the effort that he put in there.
Well, I thought it was a sensational initial reaction to get a hand on it. But to kind of get your hand on it in the first place, then to juggle it, and it just never quite managed to rein it in and just got away from him. Stunning effort from Jordan Cox. Matt Henry's going to come on and have a burst now as well, as Kent look to attack from both ends. Now they've opened up an end. Sam Hain, of course, still there. But yeah, that extra pace, that extra yard of pace from Senni, clearly having an effect, because you know, guys like Moseley and Burgess have got 700 runs plus this season, hasn't he? But that extra bit of pace on this wicket looks really nasty to face.
Sun's starting to come out again.
Honestly, this weather today has been
just the oddest, isn't it?
So strange.
The shadows, the long shadows, are from sun now.
Here comes Matt Henry then from the pavilion end, bowls to Hain and he defends. Yeah, it is. We've gone from having the shadows of the floodlights, which we thought could be terminal, could be stumps, and then now we've got the sun back out again. And it will still be warm out there. This will probably be the most pleasant weather of the day, arguably.
I think it's probably still pretty stuffy out there. I reckon it'll be probably still about 32 degrees. Kent right back in the game now.
Henry bowls a full delivery, which Hain defends into the offside.
What does Hain do here? In that, since he reached his 50, he's gone very, very quiet. Got to his 50 off 64 balls with 9 fours. He's added 10 in his next 38 deliveries. Does he have to be a bit more positive now with the tail around him?
Henry bowls. Hain turns away into the onside. Or does he still just back himself to get through to the end of the day and hope that guys can stick with him, Briggs and Miles, etc.?
It's not about backing himself, it's whether he can back the
whether he trusts the others, yeah, I guess.
If we get all 11 overs in here, by the way, I reckon it'd be nearly 25 past 7. Looking at the time now, we're at 22 now. It's 11 overs after this.
Yeah, I do think I've had a quarter past 25-7 once this season. It's going to repeat that, isn't it? Henry bowls a full delivery to Briggs, which he just about defends. But Henry's going to test his technique right now, no doubt. What a day's cricket this has been.
They're done at the Oval. Late wicket for Essex. Getting rid of Patel. Sam Cook going for 4, 24 for 1. 247 behind.
Clipped away by Briggs for 4 runs into the onside. Henry straying with his line there. And that's a short boundary down towards square leg. He gets off the mark with the 4. Nicely played.
Well, he's capable, Danny Briggs. I mean, Brooks and Miles are as well. Brooks in particular has the ability to be an all-rounder. But Briggs, sort of player that can spend quite a lot of time at the crease. The sun coming out might just help things a wee bit as well.
Yeah. Here comes Henry again. 3 slips. Orthodox field, driven away square out towards deep point, and Ken were almost happy for that to happen. Wanted the bowler on strike. Sam Billings just looked like he got hit in the conch there as he just fumbled the original throw in from the boundary. Must have ballooned away off something. Don't think it was his header after all that. So Senni's going to come on and try and, well, I guess the timing of that you're referring to, the constant no balls aren't helping either particularly.
No, well, they've had to bowl 2 extra overs because of them. So, you know, take those off, we'd have 9 remaining. We'd still be finishing at nearly quarter past. And this might be his last over. I mean, it'll be the 6th of his spell, which, again, in the heat tends to be enough. Although, given that it'll be the last bowl he has today, then maybe he'll get 1 more through. And he comes sprinting in to bowl to Danny Briggs, and he's wrapped on the pad. Was there an inside edge? If there was, it floated up to short leg. There's a lengthy appeal from Kent, hands on the head reaction from Sam Billings.
I was leg side and pad only. Well, obviously pad only according to the umpire.
Yeah, if not, then it's a little bit controversial. It floated up to short leg. Senny will come in once more to Briggs, who does well to try and control the bounce of this. It was right at the top of the bat, but he just about manages to get it down. It's a beautiful delivery from Senny. Capable of bowling with real hostility.
Oh, yes, it's brutal, this particular spell at the minute. Not much fun to be a tail ender out there facing this. Or a batter full stop.
Well, I mean, he's got two batters out in Mosley and Burgess. Took advantage of the murky conditions. City is looking a little bit more gleeful again now that the sun is bursting through. Senny, nice bouncer that Briggs ducks underneath. Remains 139 for 6. At the moment his front foot is falling nicely. Just going to have another look at the LBW appeal from the start of the over. See if it had some merit about it. It's probably missing leg stump.
Yeah, he's come from quite wide.
And actually, the least interested person was Senny.
Yeah.
Behind the stumps, they were quite excited about it, but the angle he's had, he knows that he's going down. So he makes very little of it. In comes Senny again, left alone outside off stump by Briggs. Good judgment. Through to the wicket keeper.
Actually bowled a bunch of balls without overstepping in this over.
Yeah, well, I know Ian Blackwell having another look at the line, and Sam Hain looking at him as if to say, "Oh, it's close again, isn't he?"
Does he need someone to repaint that? Probably has faded away.
Well, I mean, play should have finished 45 minutes ago.
Yeah,
It was,
exactly.
well, I suppose it was painted again during the tea interval, probably. The lines are quite faint from here. Lovely sunshine now as Senny approaches and gets past the outside edge of Briggs's bat. Another good delivery.
He must be close on that front line. Every ball this over has felt like I'm just waiting for the umpire to stick his arm out and say no ball.
The other with the TV feed is that the graphics with the score on kind of over the line. So we're not going to have a particularly good view of it from that point of view.
And it's at the far end from where we're commentating from, so it's
And
that
the lines, A, fairly visible, and B, has the shadow of Sam Hain skirting across it.
Yeah, we got no chance.
It's pretty hard for the umpire too. Senny hurtles in once more, and Briggs leaves alone outside off stump. But it'd be interesting to see if that's the spell for Senny. 3 for 55 in 9 overs. It's never been dull when he's been in the attack.
Something's always happening.
139 for 6. 10 overs left today. Kent still lead by 26 runs. Warwickshire still have 4 first innings wickets intact.
I feel a bit bad. I tweeted about the Cox drop, but it's such a initially impressive reflexes to get his hands on it that it feels a bit harsh to call it a drop, but it's got to go down as one because he had 3 bites at it in the end.
He'd consider it a drop.
No, he'll believe he could have snaffled it, yeah, for sure. Matt Henry then to Sam Hain. Full delivery, swinging away from the right-hander. She lets go.
Still a sprinkling of people at the far end. There might even be as many people at the far end of the ground as there's been at any point of the day. With the sun out now, it's probably as good a time to be sitting there as
that's
any.
probably the spot now, isn't it?
Yeah. It isn't quite as all-devouring heat as it was earlier.
Probably feel quite close to the action, actually. As it's off an inside edge from Hain. Henry almost sneaking one through the defence.
Well, Kent's over rate hasn't pleased the umpires.
Kent's over 8's been rubbish.
They've put it up as -5 at the moment.
Well, Kent, I think, lost points the other week because of bad over rate. Was it the Surrey game, possibly?
The thing is, how are you going to bowl anybody other than seamers in the circumstances of the game? You've got to, haven't you?
Here's Henry, left alone outside the off stump.
And then you've got the one lad who's overstepped 12 times.
So that's not going to help
So
either.
that's 2 overs added on. which is about another 7 or 8 minutes. They're not making it easy for themselves from that point of view, but the quality of their seam bowlers has absolutely dragged themselves back into contention. It's been one of those days where all the drama will end up with the score kind of 1-1 in football parlance.
Henry bowls, clipped away out towards deep square. Full delivery on the leg stump. Well, Drummond. Looks like he's got a fisherman's bucket hat on out there, such as the... It's not quite a crisp line, the flat, wide brim floppy. It's almost like it's got a bit of a wave in it. Does the fielding out there in front of Kent physio and bowling coach Simon Cook, who's back out there as well. He's trying to even up that tan, the physio. He's got t-shirt shoulders. So this one's beaten the outside edge. Matt Henry to Danny Briggs, just offering a defensive stroke at it, the Warwickshire number 8. But swinging away from the outside edge once again from the New Zealand fast bowler, the Black Caps, Seamer. He's just come from the one-day series in Ireland. Some good games in that, some good competitive matches. Ireland really served themselves well in the series, as this one's defended away by Briggs on the stumps. End of the over then. 140 for 6, 9 to go in the day. Is it going to be Senny to continue? I think it might be.
Yep. Well, I'm an Ireland showed again. If you get 2 players go well, they were trying to chase down 340 or something like that, and they got very close. Paul Sterling, who we're very familiar with this year here, made a 500. Tector made 100 as well.
Yeah.
And in the end, they probably should have got over the line, but tail end were outdone by the experience of the Kiwis.
Yeah, that experience, that nous in those tight situations, getting over the line.
And those matches matter now in the sort of the way that they do the one-day championship.
Yeah, sort of the rankings and
rankings that can avoid you having to play in qualifiers or major tournaments. Hayne on 62, facing Senny for the first time for a while, and neatly works it through square leg. Gets himself off strike, 141 for 6. But then Hardeep Senny probably wants to be bowling to Danny Briggs anyway, so...
I don't know, it almost feels like Danny Briggs is playing night watchman against Senny. Hayne's like, right, I'll take one. You try and fend him off.
I think that makes a certain amount of sense. He can't be far from the end of a spell, given the temperatures that he's bowling in. This will be his 7th, and it's noticeable that Quinn is doing some warming up at the moment. Senny bowls to Briggs. Forward, thinks about a quick single. Senny can't field it. Might have just got a fingertip on it. Matt Henry covers in behind him to pick up. And there's no run. So on the day when many teams, or no, not many teams, 4 teams agreed to foreshorten days, 2 of the 7 matches today foreshortened to 72 overs.
Finishing at 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Finishing at 4:30 was the schedule. We're going to have a match that goes about an hour and 20 minutes over. Extra time. It's just as well it's not been the same team in the field all day. That would have undoubtedly taken its toll, as Briggs does just enough, jumping up to try and cover up a short ball to turn it into an area where the fielder Compton at short leg can't get any interest.
Yeah, like you say, there's an irony that we're going on till 7:20 when come Friday we might not be here because the game's moved on to a certain extent.
Yeah, this wicket might flatten out a bit. I mean, it's nothing wrong with it. It's not.
I think that's...
It's just been one where there's a bit of extra grass on it, and the bowlers get a bit of value. Senny, short of a length. Oh, and Briggs didn't control that so much. It hit him on the body, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway because it's a no ball.
Ouch.
143 for 6, a 13th no ball for Senny.
I think I had a brief chat with someone from the Kent camp who was up in my box earlier, and they seem to think that it will flatten out after that burst we saw this morning from Hannon Dalby, that 5 for 15 in his opening spell. Kent have managed to get breakthroughs in this afternoon, but only really because of the that one from Rhodes to point has opened the door, and then the pace, the extra pace of Senni's managed to break through 2 more times.
Briggs this time is able to steer the ball down to long leg. That's pretty much a bodyline tactic continues. The fielding done by Milnes, whose white cloth then falls out of his trousers where it was tucked in. Briggs to 6, 144 for 6. It quite possibly will flatten out a bit, and the more that the sun bakes it, and it isn't quite as green in places as it was this morning. Still quite a bit near where Hayne will be standing now, just in front of him, that's green. Any runs that either team leads by will be fairly priceless. Short ball that Hayne ducks under. And blue sky starting to gently re-emerge. Got a milky blue sky to our left. It was a really curious hour, wasn't it? And I think that helped a little bit. I think, the 3 wickets fell when it got a little bit murky, and for me, that's not something you can complain about. The light was still playable, but Kent produced the goods when it really mattered. You get an opportunity, you get anything in your favour, you've got to seize that moment. And that's what they did today, as Warwickshire did with the new ball this morning. Back of a length, and up onto his toes is Hayne, guides out into the offside. Henry does the fielding, will take off his floppy hat to continue his spell, and Senni with the slow walk of a man who knows his spell's over, and gets a pat on the back from Sam Billings, another one from Jack Leaning, and in a moment a member of the coaching staff will go behind him and say, right, any chance you want to lengthen your run up? He's going to go off for a dry shirt, I think, and have his feet remeasured. I think you only need a size 8, Navdeep. I think you'll be fine with a size 8. Or can we put an expanded heel on the back of your boot? Ollie Robinson's going to come on and field for it. You can't complain about that today. Bowler's had a long spell, and he's bowled 7 overs in the last hour or so. You've got to allow them to go off and recharge and get a cool drink and a dry shirt. And
I wasn't sure if the physio was out there a deep square leg for Senni, and he's now going to walk all the way around back to the changing room. Yeah,
I think he was as well. He's still really hurting at the fact that you said he got t-shirt shoulders.
Yeah, sorry, Dan.
Dear, oh dear.
He does a bit though. Here comes Matt Henry from the pavilion end, bowling a swinging delivery away from the outside edge of Danny Briggs, but he effectively played inside the line of that one, wasn't drawn towards the line of the ball.
He'll send you a text saying, I'm not taking that from rhubarb legs.
He's got a better turn than me, to be fair. He's also much more muscular than me, so I'm not going to start a fight with him. 3 slips for Henry, and bowling to Briggs. That's a very good delivery as well. Starting it on the line of middle and leg and swinging it away. Yeah, it was the one he hooked for 6 that probably went the furthest.
Yeah. If the boundary had been another 20 metres back, they were still 6s.
Yeah, yeah.
They were no doubters.
But because it's short enough, he was backing himself to clear it. Clear it he did a couple of times before he was eventually caught on that rope. He's in once again. Full delivery to Briggs. Drives it very nicely down the ground. Chase on here for Milnes to stop this from going for 4, which he'll just about do. Needs a bit of help from Quinn. Oh, they were thinking about a third and they won't come back. Hayne taking his lid off, actually. It's a bit of a dodgy mullet going on, Sam Hayne.
He's had a mullet for quite a while. He won't change. He's a one-off, is Sam. So
talent-wise, but also hairdo-wise.
The more that people tell him that the mullet's not great, the longer he's going to keep it. So, I mean, mullets are back in after the Open Golf at the weekend, because that was a horror that Cameron Smith's got. A horror.
That's a real rat tail, isn't it, Cam Smith? This one's left alone outside the off-stump by Briggs.
He also had a sort of tash that you only normally see in November from a man who can't grow them. But he also produced an extraordinary piece of golf down the back nine. I'm not much of a golf man, but there was something compelling about that back nine that drew me into watching it. He,
He's had a couple of good majors this season, hasn't he?
he won the players, didn't he, as well?
Here comes Henry, left alone outside the off stump. So 7 overs to go for the close.
So I reckon he's going off to that other golf tour.
Ah, yes. That was talked of, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's very hard. You know, say it must be very, very hard to turn down the guaranteed money that you get on that tour.
Yeah, exactly. You don't miss out on cash, or when you don't make the weekends, don't make the cut.
Benny's going to go and brief the fine folk of Kent as to his team's storming comeback. 19 runs the difference between the two sides. Warwickshire with 4 wickets standing. They still have Sam Hain there on 63. He's going to be facing the start of a new spell for Matt Quinn. There is one other championship match that's still being played. And that's partly because they lost quite a lot of play to rain earlier. But Somerset 260 for 5 in the 76th over against Yorkshire. Tom Abel 112 not out. 2 wickets each for Matt Waite and Dom Bess. Quinn sprints in from the Birmingham end. Hain just rocks out of the way of a good short ball. Bit of a surprise element to that bouncer, but he gets well out of the way of it. Sussex close on 328 for 4 in Division 2 against Middlesex. Centuries for Allsop and Pujara, who's not out overnight. A couple of late wickets for Tom Helm, and we finished the day with 3 for 63. Tell it was a rough day for Middlesex. Mark Stoneman got 5 overs in. Hain again just rocks back out of the way of a short ball from Quinn. The short ball has been used quite a bit from that end in the last hour. Ben Duckett will go into tomorrow on 237 not out for Notts against Derbyshire and a score of 439 for 1. Hamid 165 not out. Really tough day for Derbyshire. Only bowled 9 maidens in the day. Took a fair bit of stick. Sorry, 24 for 1 in reply to Essex's 271. That closed a while ago. Give you the England score in a moment as well, as Quinn is in a fuller length delivery but outside off stump, and Hain leaves well alone. 3-3-4 the England target in 50 overs to beat South Africa up at the Riverside, and 108 for 1. Jason Roy has gone. Kishore Maharaj has taken the wicket, caught by David Miller for 43 off 62 balls. Johnny Bairstow still there on 54. He's been joined by Joe Root. So that could be a good finish. 230 and 30 overs. Again angling outside off stump from Quinn and left alone by Sam Hain. So 38 deliveries left today. Now that the sky has cleared up quite a bit, it looks like we should get the full allocation in somewhat eventually. Slightly splayed the feet of Quinn as he comes in. Plenty of bounce on that down the leg side, but Hain rises high to guide it down towards long leg. Billings gets there ahead of a rather tired Milnes. And Hain will get a 64, 147 for 6, deficit down to 18. Going to put an extra man into the slips for Danny Briggs by the look of it. Well, it'll be a gully. That's where Ben Compton is aimed. Cox and Leaning are in the slips. With his right arm out in front of him. Quinn comes in again. He's driven by Briggs out towards the point boundary. There's a man out there. So it'll just be another single to end that over. 148 for 6. Briggs has 9. Hain 64. Warwickshire trail Kent by 17. Kent all out for 165 earlier today. Jordan Cox top scored with 48. Matt Henry 34. Sam Billings 33. Ollie Hannon Dolby exceptional. Took the first 6 wickets. 5 for 15 in his first spell. Ended up with 6 for 40. Henry Brooks with 3 for 56. Briggs with the other wicket. But a great fight back from Kent. Senny with 3 wickets, albeit with his overstepping problems. 13 no balls he's bowled for a combination of 26 extras. A couple of wickets for Milnes, he's been excellent. And 1 for Henry, who continues now and bowls outside off stump for Briggs to just raise his bat away from it. Angles further away before it's taken by the wicket keeper. And it remains 148 for 6. Mentioned earlier, Grace Ballinger, the left arm seamer, should be joining us tomorrow. Plays for Leicestershire. More company later in the week. A shorter ball from Henry. Plenty of fire about that, but left alone. This is Henry's 15th over, so he's got through a good workload. Be interesting to see if they just do something different here, Kent, in the final few minutes of the day. Or whether Henry tries to bowl the remaining 3 from this end and Quinn the remaining 3 from the far end. Or whether either Beldrummer or even Denley, or Leaning, get an over or 2 as Briggs is trying to drive a ball that's angling away from him and gets nothing on it. The swing from Henry took it well away from the bat in the end. But it wasn't the most convincing of shots from Briggs. He's added 15 for the 7th wicket so far. There's 3 wickets in quick succession. Rhodes, Mosley and Burgess have made it Kent Session the final one. That one looked like it might have kept a little bit low as it goes past Briggs. And through to the wicketkeeper it has. That has kept a bit low. Still a bit of movement in the air. That one scuttles through along the deck. They've now closed at Taunton. They got 76 overs in, so they lost 20 to the rain. They can gain 16 of those back in the next 2 days. 262 for 5, Somerset close on. That's another beauty from Henry. It goes past the outside edge of Briggs' bat. Abel closes on 114 not out. Ben bursts back into the room.
Just telling the evening producer Dom that I've had air-conditioned car, hotel and commentary box today. The Holy Trinity, he called it.
Left alone again outside off stump through to the wicketkeeper. Well, it won't be quite as essential tomorrow,
No,
but you know, if you get international students partying in the corridors of your hotel tonight, you'll not be so chipper. After you've got yourself your extra value meal from a supermarket.
It's going to be pretty late by the time I get back, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Not going to have much time to...
You're not going to want to go out again, that's the problem.
Nah.
There's a supermarket over the road from here.
Is there?
Yeah.
It's either going to be that or some kind of delivery app to the door,
it's
to the reception.
It's one of the well-known international supermarkets, one of the better-known ones.
Okay.
Just over the road. Straight opposite the car park.
So Matt Quinn with 5 overs to go from the Birmingham City end. Defended into the pitch by Sam Hain. The physio is still doing a bit of a job out there. He's running round. He's giving Zach Crawley some kind of...
You've got to keep him hydrated. You might want to keep a bit of salt in the system as well.
That's a good point.
So my issue with directing you to a supermarket like that is you could do that thing that we've all found ourselves doing on the cricket circuit, where you sat in a hotel room with no equipment to then turn what you've brought into a sandwich or a salad or whatever. It's all very sad as you do it on your bed top.
Short ball from Quinn. She's well over the head of Sam Hain. It's not actually Jack Crawley out there. He's at deep point chatting to Ollie Robinson, who is rather confusingly off the field of play but not actually wearing a bib. It's Joe Denley out of deep square leg.
It is Joe Denley. You know, when you got yourself your bread roll, some cheese slices and some tomatoes, little round tomatoes, and trying to turn those into a sandwich.
Rarely is there a knife to chop a tomato.
And these places always have white quilt covers these days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Full delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Hain.
You got tempted by the family-sized bag of minstrels.
Oh, don't worry, I would see those off quite happily.
And you've got yourself a big 2-litre bottle of water and you're drinking out the top of, and that's your evening. You find yourself watching something on Dave +1.
I was going to watch the Gillingham v Palace friendly, but it's already started. I'm already missing it. If you don't know, I support one and then commentate on the other, so it was the derby today. So this one's pushed away out towards point for a single by Sam Hain. 149 for 6, but as I was telling Phil earlier, I'm also someone who likes to dodge pre-season games because they're not always the most entertaining.
It's not real football, and it certainly won't be in the heat tonight. So, assuming therefore that you're a Palace fan, last week I got round to watching the Where Eagles Dare documentary.
It's good, right? Did you like it?
It's really exceptional, and somebody who covers Birmingham City for a living, it makes you wish that Steve Parish and 3 other nice blokes would turn up and do what those 4 did at Palace.
Quinn Bowles, a full delivery to Briggs, who just leans forward into the shot but then offers no stroke.
And there are a couple of players I didn't know that much about who I warmed to so much in that documentary. Damien Delaney, what a legend!
What a bloke!
What a legend! Like many Southern Irish footballers, life doesn't bother him at all, but he wants to win and he wants to be loved actually. And he found a home at a point in his career where he'd pretty much given it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
So his story I thought was tremendous.
Quinn in and bowling. Shout for LBW from behind the stump, smaller than from the bowler. Looked a bit leg side from up here. 149 for 6 at the end of the over. 4 more to go. It's him and Peter Ramage having a cuddle in the tunnel after promotion.
I mean, what a good guy Peter Ramage is.
Yeah.
Proper pros these guys were.
They don't make them like that.
I have a lot of sympathy for Johnny Williams because his career has been ravaged by injury. Because he cuts a rather unfortunate figure in the Sunderland documentary.
Does, he's always in the physio room and stuff.
But also he needed help in terms of his mental fitness when he was at Sunderland. He eventually acknowledged that, in that he was in a bad place because of all the things that had gone wrong in his career. Those documentaries, when they're proper fly-on-the-wall documentaries, and I appreciate the Palace one was certainly leaning one way. It was always going to be celebrating what had gone on.
Yeah.
But Henry to begin a new over and just watched past off stump by Hayne. But for people who don't know the story, Palace were on the brink of disappearing down the abyss.
Yeah, 2010.
There's a bit of rain in the air because the ground stuff will suddenly come out to the hover cover.
There
is a bit of rain in the air.
That actually is.
Yeah. And Palace fans campaigned outside the HQ of Lloyd's Bank in London in order to save the club, and it worked. Henry again driven into the offside by Hayne, thinks about a single, but Senny gets there quickly enough to prevent that.
That's so bizarre, this random bit of rain at the end of the day. It just appeared.
It's a bit like that little bit of rain when my daughter went out to the paddling pool yesterday. You can't believe it's happening, but
you're almost not bothered because it's that warm out there. They're probably quite nice.
Ben Compton's taking his hat off to get it onto his head.
Yeah.
I want less protection from this rain, he thinks.
Give me more rain.
Henry once more to Hayne, turns it through mid-wicket for a single, and the Warwickshire 150 is at 150 for 6. They're still trailed by 15 runs. It might yet curtail the day, this little shower, because they can't allow too much to come onto the surface here.
Yeah.
So the ground staff are circling the hover cover. And if we do come off, I don't think we come back on. I think that would be it, because it's so late. I don't think they would allow much time. Henry, that whistles through from just back of a length.
What ball that is?
Briggs tries to create the impression that he's withdrawing the bat. I'm not sure he was in time.
He's really putting in one last big effort, isn't he, Matt Henry?
He's never been shy of work in his days at Kent. Many's the time when he's been the overseas player that he's carried him on his shoulders. Just a terrific cricketer. He's added to the entertainment today for sure, but he's driven now by Briggs into a bit of a gap, and Senny has a sprint that he'd rather not have to do. They've certainly got 2. They'll think about coming back for 1 on the arm, and in fact they've got plenty of time to do so. Good shot from Briggs. He goes to 12, 153 for 6.
That was nicely played, Danny Briggs. Bit overpitched. Lent into it nicely, used the pace.
12 runs the deficit, so we'll be fairly close to even Stevens if we do get through. The rain
I think it's stopped.
Looks like it's passed by now. You can actually just see the tail end of the cloud that it clipped. It's murkier than you might have expected. We didn't really see that coming because the sky had cleared.
It's come from behind us, hasn't it?
Yeah. Henry de Hayne, back of a length, just outside off stump, jabs it back down to the bowler. End of the over. 3 to go. 153 for 6. Very friendly club, Crystal Palace, by the way. So I think it's a nice. It's apart from the parking, it's
parking's rubbish.
It's a really nice place to go and work. And also, I think they've got one of the best new managers in the Premier League. Oh, it's raining again now. I think Patrick Vieira has done wonderfully well, creating an exciting, athletic, pacey team. So look forward to when you're on the box, fellas.
Yeah, we're definitely more watchable than when we're a bit more counter-attack.
Got nothing to say about Gillingham.
A bit more low block against under Hodgson. Here comes Quinn. Well, the sad thing about Gillingham is Stuart O'Keefe, who used to play for Palace and now plays for Gillingham, his club captain, he's got some kind of niggle, so he's not involved today.
Oh, came on in the playoff final, didn't he? Quite early on when
the Stuart
KG got an injury.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So the Stuart O'Keefe derby doesn't quite feel right without Stuart O'Keefe, but there we go.
That proves I've paid attention in the documentary, doesn't it?
In fact, he even got KG. That's a bit of a throwback. Here comes Quinn. Why don't he crease, angling it back into Briggs? The rain's back again. This looks a bit heavier now.
Yeah, they might struggle to see this out, actually.
That Quinn's scratching away at the front line. I think so. I might have scored. It's 1-0 Palace.
I haven't been to Gillingham for a long time. For the commentary position often meant it was more convenient to see the ferries heading to France than it was to watch the football, but...
yeah, the commentary position's right at the back of the main stand.
And right down one end as well still, is it? Or
it's kind of right of centre, it's not...
Okay, it's not as bad as it once was. Yeah.
This one's left alone by Briggs, through to Sam Billings.
I remember when press box was on the other side of the ground the first few times I worked there.
They have the TV gantry on the other side of the ground. But I think that's it up there. 153 for 6, 66. Sam Hain on a knock in 123 balls. This looks so assured out there. Danny Briggs has supported him well in this late stage after those 3 quick wickets went down. This one defended away by Briggs. Credit to him. 37 balls he's faced to prevent a collapse on the back end of the day. Kent were on a roll, momentum there in their favour. Was dropped. First ball, was it, by Cox? Briggs, pretty much first ball. Took 3 bites of the cherry as he dived to his right. Leaves this one alone, Briggs, from Quinn. And 1 to go in the over. With 2 to come in the day. I think the rain has stopped again. So we might just see it out for a full allotted amount of overs.
I think they're just so reluctant to come in because they're enjoying the rain.
Yeah, they're just so the refreshing rain.
Take their shirts off and just soak it in.
Let's just stay out here, lads.
It's the equivalent of a day you've been sunbathing for an hour and you jump in the pool and you sizzle.
Quinn bowls. Briggs defends into the offside. 2 to go. 153 for 6. Trailing by just 12 runs. Warwickshire after 165 all out. Kent earlier on in the day got it off just 40 overs as well, so Warwickshire have been batting longer than that now.
I wouldn't want to use the word refreshing to any of the players when they come in at the end of the day here on either team, because the half day each that they've been out there in the field must have been quite something. However, it's just been quite refreshing to see a day when the bowlers are in the ascendancy. It's not a minefield. It's just had a bit of lateral movement both in the air and off the deck. Matt Henry has exploited some of it, but only the 1 wicket for him as he bowls short and Hain ducks under it. 11 balls left in the day, but it's unusual this season to see a day's play like this. And for me, one of the benefits has been the fact that neither team has been stuck out there all day. Because I think if you'd bowled all day and the opposition are 300 for 4, it's not just a bad day, but tomorrow you're going to come back with nothing. And it could have made the game quite lopsided. I think what we're now going to have is a really interesting game of cricket from here on in. I mean, it's been great today, but I'm saying now it's set up. Could well be a 1 innings match. Warwickshire still have that opportunity to build a decent lead. As Hain comes forward in defence, plays it out towards Compton. Comes in from extra cover and there's no run.
Yeah, as long as Hain's there. Looks like we're going to get a token over a spin before the end of the day. Kent haven't bowled any. Jack Leaning's warming up.
Yep. Jack Leaning, the front line spinner in this team. Well, you can argue that with Denley, really, can't you?
Yeah, the 2 of them.
4 balls left for Henry before we have to contemplate that. Left alone outside off stump by Hayne. It's interesting, though, to Division 1 cricket, lots of flat surfaces, to come into a game with the weather this week without what you would call a frontline spinner is extraordinary. I mean, you look at what Surrey have achieved this year without using... I mean, Will Jacks as their main spinner.
Yeah.
The best will in the world. He's never a frontline spinner, not at this point in his career.
No, and they've got Amar Verdi, they've loaned out to Somerset.
And he had a nightmare last week. Henry bowls and he's pushed out into the offside by Hayne. In a very long innings, bowled very few overs and went for sixes.
Mm.
And a player like Verdi this year merely sets back his career by 12 months.
Yeah, because he's not played any cricket.
Maybe he'll get a regular bowl in the One Day Cup, but that's a very different skill set. And he's one of the, we talked Nick tabbed off the rank earlier for wicketkeeper. He's one of the next generation of spinners that England are looking to. Henry back of a length, defended back down the surface, bounces nicely up for Henry to gather it on the second hop. You can't have a situation where spinners this year are not getting a look in at some counties at all. I mean, to not really play one. Jacks has bowled a lot of overs, quite what Verdi might have done with the same number of overs, and Surrey have been batting down to 10. Not like they've needed.
No, quite.
Henry back of a length, turn around the corner by Hay, who might be pondering the wisdom of sealing the strike for the final over. I think he is thinking that very thing. He's under 67. He's batted with greater comfort than anybody else out there today. Briggs has 12. These two have added 21 in rather circumspect fashion, and we have 1 over left in the day, and Jack Leaning awaits his big moment. I like the fact that he's managed to come up with the beard at a time that it's suddenly becoming retro. It was so on trend 3 or 4 years ago, but now it's a retro beard that he's growing.
Because it's so poofy. It's not just a kind of bit of stubble, is it?
No.
It's full on, it's growing into full on beard.
It is.
Like more hair on his chin than his head type stuff.
Yeah. I get to that point just 2 hours after shaving.
Short leg, slip into close catches. Billings up to the stumps, of course, so a couple of helmets run out by Ollie Robinson, the 12th man. So Jack Leaning, first ball of spin in the Kent innings, nudged away behind square on the onside, and Haynes says, yep, you can take the rest of the over, Danny. 1 for him takes him to 68 from 130 balls. He's just looked really classy today, really assured out there. Oh, Robinson has actually found a bib. Him and James Logan going to fetch some of the stuff that's been left around the outfield.
It is littered, isn't it? It is littered.
Yeah, it is somewhat littered.
Bats, gloves, thigh pads, boots in the Warwickshire section.
Leaning tosses this one up. Defended away by Briggs. Yeah, where did the umbrella go?
Oh, it was taken at the tea interval, the Ollie Hannon Dolvin Memorial Cocktail Bar where he'd been sitting. His deck chair, that had gone.
Bowls again, Jack Leaning. Back goes Danny Briggs. He'll be backing himself as a spinner to see this off. Leaning and Denley have got useful wickets at times for Kent though, with their spin. This one defended away, off the back foot, out towards Joe Denley at mid-wicket. So 2 balls left in the day's play. Currently Warwickshire trailing Kent by 10 runs, with still 4 wickets remaining in their first innings as Leaning bowls. Briggs is covering up on the front foot and playing defensively. 7:22 I make it.
It's quite the overrun, isn't it? And even allowing for the heat of the day, that's an hour and 22 minutes over.
Last ball of the day, Jack Leaning tosses it up. Danny Briggs drives it on the bounce into the hands of Jack Leaning, and that is stumps. And what has been one of the more peculiar days of cricket this season, but maybe that's just because it's been out of touch with some of the flat run fests we've had to witness. And there's been a bit more of a contest between bat and ball, Richard Wilford, today.
Well, there's been something in it for the bowlers all day, and to be honest, we've been crying over for a day's cricket where that was the case in many parts of the country. And what we've got set up now is a really nice game. Warwickshire will probably get a first innings lead. Kent will restrict it as much as they possibly can. They wouldn't want to let it get up to 70 or 80. I think that would start to be a little bit of a problem. I think there'll still be something in the surface for the start of tomorrow, but the ball is 53 overs old. And we've seen probably two batsmen look better than the rest in Jordan Cox, albeit a few chances along the way and got dropped on 13, but he made 48, and Sam Hain on 68, who's looked untroubled and unruffled for most of it. A little bit sore, whether it was his back again or not, I'm not entirely sure. But he looked very composed, and it was crucial for Warwickshire that he got through to the end. When I was in the press